طريق يا شباب، معنا حارب، افتحوا لنا طريق، افتحوا لنا طريق، معنا حاري يا شباب، افتحوا طريق، افتحوا طريق، معنا حاري يا شباب، افتحوا طريق، معنا حاري يا شباب.
Everybody, thank you for being here. Sorry, I'm kind of Kitten sounds worse than it did yesterday. I don't know what to do, man. I mean, I could put it in a cage for the next 3 hours and take it to the vet. Put it in a cat carrier for the next 3 hours and just keep Simon in here the whole time. I don't know, man. I just gotta poop or something in there. Fuck, man. I don't know what to do. What do I do, man? Alright, I'm cutting the camera off. Y'all ain't helping. I gotta figure out what to do with this kitten, man. It means more than this dumb shit. Bye. Have a good day.
This is the United States of America, damn it. States of America, damn it.
تعالي يا اختي تعالي 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 كيف فين؟ تعالي تعالي هلا بنغطي هيك على بعض ونطلع تعالي تعالي حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل فيك وحسبي الله ونعم الوكيل انا مش
صحافي عايز جايبك لهون انت مره حط على وشك عايز جايبك لهون
يلا يلا
Oh, fuck me, dude. What the fuck just happened? Holy shit. Fuck. OBS, dude. Man, what the fuck, dude? There's only 2 people watching on Rumble. Fuck my life, dude. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
يلا باي انتبه للحجار يا خيي حبي عم يزبطوا ثلاثة عم يوصل لهون انتبه او البس لك خوذة الله يخليك خليكم هون هلا خليكم هون اذا اجوا انتبهوا للحجار
The cat was gone by the time I got everything set up to get it. It sounds like it's fucking dying, dude. When it breathes. It sounds so bad, I was about to just leave it in the cat carrier for 3 hours and take it to the vet. It's gone. I tried to call it, it's nowhere near now. I even put food and water out there thinking they could stay a little longer, give me a little time, but at least it's not as loud as it was to the bell. Fuck, man. I'm gonna call this place later today and ask them some things. They open at 10. Yeah, well, I don't think anybody else is gonna help this cat, dude. It doesn't have anybody. Even the person that puts a fucking their name on it and everything isn't helping it. They think that it's breathing normally. Why are people so fucking stupid, dude? I'm in shock that people are that fucking stupid, dude. Dude. It sounds like it's got bronchitis or something. I can't get the sound of it breathing out of my mind, dude. It's like when you hear somebody, it's like they need to cough something up. It's like it's all up in there, you know. All gurgly and shit, man. What's in the right mind will think a cat's supposed to sound like that when they breathe? I bet it goes there and hangs out all day long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this place up, ask them, what it's going to cost, what's the deal, and then once I found out the information on that, I'll give her another call and be like, hey, look, we need to get this cat taken care of, dude. This is what they said it's going to cost. I'll go in halves on it with you or something. Like I'll fuck, dude. It's like it's really concerning that she was like, "Do you want him? Do you want her?" Yesterday, and then when I was like, "Oh, I can't," she sounded like disappointed. Fuck, why put a damn collar on it and shit if you don't want the cat, lady?
وعلى صباحك.
All I gotta do is open my back door early in the morning and I can see its little eyes looking at me. This morning that's how it was. I opened it and I just peeked out. It was still completely dark outside. It was looking right at me. And I think his parent was dead a month ago or so. Remember that cat? I was like, oh, the cat that lives under the house is dead. Pretty sure that was its mom or dad. I think it comes here to try to find it. That's so sad. It comes hoping that it's gonna, the parent's gonna come back.
خلي يضطروا يشوفوا.
جردلي نيو باجا يلا خذ النيو باجا خليك خليك معايا خليك معايا قطع الشمال هون
Simon keeps smelling the dry food that I,
Love one, especially to.
oh, this guy's talking. He keeps smelling the dry food that I'm giving the cat.
A deep, deep wound.
I don't know why this started up
1,300 innocent Israelis
already
killed,
in it for some
including
reason.
At least 31 American citizens.
Hold up, let me just find one that's fucking starting. It gives me the entire thing. Fox, you're an idiot. Fucking stupid. Fuck, dude. What the fuck is that? Fox News starts it in the middle of the president talking.
Survivors remorse.
Give me the full thing.
Most important.
Dude, are you fucking serious? None of the news agencies got the entire speech? I'm over this shit right now, dude.
You shared together.
Approaching the podium, let's pop up that audio.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone. You are not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone. Most importantly, I know the recent terrorist assault on the people of this nation has left a deep, deep wound. More than 1,300 innocent Israelis killed, including at least 31 American citizens by the terrorist group Hamas. Hundreds of young people at a music festival. The festival was for peace, gunned down as they ran for their lives. Scores of innocents, from infants to elderly grandparents, Israelis and Americans, taken hostage. Children slaughtered, babies slaughtered, entire families massacred. Rape, beheadings, bodies burned alive. Hamas committed atrocities that recall the worst ravages of ISIS, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil upon the world. There's no rationalizing it, no excusing it, period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and the genocide of the Jewish people. The world watched then, it knew, and the world did nothing. We will not stand by and do nothing again. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. To those who are living in limbo, waiting desperately to learn the fate of a loved one, especially to families of the hostages, you're not alone. We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages. To those who are grieving, a child, a parent, a spouse, a sibling, a friend, I know you feel like there's that black hole in the middle of your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it. The survivor's remorse, the anger, the questions of faith in your soul. Staring at that empty chair, sitting Shiva. The first Sabbath without them. They're the everyday things, the small things that you miss the most. The scent when you open the closet door. The morning coffee you shared together. The bend of his smile, the perfect pitch of her laugh. The giggle of your little boy, the baby. For those who have lost loved ones, this is what I know. They'll never be truly gone. There's something that's never fully lost. Your love for them and their love for you. And I promise you, you'll be walking along some days and say, what would she or he want me to do? You smile when you pass a place that reminds you of them. That's when you know. When a smile comes to your lips before a tear to your eye, that's when you know you're going to fully make it. That's what will give you the fortitude to find light in the darkest hours. When terrorists believe they could.
What kind of fucking load of horse shit is
bring you
this?
down,
What is he, a
bend your will,
pastor
break
now?
your resolve.
A preacher?
But they never did, and they never
What the
will.
hell does he know?
Instead, we
A
saw incredible
psychologist?
stories of heroism.
What the fuck is going on right now?
courage. Israelis taking care of one another. Neighbors forming watch groups to protect their kibbutz. Opening their homes to shelter survivors. Retired soldiers running into danger once again. Civilian medics flying across rescue missions. And off-duty medics at the music festival caring for the wounded before becoming the victim himself. Volunteers retrieving bodies of the dead so families could bury their loved ones in accordance with Jewish
He's trying
tradition.
to convince America that we should go to war, isn't he?
Reservists leaving behind their families, their honeymoons, their studies abroad without hesitation, and so much more. The State of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why I was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. While it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people. And I promise you, we'll do everything in our
Israel's
power to make
never
sure there
going to
will
be a safe fucking place for
75
anybody.
years ago,
Let's be real.
Just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now. My administration was in close touch with your leadership from the first moments of this attack. We're going to make sure we have what you need to protect your people, to defend your nation. For decades, we've ensured Israel's qualitative military edge. And later this week, I'm going to ask the United States Congress for an unprecedented support package for Israel's defense. We're going to keep Iron Dome fully supplied so it can continue standing sentinel
That
over
sounds
Israeli
great.
skies, saving Israeli lives.
Their missiles cost like $10,000. Ours costs like $100,000. So they spend a little bit. We have to spend a lot of bit to shoot it down. That's awesome.
We've moved U.S. military assets to the region, including positioning the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the USS Eisenhower on the way.
Not to mention that thing shoots down mortars, too. It shoots down mortars, so those are even cheaper.
Defer
to shoot
further
at us.
aggression against Israel,
To shoot
and
at
to
us.
prevent this conflict from spreading. The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever. And my message to any state or any other hostile actor thinking about attacking Israel remains the same as it was a week ago. Don't. Since this terrorist attack,
Look it up. Look it up and see if I'm wrong.
We've seen it described as Israel's 9/11. Well, for a nation the size of Israel, it was like 15 9/11s. The scale may be different, but I'm sure those horrors have tapped into some kind of primal feeling in Israel, just like it did and felt in the United States. Shock, pain, rage, an all-consuming rage. I understand, and many Americans understand. You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, the communications tunnels, in residential areas. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world. I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy. The people of Gaza need food, water, medicine, shelter. Today I asked the Israeli cabinet, who I met with for some time this morning, to agree to the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections and that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas. Israel agreed the humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. But let me be clear, if Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian people. And it will end. As a practical matter, it will stop the international community from being able to provide this aid. We're working in close cooperation with the government of Egypt, the United Nations, and its agencies like the World Food Program and other partners in the region to get trucks moving across the border as soon as possible. Separately, I ask Israel that the global community demand that the International Red Cross be able to visit hostages. I just demanded that the United States fully supports. Today, I'm also announcing $100 million in new U.S. funding for humanitarian assistance in both Gaza and the West Bank. This money will support more than 1 million displaced and conflict-affected Palestinians, including emergency needs in Gaza. You are a Jewish state. You are a Jewish state, but you're also a democracy. And like the United States, you don't live by the rules of terrorists. You live by the rule of law. And when conflicts flare, you live by the law of wars. What sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life. Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. You can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win, and we can never let them win. You know, Israel's a miracle, a triumph of faith and resolve and resilience over impossible pain and loss. Think about October 7th, the Jewish holiday, where you read about the death of Moses, a tragic story of a profound loss to an entire nation, a death that could have left hopelessness in the hearts of the entire nation. But though Moses died, his memory, his message, his lessons have lived on for generations of the Jewish people as well as many others. And just as the memory of your loved ones will live on as well. After reading the story of Moses' death, those who observe the holiday began reading the Torah from the very beginning. The story of creation reminds us of two things. First, that when we get knocked down, we get back up again, and we begin anew. And second, when we're faced with tragedy and loss, we must go back to the beginning and remember who we are. We are all human beings, created in the image of God with dignity, humanity, and purpose. In the darkness, to be the light unto the world is what we're about. You inspire hope and light for so many around the world. That's what the terrorists seek to destroy. That's what they seek to destroy. Because they live in darkness, but not you, not Israel. Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel are not measured solely by the example or power, and we're measured by the power of our example. That's why, as hard as it is, we must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace. For me, that means a two-state solution. We must keep working for Israel's greater integration with its neighbors. These attacks have only strengthened my commitment and determination and my will to get that done. I'm here to tell you The terrorists will not win. Freedom will win. So let me end where I began. Israel, you're not alone. The United States stands with you. I told the story before, and I'll tell it again, of my first meeting with an Israeli prime minister 50 years ago as a young senator. I was sitting across from Golda Meir at her desk in her office. And she had a guy who later became prime minister, sitting next to me, just before the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And she flipped the maps up and down, telling me how bad things were and how terrible they were. All of a sudden, she looked at me and she said, "Would you like a photograph?" I looked at her. She got up from her desk and walked out into that hallway. I think it's marble flooring. Walked out in the hallway. We walked out and there were a bunch of photographers standing in front of us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. Without her looking at me, she said to me, knowing I'd hear her, "Why do you look so worried, Senator Biden?" And I said, "Worried? Like, of course I'm worried." And she looked at me and she didn't look. She said, "Don't worry, Senator. We Israelis have a secret weapon. We have nowhere else to go." Well, today, I say to all of Israel, the United States isn't going anywhere either. We're going to stand with you. We'll walk beside you in those dark days. And we'll walk beside you in the good days to come. And they will come. As you say in Hebrew, which I'm not going to attempt to do because I'm such a terrible linguist, I'll say it in English. The people of Israel live. The people of Israel live. Israel will be safe, secure, Jewish, and democratic state today, tomorrow, and forever. May God protect all those who work for peace. God save those who are still in harm's way. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what is your red line that would prompt U.S. military involvement in this war?
Mr. President, your team said you'd have tough questions.
روح على الاستراد خير روح على الاستراد
God damn it! Motherfuckers! Can they just stay on? Shit's annoying, dude. Oh no, of course, there's no audio now. Fuck it. Dude. Yo, you want to do this? Would you rather do this? Huh? For me, I guess. And fuck you too! How about that? I don't want you to feel left out now. Now this. Great. Skunk is fucking treating my yard like it's a buffet.
هاي بشار شلون؟ شو اخبارك؟ شو وين؟ يلا ماشي. سلام. بشار الساكن هون. ليش؟ يجي لي دخل معدات اوديهم على المدينة وبرجع ارجع لكم.
I'm so used to this, but stress. Before 7 in the morning, I've been stressed since I got up pretty much, man. This Kitten, dude. I knew it'd be out there. And this fucking skunk. The PC had to be, dude, that always pisses me off when I know that the PC has to be restarted. Because I have to set OBS up all over again. Like all the browser sources that I have to resize and shit. It's just, dude, it's a pain in the ass, dude. That's like the clock for the Middle East, the prayer timer, the news that's above me here, Rumble's viewer counter for some fucking reason. That's the only reason I can. That's the only way I can do Rumble's viewer counter is by grabbing a window capture of it and then resizing it and blowing up. I even had to have it over here as a separate thing, desk pinned to the top so that it'll continue. This shit is complicated, man. I'm stressed the fuck out. Look, did you see right now how I just moved everything over by a millimeter? I have to do Control Z or it wouldn't have moved back. Right to the right a millimeter. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. It looks like I'm just sitting here, just looking up stuff. It's cool though, man. What it takes is what it is. What it takes, man. You can't just turn your computer on and be just a live streamer. You can, but gotta do a bunch of other stuff with it. Ay. This shit's stressful, man. Especially, and this is what I'm covering at the same time. Fucking sick cat that I'm trying to do. And then I got my own sick cat already, dude. I've got a lot going on. And plus, I still worry about my parents, my family, what's going on with them, because they're getting older. Like, I don't talk to them. I'm constantly stressed, man. It doesn't ever go away. My sicknesses that I got to deal with, I still need to get my asshole worked on. That's some shit. The mouth sores, dude. Man, I don't know, dude. Fuck the fucking people that are like, you're a fucking stoner, dude. You smoke too much fucking weed, man. Loser. I can't deal with this shit without it, okay?
من جنب الكانوتي من الدخلة هاي اللي عنها من ورا.
Bubba Diagonal Lineage, I think Bubba OG, no, Diagonal OG, and Bubba Kush, I think. It's live resin, tier 3, so it's the lower end stuff. 17 Labs, but it's really hard to get. They don't hardly ever produce live resin, but it's my only tier 3, and I'm working my way up from tier 3s to my 1s. Here we are. Pretty old. And so. Okay. Oh! Oh, we got audio up here now. You got super crisp too, compared to what it was. God is testing me today, dude. right after I switch it. Okay, now we're good. Dude, aren't they still cleaning up that bomb blast? How do they have time for all this? Still don't know who did that. They say that it's because they stored all that fertilizer in the harbor, right? But yeah, maybe that shit was stored there on purpose, so somebody. Oh man, that was a crazy situation. We were live that day when it happened. Switched over to it. And then there was that dude that was out on the boat filming it. That was weird too, as if he was Allah Akbar in it. Why would they blow their own shit up though?
صور من هذيك الباب صور من هذيك الباب يا حمية يا شباب يلا العلم هون على مالك على مالك.
Do we have American soldiers inside the embassy? At least? Because these guys have sticks in their hands. Well, that's refreshing. I see that they have guns too, but it's just like, I don't think our guys carry sticks, do they? I mean, take that back. The dock watch only has a stick in Pearl Harbor. I know that for sure. At least that's how it used to be. The one that, like the docks or the berths, like they're sectioned off, and each section has a watch that lets people into that section to go to the ships. Like you had to show something back then. before we even got to the ships. And that dude only has a pad. Well, they might have a gun now, but back then I only had a fucking stick, dude, and it felt kind of weird. Hey, watch out! Do that thing. The guy on deck on board ship that you have to ask permission to board the ship. Now he has a gun. But it always felt kind of weird. I had that watch on Christmas Eve once, which kind of sucked, but at the same time, it sucked more for the people that had to come in on Christmas. So I got to see all the people that had to work on Christmas. They're all pissed off. I don't think. Oh, you block people? Dude, I'm still in shock that Twitch suspended me for a month for showing at the hospital, man. That's like... Why do they want all our kids to be tranny in the morning and not like see war for what it is? That shit's annoying, man. I even had warnings on the stream, dude, for I think language and drug use. And not enough, Twitch? Jeez. Keep the kids out of my room. That wasn't enough? A whole month, bro. That's crazy. YouTube doesn't even do it like that. I had never gotten a strike the whole time I've been on Twitch, dude, for anything. Well, I've gotten a copyright strike, but it was taken off for that bear. The bear that's in the salmon in the river. I talked to them and they took it off. Maybe they were just mad that I was multi-streaming. I just started doing that with them. You're not supposed to. So they got me on something else. I wonder if all my subs get unsubbed automatically. Because it turned off my Twitch Turbo. I no longer have my screen. I can't even go to chat right now, dude, and talk in someone's chat as Dosho. I can't sign into my account. That's how crazy it is with Twitch when they do this. See, YouTube, they don't do any of that shit. You just can't stream. You can still talk in chats and stuff. They just shut down my account completely for 30 days. You can't go to it at all. It looks like I'm gone on the Yeah, that's so crazy. Still in shock over that. Y'all hear D-Line's gonna start charging $1. Y'all talking about that? $1 for Twitter? I think it's smart though. It'll get rid of a lot of the Indian bots and shit. Like the, you know what I'm saying? The bots in general, but dude, they got a lot of them. For other people go. I'll find the people. The day is supposed to be nuts, and I need to take the trash out. Oscar's driving around Israel. That's content. is it X? It is X, formerly Twitter. Well, that'll go away eventually. President Biden departs venue. He's just leaving now. This camera is apparently ran out of content. Gotta switch them around. What a loser. Like, do you really need to see the fucking fire smolder, buddy? Everybody's gone in Beirut, I guess. They wanted soldiers to win. Now it's Oman's turn. Who's gonna win? I don't know, Chuck. Oman's been coming on pretty strong this year. You know, Mohammed, his leg has gotten much stronger after his injury.
فبشار جايك تحكي اياها معاه، اوكي؟ بس تنسانيش. انا معي بطاريات اس ام جي منيح، يعني معي شاحن هنا وشارك كهرباء لانه انا فوق سطح عماره، تمام؟ بس البروبليمه انه التي بي يو فيه 16%، يعني انا قاعد شو بعمل؟ بشيل البطاريه وبحطها مشان يشحن، بشيل البطاريه وبحطها.
I'm not digging in my ear just so you know. The top of my ear hurts like hell. I got in a fight a long time ago. Actually, a dude just punched me one time and he broke my ear. You ever heard of some shit like that? Fucking broke my ear, man. And now it hurts every day. Fuck him. Fucking guy. I don't even remember that fucking. I think his name was Mike, actually. Fuck all Mikes. I'm just playing. Oh, dude. I never even pressed charges on him. I should have, dude. I know it's gonna hurt forever. What's wrong with these headphones, though? Fuck you, Mike. Asshole. That's fine. Mike's sorry. Not that Mike, though. He's an asshole. He came home drunk. He was a pool hustler, and he came home drunk after losing a bunch of money playing pool. And I didn't know he was like super heated about it. I don't even know if I knew that he had lost a bunch of money. But I play fought with him, and he said something like, kind of like threatening, and I was like, ain't nobody can do shit. And he fucking cold cocked me in the side of the fucking ear, dude, out of nowhere. And we're like on a balcony on the second floor, and I'm tall, and I could easily flip out of that thing because of where my hip was and where the 1950s guardrail was, built for midgets or something. So I was trying to fight up there, dude. And yeah, it was all crazy. It hurt so bad. What happened is, he hit my ear somehow and bent he folded the top over it. And it snapped the fucking cartilage. There's a line going all the way through. It hurt so fucking much to sleep on it, man. For like weeks. I don't do that anymore. I don't play fight with people I don't know well enough. He was my neighbor. I thought he was a decent dude. He was just a little crazy. I didn't realize it. My other neighbor was right there next to me. He couldn't believe it either. We were outside talking. He was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like he didn't neither one of us were ready for that one. The cops came. That was really embarrassing, dude. There were so many of them. Because I wanted them to fucking talk to them that night because, like, but I didn't pursue it afterwards. I could have gotten that dude in a lot of trouble. I think he was on probation or some shit too. Or ex-prisoner. Paroled or something. It's always those types, man. Just don't befriend them. Smarter.
برجر اهو معاها بطاطا يلا خش
Get him drunk? Yeah, I don't do shit like that, dude. Sorry. I've done DMT. I would have done it before anyway, but I'm just saying maybe you need to do it. I'm not a vengeful person. I don't try to get revenge on people. I just move on. Shit, dude. I'm saying, dude, going to bars and shit, it's not even worth it, really, is it? Or clubs, or there's so many reasons not to now. We used to have to do that. We didn't have capability to watch sports and communicate with each other instantly and like internationally even. Bars have to be dying, dude. They're nasty. Alright, who else is popping off?
والله ما انا معطلات فوق يا
Is that all, man? All we got? Oh no. I'm sorry, I noticed what Lugner had up here. He's got 5,000 people watching the sunset. Hey, where's I'm on it anyway? West Bank? Jordan. Come on, Jordan, homie. Now you know. I didn't know either. It's okay.
ايش المشكلة؟ شو بتقول بس؟ ماشي هنا الشنطات بتاعتك هي كده
الله أكبر الله أكبر.
عرفت؟ لا معي واحدة الثانية هاي مع بشار جايته في الطريق. رن عليه المفروض طلع من عندي من ساعة إلا بقول له هي بدور على فادي الرمل. لقي فادي لأنه كان باعث لي لوكيشن فادي لقيه وطلع باتجاهه.
الله يسعد لي قلبك.
I had my friend's brother piss on my foot once when I was visiting him and his family. Some shit. We were all pissing outside. He was like, "Man, I'll piss on your foot." I was like, "No, you won't." That's what he did. Just went psst, right on my foot. Man, I woke the whole family up with that one. I was pretty pissed. No pun intended. But yeah, bro, that's something else. Don't tell a drunk person they won't do something. That's what I learned that day. Because they probably will do it because they're stupid as shit at that point. And they were gangsters. They were Mexican gangsters. So I wasn't really trying to fight his older brother. It was the Mexican dude that I was in the Navy with. We were visiting his family in Santa Ana.
ماشي لو عندك جيران اقرب واحد بدي وصله 20 متر 30 متر
The older brother, I think, was still a gangster. He wasn't in the Navy. And he peed on my foot. What was I supposed to fucking do? Don't tip drunk people. Never tip a drunk person to do something you don't want them to do. Because they might do it.
11 يعني 15
We're talking about the life lessons today. Who pees? That dude, apparently, he was marking his territory or something. It's like, might have been a prison thing. I'm not really sure. I forget the dude's history. Honestly, he was in, I don't think he was somebody I really wanted to fuck with. But I was drunk too that night, you know what I mean? I said some dumb shit. Oh no. Alright. We got the hospital. Now I gotta fight other. There's gotta be war, right? Is America even? Damn, man. Alright. I got the extreme measures.
Smoke weed every day.
Wait, is this? Oh, this looks old. This looks like from this morning, man. I can't tell yet. Yeah, that's from this morning, right? Must be. They got 1,400 people watching this right now, but fairly certain that happened hours ago. Did it glitch out like that too? Sucks if it did. Mainstream media loves to put stuff on and make it look like it's live. Loop it all damn day long. What was that? Dude. It's my screen. At the same time as it hit. Oh shit. Oh shit, they're moving fast, y'all. Something happened. What's on fire? Look at this dude in the distance. The mountains are on fire. Get the trash out, dude. Alright, I'm gonna do that real fast. Live. I didn't see you there. How you doing? Rumble, don't leave! Rumble. Makes it look funny when you leave, Rumble. Oh sweet. As long as there's over 9, it won't look funny on the viewer count. It's actually one. Barbara, good morning. Take this out real fast before it gets here and I forget it. Wait, maybe I should wait. I'm always torn in between when I should take this out because I don't want this dude rummaging through my recycling bin. I don't want to wait too long and then I don't get picked up.
محمد ركز محمد ركز.
Who the fuck are you, man?
Camera! Hey! عسكري كاميرا تصور بس كنا مش في 16
الناس يسالوا ايش بصير بالمرضى يا زلمه انت ايش بتصير؟ اسيب الهواء شوف ايش تسوي شوف ايش بتطلع وايش شويه ورا يا ورا وين ابو عدي الضرب؟ ضرب البكرية اللي ورا
اللي هددوها امبارح استطلاع 3 ارقام ثلاث يقول لك ثلاث ضرب اخر واحد بس البيت صاروا استطلاع هاي لا شايف الشادر واحد اثنين الثالث بس 16 وين المطعم؟ هاي واحد هذا ضرب اخوه يضربوا الثلاث هاي واحد اثنين ضرب ثالث اخر واحد هو عدد حصل امبارح الثلاث قالوا هاي المطعم دكتور ضرب الاخير
I'm a cop, and you will respect my authority.
for the loss of civilian lives. Meetings and ongoing discussions with leaders in Egypt have focused not only on the on the question of facilitating access to Rafah crossing on humanitarian assistance, but also our shared concern and efforts to rein in further regional hostilities. I will return to Cairo tomorrow to join the Secretary General to continue these political discussions. In this regard, we welcome President al-Sisi's swift call for a summit of world leaders to continue these discussions. I also had similar discussions with leaders in Lebanon and Jordan, as well as on repeated phone calls with the P5 and other key regional and international partners who are seized of an activity engaged and addressing this conflict. We are all seeking a common understanding and approach at this critical time. I welcome the visits of world leaders such as German Chancellor Schulz, the UK Foreign Minister Cleverly, and today, the visit by President Biden. With the parties on the ground in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Ramallah, my message have remained steadfast that we must not let the dynamic of the current conflict take our eyes off what I will call the day after. The day after we need to start working on now, immediately. We know the way forward. These days, I can tell you, diplomacy is very hard. But here is what we need to do. We need the time and space to achieve two urgent objectives. Hamas' immediate, unconditional release of all hostages. Secondly, and fast, unrestricted access of humanitarian aid for Palestinians in Gaza. The third thing must be a collective effort to end the hostilities and prevent any further expansion of the conflict to the region. Regarding West Bank and Lebanon, there should be no miscalculation, no provocation, and no step that closes the door for our current efforts. The step beyond must be down the path towards the political solution. Ultimately, the only way to bring the end to the bloodletting and prevent any recurrence of the pave a way forward, a long-term political solution is needed in line with UN resolutions, international law, and previous agreements. As I've stated many times to this Council, a patchwork of ad hoc and temporary fixes and perpetual management of conflict without addressing underlying issues is not sustainable. That has been proven over the last 11 days. What we are seeing on the ground now all too tragically proves that this is true. What we must do now is to work together as one to achieve these objectives. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Winnesland for his briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Martin Griffiths. Martin, you have the floor. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, sorry. Sorry, my technical knowledge, Sergio, is not brilliant. Thank you very much for inviting me. And what I was saying was what an honor it is for me to be on the same podium as Tor. And I associate myself profoundly with every single word that he said, which is born out of years of relevant experience, including not just looking at the horrors of the last 11 days, but anxiously looking ahead at the horrors to come. So all credit to Special Coordinator Tor Winnesland. But I also, of course, join him and all members of the Council in expressing my horror and despair at the explosion that he described watching, as so many of us did, at the Al-Ahli Anglican Episcopal Hospital in the northern Gaza Strip yesterday evening.
Yeah, and they kept calling it Central Gaza.
The grieving
What
families
was that?
affected by this heart-wrenching
It was weird, wasn't it? It was clearly
and I
northern
also
Gaza.
extend my sincerest wishes for a swift and complete recovery to all those who've been injured. According to the World Health Organization, the hospital in question was one of 20 in northern Gaza subject to the announcement by the Israeli authorities that civilians should leave for their safety. It's a terrible thought to think of that the morning after. However, evacuation for many had simply not been possible due to insecurity, as we have been discussing in this chamber this afternoon. The critical condition of many of the patients, and indeed the lack of ambulances, staff, and capacity in the rest of the health system, which, as you know, Mr. President, is on its knees in Gaza. When that hospital was hit, it was fully operational, and indeed it had breached its maximum capacity. It was therefore overflowing with patients, including women and children.
Have they not
Dozens of
proved?
healthcare providers.
Have they not proved they didn't do it? I thought they did. Has the UN not gotten the memo, or did they not believe it yet?
Caregivers demonstrating their extraordinary, frankly, extraordinary courage and commitment to remain sur place, remain there to do their duties and to remain steadfast by their patients' sides. And they were also in the building. And the hospital was also hosting numerous internally displaced people who either had nowhere else to go or were sheltering there in the expectation, or at least perhaps the hope, that it would provide safety. And they were wrong. So far, reports indicate hundreds of fatalities, hundreds of civilians and healthcare workers, and I associate myself with Tor's call for a fact-based inquiry to find out how this happened. Here I want to say one thing of the highest importance to all of us in the humanitarian community, and those of us, all of us indeed, who are governed by the rules of war and international humanitarian law. What happened on the 7th of October, in the invasion into Israel and the taking of those hostages still taken and hidden away in Gaza, was simply wrong, against the law, unconscionable, unacceptable. Their unconditional release is an essential component of any return to the kind of normalcy that Lana was describing to us earlier.
These people live in a different world, don't they?
Since the 7th of October,
we would kindly ask you to
28
return
health workers in Gaza
hostages.
have reportedly been killed.
Return back
23 have been injured. There's no lack of courage. There's no lack of commitment in that population. There have been many reports of health facilities sustaining extensive damage. Indeed, the hospital itself had already been struck, as you know, on the 14th of October. Gaza's health services, as I've been hearing here in Cairo these last day or two, are being overwhelmed by the extreme challenge of meeting the healthcare needs of the rising number of wounded patients, all the while facing significant shortages of medical supplies, water, and fuel. And the destruction of that hospital yesterday heaped further pressure on this crumbling, this failing, this sad healthcare system. Not only were the victims rushed to Shifa Hospital, one of the many other hospitals in Gaza on the verge of collapse, but it also now deprives Gaza of a facility that cared for more than 45,000 patients a year before the current hostilities. So I am compelled to reiterate, and this will not surprise anybody, as everyone else has done on many occasions in this council, that under international humanitarian law, there are simple requirements. There are simple rules of war which are applied to all of us, whatever the provocation, and God knows there has been provocation. Parties to armed conflict must protect civilians and civilian objects, take constant care to spare them from any attack. We have discussed this in almost every other conflict in this chamber around the world. This one is no different. International law affords specific protection to medical personnel and facilities to ensure the wounded and sick receive the medical care they need. It was no coincidence that one of the first humanitarian leaders on the scene after those events of the 7th of October was our dear friend and leader, Dr. Tedros of WHO. It's imperative that the wounded and the sick receive the medical care they need. It is imperative that the parties respect their obligations under international humanitarian law, and it is our collective responsibility. We are all involved in this. We are not observers. We are all involved in using all our influence to ensure that this is the case. This tragedy is characteristic of the crushing impact this conflict has had on civilians, and as Tor has been pointing out, and Lana earlier, the catastrophic consequences it will have if it continues to escalate, as we fear. In just 11 days since the storming of Israel by Palestinian armed groups on 7th of October, the death toll, as has been mentioned, has already exceeded that of the 2014 hostilities, which lasted more than 7 weeks. The pace of death, of suffering, of destruction, of breaches of international law cannot be exaggerated. In Gaza, more than 3,000 people have been killed, more than 12,500 injured. Hundreds are unaccounted for under the rubble, and quite frankly, we do not know how many have moved from the north to the south to get out of harm's way. The death toll also, you all know this well, includes humanitarians. I want to pay tribute to the 15 UNRWA staff and Red Cross and Red Crescent personnel that I've been meeting these days, families of those who have fallen. We estimate that maybe up to 1 million people have fled their homes to other parts of Gaza, but we don't really know. Many have done so in response indeed to Israel's announcement that civilians should leave northern Gaza for safety. But there is simply nowhere to go for civilians to escape the destruction and privation, both of which grow by the hour as missiles continue to fly, and essential supplies, including fuel, food, medical items, water, run low. Due to the scarcity of water, UNRWA in some locations, and I want to pay a special tribute to UNRWA for the way in which it's provided a buffer against suffering in these terrible times. And in UNRWA in some locations is being forced to ration down to providing 1 liter of water per person per day. Bear in mind that the minimum by international standards should be 15 liters, and they're getting 1, and they're the lucky ones. People have been increasingly forced to consume from unsafe sources. We're hearing many, many more reports of that through UNRWA and other agencies, placing the population at risk, of course, of the outbreak of waterborne diseases. And whether civilians move or stay, and that must be their decision, whether to move or stay, whether to move again or stay where they have moved to. Whether they move or stay, they must be protected. They must not be attacked in places of civilian infrastructures. They must be protected in places of deconfliction. And they must have access to the essentials of humanitarian assistance to survive, which are available and in which we have all spent many, many detailed hours in detailed negotiations with the parties, and I'm grateful to them, to all of them, for the commitment that they have shown to these negotiations. It means that the UN and the humanitarian partners, and I specifically refer to the great leadership shown, and I met their leaders today, of the Egyptian Red Crescent and the Palestinian Red Crescent, must be able to deliver relief to civilians in need throughout Gaza without impediment in places of their choice, in places where they consider themselves to be safe and where we can seek to ensure that safety. We have humanitarian supplies. We have medical teams. UNRWA has a staff of 14,000 in Gaza still, bravely working under these conditions. The other agencies do. The Red Crescents, of course, have many, many, many volunteers, and they are all ready to assist the people most in need. I'm very grateful to many member states for providing very quickly emergency funding available for the immediate relief in Gaza, including from the Central Emergency Response Fund that my office runs and the Occupied Territories Humanitarian Fund. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who stepped up so quickly. What we don't have, however, we have a lot, but what we don't have, and it's the killer, what we desperately need is immediate safe humanitarian access across all of Gaza. And that is the burden of our discussions with key parties. We urgently need a mechanism agreed by all relevant parties to allow for the regular provision of emergency needs throughout Gaza, to get the level of distribution of assistance up to what it was before these terrible weeks, of 100 trucks a day providing assistance throughout Gaza to people in need. We need to get back to that level of ambition. For that, we need additional funding for agencies like UNRWA, World Food Programme, and of course for the Red Crescent in their leadership role. And without new funding, UNRWA, already painfully, woefully lacking in funds, will not have the ability to continue to deliver core services. But as Mr. President, as Tor said, and I'm glad he did, he made two, I think, very important points. Gaza is not the only location of concern in this deeply troubling conflict. Since the start of the latest hostilities, the situation in the West Bank has also been deteriorating, as Tor said, and he should know. Last week was the deadliest week for Palestinians in the West Bank since the United Nations started reporting fatalities in 2005, while settler violence incidents also have gone up from an average of 3 incidents a day to 8. Suffering knows no borders. Widespread closures throughout the West Bank are impacting the ability of communities to access essential services, and there is a real risk of the situation spiraling out of control. What the people of Israel, Palestine, the region need, what we all need, what this Council's mandate is in existence to secure, is the sanity and humanitarian to prevail, drawing on the provisions of international humanitarian law, for urgent efforts, this was Tor's second point, to arrest any further descent in this brutal calamity. Lana said it very eloquently, the worry that I suppose many of us have, where will this lead us? Where will this lead us when the fighting has taken place? Of course, we implore the parties to respect international humanitarian law. And by the way, I want to be very clear, a humanitarian ceasefire would go a long way to easing the epic human suffering. Finally, Mr. President, I know I've gone on too long. I want to conclude by expressing my deepest admiration, gratitude, and comity for the extraordinary people who are delivering life-saving and humanitarian services in Gaza, in the West Bank, as they do in so many other parts of the world. Many of whom are displaced, many have lost loved ones, many of our staff in all our agencies have had that kind of suffering. The dedication and bravery of ambulance crews, healthcare professionals, people working in hospitals and clinics actually is a reminder of the fundamentals of humanity which drive our efforts to resolve these differences, to resolve them through diplomacy, through dialogue, through kindness, through generosity, and through accountability. I also want to express my profound personal gratitude. I have said it also already before, but also to my colleague and his colleague, our Deputy Special Coordinator, Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, somebody with a title as long as mine, Lynn Hastings, and the humanitarians were demonstrating unwavering commitment, providing essential assistance and relief. Their collective efforts, their unstinting focus on key priorities which are based on operational needs exemplifies not just the United Nations' enduring commitment to extending hope and support, but exemplifies the commitment of the humanitarian community and its supporters, all of whom are in this room, to do the job that they have decided and resolved to choose for their lives. Sergio, Mr. President, thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Griffiths for his briefing.
Hey, because I'll get
I
here.
now give the floor to the members of the
Check out
Security
this morning.
Council.
You got kind of crazy. Lebanon,
I give
embassy,
the floor
Beirut,
to
embassy,
the representative of the Russian Federation.
Jordan. That kind of crazy.
Mr. President, colleagues, along with the delegations of the UAE and China, we initiated today's Emergency Security Council meeting given the tragic events in the Gaza Strip.
Oh, they
Yesterday,
really care. That's sweet.
As a result of airstrikes, the Ali Akha hospital was destroyed in the area of Gaza City. We are deeply shocked by what occurred. The Anglican Church Hospital was one of the 20 in northern Gaza that received evacuation notices from the Israeli military. However, it was impossible to meet that requirement, and Martin Griffiths already said that, given the prevailing unstable situation, the critical condition of many patients, and also the shortage of ambulances, staff, stretchers, and alternative accommodation for the displaced persons. The airstrike on the hospital, according to latest reports, caused over 800 deaths and injuries. We are calling for an objective investigation to be carried out and for the perpetrators to be prosecuted. Mr. President, colleagues, this is the price of the inertia of members of the Council, many of whom have procrastinated over the past 11 days since the start of the escalation surrounding Gaza. We warned you about this on Monday when a number of members of the Council, guided by, in inverted commas, purely humanitarian considerations, but actually by purely political considerations, did not support the Russian draft on the ceasefire. Our document laid out a number of specific urgent measures designed to stop violence and civilian suffering, designed to release the hostages and to prevent the impending humanitarian disaster in that part of Palestine and avoid the conflict spilling over into other countries of the region. Given the extremely tense situation, action should have been taken very promptly. This is precisely why our draft did not contain political elements or views or a mention of any party to the conflict that might have complicated reaching agreement on it. Despite this, in full view of the international community, the UN Security Council, the primary body for the maintenance of international peace and security, was not in a position to adopt a decision that could have prevented the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza. The Council did not send a clear, robust collective signal with a call for a swift, lasting, reasonable humanitarian ceasefire. Today, we have seen the terrible fruit of this. Once again, it's become clear that the position of Washington and some other Western capitals did not allow for a natural, logical decision to be taken. This, given the current circumstances, is an absolute key humanitarian imperative, and it is the moral duty of all responsible members of the international community. Furthermore, humanitarian considerations, the norms of international law, and the root causes of why the Palestinian question has not been settled, all things we've repeatedly and insistently stressed over recent years, of course, don't count for them. Mr. President, the number of injured and dead in Israel was, or dead and injured rather, was 1,400 and 3,900 respectively, and the number of victims in Palestine was more than 2,800 and 10,800 respectively. And today, these figures are even higher. As per UN reports, 450 children have died in Gaza, and some 750 are still under the rubble of the buildings destroyed during the airstrikes. More than 2 million inhabitants of Gaza still have no water, food, medical assistance, fuel, or electricity.
Like,
the only border crossing.
what do you do, man, if you're born? Can you imagine? This place, I know a lot of people are like, ah, well, they live there, deal with it. You know what I mean? A lot of these people are born there and they got a Palestinian passport, which ain't worth a shit to the rest of the world.
On the border with Egypt, the Rafah crossing once again is coming under missile fire and has not been opened up for civilian evacuations or the provision of humanitarian goods. De facto, the military blockade of Gaza has held hostage 1,000 Russian citizens and members of their families. Given this very worrying situation, the UN agencies, the WHO,
actually,
UNICEF,
how do they have a freaking fuel truck? Actually, what's in it? Is it actually a bunch of fuel? Where did that just come from? And they are all concerned about its situation, apparently, more than sick people.
FBA, with one voice, condemned the strike on the Al-Ahli hospital and called for a prompt active protection of civilians and medical infrastructure. Yesterday at the briefing on the situation in Gaza, the deputy head of OCHA, Joyce Misuya, noted that the number of victims of the current escalation in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict that has gone on for 11 days has already exceeded the number of victims that were killed during the hostilities in 2014. The path to that ceasefire took some 7 weeks. This cannot fail to horrify us. Humanitarian workers are dying. The number of people forced to leave their homes in Gaza is about 1 million people. The humanitarian blockade of the Palestinian enclave is pushing the entire population to the brink. The population that de facto, right before our eyes, are being sacrificed. Mr. President, we would urge the Israeli side to prioritize international humanitarian law, at the center of which is the lives of Palestinian citizens and critical emergency care and medical facilities. Humanitarian access should be provided without delay. We call for an immediate ceasefire and an opening of corridors to supply emergency humanitarian assistance to the affected areas of the Palestinian enclave and to evacuate civilians. An immediate cessation of violence against civilians as well, irrespective of where they live. In a number of Arab and European countries, there have been outbreaks of large-scale unrest, given the ongoing Israeli missile strikes. In this regard, we condemn the attacks on diplomatic missions in foreign countries, of foreign states. Mr. President, all that we're talking about just now is happening with the inaction of the Security Council, which is paralysed by the self-serving interests of some countries and with unilateral actions which not only have ended in complete failure but also have led to a widespread escalation of violence in the Middle East region. Mr. President, we are extremely concerned by the unprecedented scale of the humanitarian disaster in the Gaza Strip and the high risk of the conflict spillover. Assuming the UN Security Council is not able to come up with an appropriate response to these challenges, we will initiate the resumed 10th emergency special session of the UNGA on the protection of civilians in Palestine in order to have a comprehensive discussion of the situation regarding the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and ways to settle it. A letter on this for the President of the GA has already been written and it will be dispatched forthwith. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Je remercie le coordinateur spécial.
I thank Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland and Under Secretary General Martin Griffiths for their briefings. President. The airstrikes which hit the Anglican hospital in Gaza yesterday, claiming hundreds of lives and numerous injured amongst Palestinian civilians, is the reflection of the extreme brutality and gravity of the war between Israel and Hamas. Gabon firmly condemns these strikes, and the responsibility for these must be established. We recall also that health units and their personnel must be protected in all circumstances pursuant to international humanitarian law. Since the barbarous, unjustifiable and unacceptable attacks of Hamas upon Israel on the 7th of October, the indiscriminate deadly violence against civilians has reached unsustainable levels. My country recognizes Israel's right to legitimate defense, which must be exercised whilst upholding the principles of proportionality and distinction between combatants and civilians. 11 days since the outbreak of hostilities, scenes of war marked by indiscriminate shelling are suffused with horror, with dramatic consequences on civilians. The dead and injured are now counted in the thousands. Atrocities against women and children and destruction are all immeasurable. In addition to the cynicism of using human shields, in addition to the rejection of hostage-taking of women and children, we at the moment are seeing millions of people under siege in Gaza, without water, food, gas or electricity, with death as their only prospect. It is time to bring an end to this deadly cycle of violence and this unbearable human distress. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and for the opening of humanitarian corridors to assist civilian populations in need in Gaza. All parties must abide by their obligations pursuant to international humanitarian law and allow for immediate unhindered humanitarian access to those in need. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the humanitarian personnel who are carrying out their activities courageously in difficult, hostile conditions at risk of their lives. President, the conflagration of violence between Israel and Hamas is jeopardizing peace, security and stability in the region and beyond the epicenter. The international community must exhibit greater commitment to prevent and avoid other fronts or poles of violence in the region, which would make the situation still more intractable. Exchanges of fire between Israel and Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon are, in this regard, extremely worrisome. This Council must urgently act to prevent the situation from becoming bogged down, above and beyond strategic interests for each member, above and beyond the depth of emotions. We must, without delay, achieve de-escalation and halt the fighting. We must silence the guns. Diplomacy, dialogue and negotiation, which are at the heart of the United Nations, are the inescapable channels to achieve a solution which guarantees the rights and interests of the parties. And for Gabon, the two-state solution still has no credible alternative. Thank you.
Representative of Gabon for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to thank USG Griffith and Special Coordinator Westland for their briefings. I wish to particularly commend Special Coordinator Westland for his tireless efforts in actively engaging with all parties for the de-escalation of the conflict to prevent a humanitarian crisis. Together with UAE and the Russian Federation, China also requested this emergency meeting. The Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza was attacked, which claimed the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians. China is shocked by this heinous attack
Am I stealing something?
and strongly condemns it. The protection of civilians in
Yeah,
armed
Twitch got
conflict
suspended
is a
for
red line under international.
Twitch got suspended for 30 days, Mia, because I showed the hospital, and the hospital had gory stuff in it, which wasn't cool with it. So I have 30 days. If you want to come back, you can, but right now I gotta wait 30 days. Yeah, I probably did that to everybody. I can't even watch streams on that account and talk in chats. It's I'm completely locked out of it.
Humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian facilities such as hospitals and schools should not and must not be targeted in military operations. The indiscriminate use of force is not acceptable, and the safety of humanitarian.
Al Jazeera News was too gory for Twitch, I guess.
Medical workers must be guaranteed. We urge Israel to effectively fulfill its international humanitarian law obligations. Look around in Gaza right now. Tragedies like the one at Al Ahli Hospital are unfolding all the time. As a result of the total blockade imposed by Israel, the supply of water, electricity, and fuel in the Gaza Strip has been cut off. The basic supplies, such as food and medicine, are dwindling and urgently needed. Tens of thousands of Gazans have been forced to move south because of the emergency evacuation order issued by Israel, but have suffered from airstrikes in the south as well. From the north to the south, Gaza is full of frightened children and desperate mothers. Under the current circumstances, there's no time to lose in protecting the safety of civilians, carrying out humanitarian relief, and preventing a humanitarian crisis. We call on Israel to lift the full blockade of Gaza, rescind the emergency evacuation order, and stop the airstrikes around the Rafah crossing. We welcome the international community's efforts to open a humanitarian corridor and look forward to substantive progress in the relevant communications and arrangements as soon as possible. We appreciate the important role played by Egypt and other regional countries. Mr. President, development over the past few days have amply demonstrated that an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire must be the overriding priority. As long as the war continues, more violations of international humanitarian law are inevitable. Without a comprehensive ceasefire, any amount of humanitarian assistance will be a drop in the bucket. If the current fight in Gaza is allowed to drag on, the end result will not be a complete victory, military victory for any side, but rather most likely will be a catastrophe that will engulf the entire region, that will probably completely end the prospect for a two-side solution, plunging the Palestinian and Israeli peoples into a vicious cycle of hatred and confrontation.
Oh, he cares.
Arab countries
that's so sweet.
Have issued a strong call for an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire. The international community should heed this just call of Arab countries and the Palestinian people.
I guess I'm cynical.
We should unite all current diplomatic efforts towards this goal. China welcomes any initiative that is conducive to easing the humanitarian crisis and reducing the suffering of civilians, and supports all efforts aimed at de-escalating the conflict and restoring peace. We hope that all parties concerned will maintain impartiality, actively leveraging their influence on the parties concerned to promote calm and restraint and work for the cessation of hostilities as soon as possible. Under the current circumstances, all diplomatic efforts should work to send a unified signal. First, there are no winners in wars. Violence for violence can only lead to more serious crises. There must be an immediate ceasefire, abundant military means, and return to the track of dialogue and negotiation. Second, any violence and attacks against civilians should be rejected. Both the Palestinians and the Israelis have the right to be free from fear, and their security should be equally protected. Third, international humanitarian law must be followed. The basic needs of the people of Gaza must be ensured. The humanitarian corridor must be opened immediately, and the hostages must be released. Fourth, the fundamental solution to the Palestinian-Israeli question lies in the implementation of the two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions and other international consensus to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement so that Palestine and Israel can live side by side in peace. Mr. President, the Security Council bears the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security in the face of the continuing spread of conflict and the increasingly imminent humanitarian disaster. The Security Council has no reason to remain silent and no excuse to delay further. China does not agree with the claim that the Security Council actions will interfere with ongoing diplomatic efforts. Though the draft resolutions proposed by both Russia and Brazil have not been adopted, the Security Council cannot stop at this. China expects all members of the Security Council to face up to their responsibilities under the Charter, respond to the expectations of the Palestinians and the Israeli peoples and of the international community, move forward in unity and build consensus and make binding decisions on the current crisis situation. Decisions that will stand the test of history and conscience. China has been making efforts all along. We will continue to work with the international community to play a constructive role for the ceasefire and the cessation of hostilities, the protection of civilians, and the prevention of further humanitarian crisis in order to realize a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the question of Palestine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we have listened carefully to the sobering briefing by Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland and USG Marty Griffiths. We remain deeply concerned by the unfolding developments in the Gaza Strip and Israel. At the outset, whilst reiterating our strong condemnation of the present hostilities initiated by the Hamas militia on the 7th of October 2023, we are profoundly distressed by the attack on the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza that was also sheltering civilians at the time it was hit. We condemn the attack, which adds to the growing frustration and human tragedy of this conflict, and we call for a full and transparent investigation of the incident and the establishment of accountability. Since 7th October, the world has witnessed unimaginable horror in southern Israel and in the Gaza Strip. Many lives have been lost and many more will be lost if the fighting does not stop. We deeply regret the high civilian cost arising out of the present hostilities and express our solidarity and sympathies to all the families who have lost loved ones to the violence in both Israel and Palestine. Mr. President, Ghana believes that as a council and at this time, our foremost responsibility alongside that of the wider international community should be saving lives, all lives. In this regard, we call on Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release all hostages and concurrently urge both sides to halt the firing of rockets and missiles. We further urge Israel to restore essential services such as electricity and water supply to Gaza and permit humanitarian access of food and medicines to the vulnerable populations in Gaza. We note the efforts of the United Nations and other humanitarian partners committed to operating in the unfolding difficult circumstances and urge funding for the emerging humanitarian needs and for the flash appeal. In making these calls, however, we do not ignore the dictates of international law and the charter of this organization, including relevant resolutions which affirm the right of guaranteed territorial inviolability for the states in the region, including Israel, as well as their right to self-defense, nor deny the necessity of accountability for those most responsible for the egregious, horrific, and heinous incidents committed since Hamas initiated its attacks against Israel on 7th October. For many member states reborn into modern statehood in the last century, we cannot cease to underscore the importance of respect and adherence to the established principles of international law and international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian objects must be protected at all times, and international law, which has been instrumental in the achievement of our respective statehoods, must be upheld by all living in conflict to protect innocent lives, to safeguard security, and facilitate the aspirations for statehood. The deterioration of the security situation and the upward spiral of the violence poses the risk of a further spread and a danger to international peace and security. We therefore strongly urge a stop to the fighting, accompanied by the exercise of maximum restraints in good faith by all sides, to enable mediation to play its role in releasing the hostages and addressing all immediate concerns, including the growing humanitarian needs of the civilian population in Gaza. We must all make every effort to reverse the downward spiral and provide a horizon of hope for the people of the two nations. I conclude by reiterating Ghana's enduring commitment of support for achieving durable peace between Israel and Palestine. We believe that reinvigorating the Middle East peace process presents the most viable path for the international community to end the cycle of violence. The vision of a region where Israel and Palestine live side by side within secure and recognized borders should not be diminished even in this darkest of hours. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you very much for having convened this emergency meeting. I would also like to thank the Under-Secretary General, Mr. Martin Griffiths, and Special Coordinator Tor Vennesland for their very sincere descriptions of a very, very bleak situation. I'd like to thank them and in particular their teams for their efforts, their work, their courage in the most difficult of circumstances. I would like to express my condolences to the families of the victims of those humanitarian workers who have died. As early as the 7th of October, Switzerland very strongly condemned the acts of terror, the indiscriminate attacks and hostage-taking perpetrated by Hamas against the Israeli population. We call for all, that is, all hostages held in Gaza to be treated humanely and released immediately, and our thoughts are with them. Switzerland joins the Secretary-General also in unequivocally condemning yesterday's strikes, in particular the one that, according to the United Nations, left hundreds dead and dozens injured at the Al-Ahli Anglican Hospital. We extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims. This incident must be thoroughly investigated so that the facts can be clarified. Mr. President, we can but repeat it over and over again. The civilian population and civilian objects must be respected and protected. International humanitarian law also requires that hospitals, clinics, and the people who are treated there, as well as the medical staff who work there, be protected. The same applies to UNRWA schools, which are civilian facilities of the UN. At the same time, the humanitarian situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate rapidly. Water and power cuts are causing a serious health crisis. Nearly 1 million Gazans have had to flee their homes to take refuge in the south. The Gaza Strip is under complete siege. UNRWA schools act as vital shelters for the 400,000 displaced persons, many of them children. The capacity of these schools, as well as those of the hospitals, has been exceeded. All parties must allow the safe, rapid and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid. We urge them to immediately observe pauses in hostilities and, as the Secretary-General has called for, a humanitarian ceasefire. Mr. President, as we repeated after the vote this morning, all parties must exercise the utmost restraint in the conduct of hostilities. They must respect international humanitarian law, in particular the principles of distinction, proportionality and precaution, and human rights. All possible measures must be taken to avoid the impact of hostilities on the civilian population and civilians. As international humanitarian law takes account of legitimate security and military necessity, all its rules must be respected without exception. We stress the need to investigate all violations of international law so that the perpetrators can be brought to justice. The respect for international humanitarian law can also curb a spiral of violence that could ignite the entire region. Mr. President, Switzerland underlines the importance of the good offices of the United Nations in this crisis. We'd like to thank them. We welcome the Secretary General's visit to Egypt and the region, as Under Secretary General Martin Griffiths and UNRWA Commissioner General, Philip Lazzarini said yesterday in a joint statement, and I quote, "Humanity must prevail in Gaza. Humanity must prevail everywhere. De-escalation must remain the priority. As members of the Security Council, we must redouble our efforts to contribute to this and exert our influence on the parties, individually and collectively, to do the same." Thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Señor Presidente.
President, we are grateful to the briefings of this morning and for convening this emergency meeting in the face of tragic news which exacerbates the escalation of violence which began on the 7th of October. I wish to express our deep sadness and condemnation in the strongest terms of the death of hundreds of civilians in the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza. Hospitals cannot be the target of attacks in any circumstances or for any pretext. There is no justification at all for what happened yesterday. Likewise, we deplore the deaths of UNRWA personnel, teachers, doctors, engineers, psychologists and support staff. Humanitarian assistance staff must always be protected. President, since this is the first time I will be referring to this publicly, above and beyond the explanations which we provided this morning with regard to the vote, I wish to reiterate our absolute unequivocal condemnation of the unjustifiable terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas. We also express our condolences to the families of the victims of these heinous acts and our solidarity with the people of Israel and other countries whose citizens were affected, including Latin American citizens. We demand that hostages taken by Hamas be released immediately and unconditionally. There is no possible justification of any kind for attacks against innocent civilians, and this is still worse if they are being used as human shields. Hamas's terrorist attacks do not represent the Palestinian people. They do not represent the Palestinian people, nor their inalienable right to self-determination, nor their legitimate aspirations to live in security, liberty, justice, opportunities, and dignity. At this time, painful and unacceptable deaths of innocent civilians are still happening, including women and children in Palestine. We reiterate our solidarity with their families and the peoples. We recognize Israel's right to defend its people, its population, and we recall that by exercising legitimate defense at all times, the principles of international humanitarian law must be upheld, as well as necessity, proportionality, distinction, and humanity. There can be no justification, President, for causing death and pain amongst innocent civilians. So all efforts must be deployed to avoid affecting civilians in this way. We therefore support the call by the Secretary General to allow for rapid, unimpeded humanitarian access for vital products to Gaza, such as water, food and fuel. We recognize those who are making efforts to ensure that this is possible. Failing to achieve this would lead to an even greater tragedy. In this regard, we call upon all actors to exhibit restraint to avoid exacerbating tensions and prevent an expansion of violence to other zones. As my delegation has said on numerous occasions, the only way to end this conflict is through a negotiated definitive and just solution for the parties, with the two-state solution, Palestine and Israel, upon the basis of 1967 borders and the relevant resolutions. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
President, I thank Mr. Griffiths and Mr. Wennesland for their briefings. The situation in Gaza and the region is getting worse since the terrorist attack against Israel by Hamas on the 7th of October. It is regrettable that the Security Council was unable today, 11 days since the attack, to react and to act. It would have been high time for this Council to call for sparing the lives of all civilians. France condemns in the strongest terms the strike against the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City, which claimed a large number of Palestinian civilian victims. Nothing can justify a strike upon a hospital, and full light must be shed on this. It would have been high time for this Council to unambiguously condemn the Hamas's terrorist attack against Israel. Through the President of the Republic, France did that on the very day, by assuring Israel of our solidarity. It is for these reasons that France voted in favour of the resolution put to the vote today by Brazil. This draft unambiguously condemned acts of violence and terrorism against civilians and called for the urgent opening of humanitarian access to Gaza. Civilians who wish to be able to leave must be able to do so, and Hamas must not prevent them from this. France thanks Brazil for its initiative and its coordinating role. President, Israelis and Palestinians deserve to live in peace and security. I wish to recall France's unwavering solidarity with Israel in these testing times and our deepest condolences to all those families who have lost loved ones, including a significant number of French nationals. France reiterates its unswerving attachment to Israel's security and recalls Israel's right to defend itself whilst fully upholding international humanitarian law and preserving civilian populations in the face of the cowardly terrorist attacks targeting them. France also recalls that international humanitarian law is an obligation for everyone. The protection of civilian populations must be ensured. Humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip must be open without delay, and this means that the security of civilians must be fully guaranteed by humanitarian pauses. With this resolution, the Security Council could have recalled the urgent obligation to allow for the provision of vital supplies to the population of Gaza: water, food, electricity, fuel, medicines. The Council could have called for safe, unhindered access for United Nations and ICRC humanitarian workers to Gaza. With our partners, France is taking every measure to support the United Nations humanitarian operations in Gaza. We call upon members of this Council to do the same. In the face of the humanitarian emergency, France has mobilized 10 million euros of supplementary humanitarian aid for the population of Gaza, which will in particular finance actions by United Nations agencies such as UNRWA and the World Food Programme, as well as humanitarian NGOs. President, only a resumption of dialogue will allow for an end to the relentless violence. The emergency is a humanitarian one, but it is also a diplomatic one. We must do our utmost to avoid a regional conflagration. Those protagonists who could benefit from the situation must abstain from joining the conflict. President, the events of recent days confirm the fact, although it was hardly necessary to do so, that a political resolution to the Israeli conflict is urgent. The conditions for lasting peace are well known. They are indispensable guarantees for the security of Israel and a state for the Palestinians. The legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people and the security of Israel are an indissociable whole. This is a line which France has always defended and will continue to follow. We must collectively mobilize in order to achieve this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Special Coordinator Tor Wensland and USG Griffiths for their updates. The past 2 weeks have been painful, tumultuous, and devastating. The situation in the Middle East is at a dangerous point where the risk of escalation is extremely high. We unequivocally condemn the terror attacks by Hamas and other Palestinian militants in Israel on October the 7th, where more than 1,300 were killed, 3,600 wounded, and nearly 200 taken hostage, overwhelmingly civilians. Japan demands the immediate release of the hostages without conditions. We are particularly appalled by the destruction of Al-Ahli Arab Hospital yesterday, where hundreds died. We feel strong indignation at the tremendous damage and harm done to innocent civilians. Attacks against hospitals or civilians cannot be justified on any grounds. Japan expresses its heartfelt sympathy to the victims and injured and others, and offers its condolences to the bereaved families. It is vital that humanitarian aid reach the people of Gaza. Humanitarian corridors must be established so humanitarian actors can safely deliver food, water, fuel, and medicine to the population. We echo the Secretary General's call on Israel to ensure rapid and unimpeded access for humanitarian aid to reach those relying on this assistance for their survival. The risk of spillover, both regionally and globally, is real. We must choose a path that will bring us closer to peace, security, and stability. And in this vein, Japan welcomes President Biden's visit to Israel, as well as engagement by other players, including Secretary General and UN agencies, that could urgently address the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. We also encourage regional and other players to continue their efforts in negotiating the release of the hostages. For our part, Japan is engaging with other Council members to find common ground and take actions toward alleviating the plight of people in Gaza and preventing further escalation. Whatever the position of respective member states toward the peace process in the Middle East, one thing remains clear. No one wants to witness further loss of lives of the innocent. We must act without further delay. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I'd like to start by thanking Under-Secretary General Griffiths and Special Coordinator Wennesland for their sobering briefings. And through you, may I also thank your teams who are working tirelessly in the region, including in the face of considerable personal risk. And again, we extend our condolences to those who have lost their lives. President, the UK is shocked and deeply saddened by the destruction and the hundreds of lives that were lost and people who were killed at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza yesterday evening. This is a devastating loss of life, and our thoughts and prayers are with those who were impacted. The UK is working intensively to establish the facts. But fundamentally, hospitals are protected under international law and should not be targeted. President, as I've said, Israel has the right under the UN Charter to defend itself against Hamas' appalling terror attacks. We have also emphasised that every feasible precaution must be taken to minimise harm to civilians, and we continue to call for immediate, unimpeded humanitarian access to enable essential aid, water, food and medicines to reach civilians. Israel has itself acknowledged that it must act in accordance with international humanitarian law. President, the UK is clear that Hamas does not speak for the Palestinian people. Humanitarian support and access must be maintained into Gaza. To support that effort, we have announced a further £10 million in UK humanitarian support. And we call for the opening of the Rafah crossing and guarantees of security for any foreign nationals who wish to cross, as well as for vital humanitarian aid entering. President, we're also clear that we must avoid further escalation of any conflict in the region. That is why the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have been working urgently to engage Israeli, Palestinian and regional leaders. President, the UK will continue to work with partners in the international community to break the cycle of violence across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories and work towards the peace and security of Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Special Coordinator Westland and USG Griffiths for their sobering briefings. The Middle East is in danger, one that we have not witnessed for decades. The dire humanitarian situation, as we heard, needs no explanation. The world is still in shock by the heinous and indefensible terrorist attack of Hamas and its consequences, including some 200 hostages. Given the brutality of attacks everyone has witnessed, there is reason to believe that the innocent people abducted, if still alive, are kept somewhere in Gaza under conditions hard to imagine and describe. We strongly condemn such acts and reiterate our call for their immediate and unconditional release. Albania strongly condemns the terrorist attacks of Hamas and reiterates the call for a global condemnation of terror anywhere, by anyone, anytime. Terror cannot be justified. It cannot be excused. It should not be condoned, it should not be applauded, and it should not be glorified. It must only be condemned, and by all, it must be fought. It must be eradicated. We have said it many, many times. Violence breeds violence. But let's not forget, Hamas is not only harming Israelis, it is harming in the very same way innocent Palestinians. Hamas is responsible for what is happening in Gaza. It wants and works to destroy Israel, but by doing so, it's also destroying the future of Palestine, and it's shattering the dreams of Palestinians for self-determination, obstructing the hopes of Palestinian statehood that Palestinian people deserve and that the international community rightly supports. Albania has always stood by any state to defend themselves, and in this case, it supports the right of Israel for self-defense and its legitimate right to provide security for its people in a proportional manner, in line with the principles of the UN Charter, while taking every precaution not to harm innocent civilians. Mr. President, the war against terror should not harm civilians. The innocent people in Gaza are fully entitled to care and protection. Human lives have the same value, be they Israeli or Palestinian. They both deserve to live in peace and security. The explosion of the hospital in Gaza is a tragedy. We extend our condolences to all those affected, and we mourn the patients, medical staff and other innocent killed or wounded in this tragedy. Nothing can justify striking a hospital, and nothing can justify targeting civilians. Everything must be done to allow the humanitarian assistance to reach everyone in need. We call for the opening of humanitarian routes and the assistance to flow unhindered for anyone in need. Colleagues, as in every conflict, in the absence of independently verified facts, guilt shifts sides, amplified nowadays like never before by social media. We must stick to facts, not judged by emotions. Therefore, all the light must be shed on the hospital attack. Facts have to be established and perpetrators must be held to account. Colleagues, in less than 2 weeks, thousands of Israelis and Palestinians have been killed. Innocent people are taken hostage. Thousands of rockets have been launched indiscriminately in Israel, and Gaza is being destroyed. Peace and security in the entire Middle East are under threat, and the risk of larger conflagration is real. Words of peace and calls for calm and reason may not be heard because of the noise of the war. But we should never, ever resign from efforts to bring the peace process back on track whenever this is possible. The regional and international actors must continue their efforts in order to respond quickly and wisely to the new reality and avoid the crisis spillover in the region and beyond. For us, there is no alternative. There can be no other possible solution than the one we have always supported and embraced. Two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, for two people, Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace, security, and dignity. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President, for convening this emergency session. I also thank Special Coordinator Wennesland and USG Griffiths for the sobering briefings. All words will fall short as describing the horror that befell the Ali Baptist Hospital and the people of Gaza yesterday. One missile strike ended the lives of hundreds of people, all of whom were already acutely vulnerable. Malta condemns this action in the harshest terms. It tragically illustrates that there are no safe zones in Gaza. The Gazan population has nowhere to go. Many women and children, believing hospitals to be sanctuaries, have sought refuge within their confines, trusting in their status as protected spaces. While we recall the terror perpetrated by Hamas, as we speak, countless civilians in Gaza are devoid of basic amenities like running water or electricity. There is growing concern of dehydration and waterborne diseases, given the collapse of water and sanitation services. People are turning to UNRWA schools and hospitals throughout the area, seeking assurances of safety. It is imperative that this safety is assured. Safe zones must be immediately established and respected by all parties. The scale of the tragedy unfolding is a direct result of the chaos and devastation that permeates a conflict when international rules and norms are trampled upon. It is the international community's responsibility to make sure that these rules that are enshrined in international law guide our way forward. We stress that those with influence over the parties must underline the importance of respecting international humanitarian law. In this regard, Malta urges for an immediate humanitarian pause to take place. Humanitarian corridors also desperately need to be established to ensure that millions of civilians in Gaza are met with core necessities, including water, food, and medicine. It is an obligation of all parties to conflict to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Parties must ensure that UN, ICRC, and humanitarian personnel are heeded full protection in their priceless work. We are distressed to learn that since 7th October, several aid workers have lost their lives to this war. We call for the establishment of an effective humanitarian notification system to be established in Gaza to protect civilians and aid workers alike. We cannot fail to underline the heroic work being undertaken by UNRWA. The agency operates in highly dangerous situations, going over and above their operational capacity. Malta condemns the deadly attack on an UNRWA school in Al-Maghzi, which also took place yesterday. Malta will be doubling its contribution to UNRWA. And we call for donors to step up their contributions, as many have done already. President, Malta is gravely alarmed at the growing risks of regional escalation due to this unprecedented war. It is critical that we prevent a regional spillover which would destabilize the entire region. We are concerned at the upsurge of violence in the West Bank, where over 60 Palestinians, including 16 children, have also been killed since 7 October. Dangerous skirmishes along the blue line between Lebanon and Israel are also deeply worrying and need to cease immediately. We call for all parties to exercise the utmost restraint and commit to a full de-escalation to avoid further human suffering and devastation. In the midst of this dark period, it is our responsibility to remain determined in ensuring that a just and comprehensive resolution to the Middle East conflict encapsulates all our efforts moving forward. We remain firm in our belief that this can only be achieved through a just and comprehensive resolution based on a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states, living side by side in peace and security, in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. It is crucial for the Israeli and Palestinian peoples and for our shared humanity. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Special Coordinator Winsland and Undersecretary General Griffiths, for your sobering briefings. Colleagues, President Biden just spoke to these issues in Israel, and he has made clear the United States is outraged and saddened by the explosion at the El Ali Hospital in Gaza. We mourn this terrible loss of life. We mourn all the innocent civilians killed or wounded in this tragedy. Today, all of our hearts are heavy. My heart is heavy, and it is with the victims and the victims' loved ones. I cannot imagine the pain, the grief, the anguish they are going through. Last night, President Biden directed his national security team to continue gathering information about what exactly happened. While we continue to collect information, our current assessment, based on analysis of overhead imagery, intercepts, and open source information, is that Israel is not responsible for the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. Colleagues, the President has made clear, as I have in this Council, that we stand unequivocally for the protection of civilian life during conflict, unequivocally, in this conflict and in any conflict. We have communicated at the highest levels that every step must be taken to protect civilian lives. Every step. In the face of this horrific tragedy, we stand with Palestinians in Gaza who are suffering through no fault of their own.
Really care about the civilian
Let us
lives,
not lose sight of the fact
let's be real,
that Hamas bears responsibility for this war. By slaughtering Israeli civilians and continuing to attack Israel, Hamas has wrought misery and destruction on Palestinians and the region, and it has done so for decades. Colleagues, as you know, Secretary General Guterres is on his way to the region, and President Biden and Secretary Blinken are on the ground and are deeply engaged on this issue. Just today, President Biden announced that the United States is providing $100 million in humanitarian assistance for Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank.
What?
This money will support over 1 million displaced and conflict-affected Palestinians. Colleagues, the United States will continue to work closely with the Israeli government, other countries in the region, the United Nations, and other partners to minimize the risk of civilian
executive
casualties.
order. What just happened?
The loss of any innocent life is heartbreaking and unacceptable, and we must all do everything possible to protect.
This is what I'm talking about, dude. We're giving both sides money to fund their war, because if we're giving them $100 million for food, Guess what? Now they have $100 million to spend on missiles instead, or rockets. I mean, because they're not missiles. They're not. They don't have any guidance system, and they're solid state fuel.
Civilians.
I'm a weapons expert. Get over it.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. Then I'll give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Paying both
Mr.
sides.
President, Mozambique thanks the Russia and the United Arab Emirates for
Dude,
convening
we're
this
fucking
meeting.
paying them. We're paying for the missile. We're paying for the rockets that they're shooting that we have to shoot down with our missiles, and it's very expensive overall. Doing it both ways. It's like we have two sports teams and we're paying to train both of them and keep them like fit and ready to go back in there, boy. Smash them on the ass, and we just sit back and watch it. Rich people watch it, and they're all turned on by it.
We also appreciate your readiness to schedule it. We thank both Mr. Tor Wensley, Special Coordinator for Middle East Peace Process, and Mr. Martin Griffiths, Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, for their briefings on the latest developments in the region, particularly in Gaza Strip, and we convey our profound appreciation and solidarity for their dedication in these difficult moments. Mr. President, in just 11 days, the conflict between Israel and Hamas has caused significant damage to public infrastructure, including hospitals and schools, and has resulted in the displacement of thousands of people. We could not be more than horrified by the airstrike on the hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday night, where hundreds of people are reportedly killed and thousands of civilians were reportedly sheltering. Furthermore, attacks to those who have the responsibility to take care of others, such as medical personnel, is a flagrant violation of the international
He's doing pretty good.
International humanitarian law, and it can be perceived as war crimes. Needless to say that the situation has been further exacerbated by Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip, leading to a shortage of basic necessities such as food, water, medical supplies, just to mention
can't the
few.
fucking Muslim countries
We
give...
condemn the attacks.
You know what I mean? Hold on. You know what I'm saying? we you know me? We'd have to look through it first. We'd have to fucking look through everything, the whole goddamn. We'd have to go through that thing like a fine-tooth comb to make sure they're not giving them other shit in the shipment. But other like countries like Iran could be shipping them food, and we had to sift it. We had to put through a ginormous sifter first to make sure there's no grenades in it and shit. X-ray machine or something. I don't know. Figure it out. But they should be paying for their own people. They care about them so fucking much. Right.
To the civilian population, mainly children,
not just giving
women,
them missiles,
and the elderly who suffer the most from the atrocities and grave effects of this war.
Eventually they might give them missiles, though.
In this regard, we reiterate our call loudly and clearly to the parties to de-escalate the tension, stop the bloodshed, halt the attacks, and stop the human suffering in the occupied territories in Gaza Strip. We should ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches desperate citizens immediately and unconditionally. As it is being described, the humanitarian situation is indeed dire, and it is reaching unprecedented levels of alarm. We fear that the humanitarian catastrophe will continue to unfold in Gaza. We therefore call on the international community to ensure respect for the fundamentals of international law and the protection of civilians. Mr. President, we all know that the Israel-Palestinian conflict has been ongoing for decades, and it is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach to resolve. In fact, there have been many grassroots peace-building efforts between Israelis and Palestinians which have shown promise in fostering peaceful coexistence. It is therefore our firm belief that Israel and Palestine can only resolve their difference through peace and dialogue. We hold the view that peace is always possible if the conflicting parties are genuinely willing to follow the path of justice and tolerance. Concurrently, we resolutely reiterate our appeal to the members of this Council to redouble their role of influence toward a sustainable solution to the Palestinian situation in full compliance with the relevant resolutions, decisions, and other instruments of the United Nations. To conclude, Mr. President, we urge the parties to pursue the path of dialogue and constructively together towards a lasting peace, respecting the rights of self-determination of the Palestinian people and the two-state solution in accordance with the Security Council resolutions 242 and 2334 of 2016.
Guys, you better listen to this guy. He might know what he's talking about.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd also like to thank our briefers, Martin and Tor, for their invaluable remarks and insights today, and to thank them for all the fantastic work they are doing in very difficult circumstances. This morning's explanation of vote of the United Arab Emirates outlined our overall position on the matter in front of us. But in this briefing, which we called for with China and the Russian Federation, we really just wanted to focus concretely on the humanitarian situation, which is getting worse by the day. Because for nearly 2 weeks we have borne witness to the relentless and indiscriminate bombardment of Gaza following the heinous attack on Israel on the 7th of October. In Gaza, as a result, 1 million people are now displaced and more than 500,000 people are sheltering in UN facilities, and the UN system is not equipped for this response. There are reports of bombs being dropped on UN schools and buildings where people are running to seeking safety. And as USG Undersecretary General Martin made clear in his statement, the humanitarian situation on the ground is now catastrophic. The evacuation order for over 1 million people to try to move to safety is, in these circumstances, an impossible demand that fails to comply with international law. And yesterday, the situation got worse. The world watched the unthinkable happen, an attack targeted against the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital, resulting in the death of more than 500 people. There's no ambiguity under international law in providing care to the wounded and sick. Hospitals and medical personnel must at all times be protected, and they must never, never be the target of an attack. Nothing can justify yesterday's attack, and we condemn it and call for an impartial and independent and transparent investigation into this tragedy, and for those responsible to be held accountable. Gaza has been under siege for 10 days, during which a stranglehold has been placed around the necks of the civilians there. The descriptions of the humanitarian situation on the ground from both Martin and Tor give us a sense of what hell on earth might look like. The steps that need to be taken are clear and practical. This morning, the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, discussed some of those steps with the United Nations Secretary General. We need an immediate cessation of hostilities, as called for in the resolution that failed to be adopted today. We need the unconditional release of all hostages being held, and their humane treatment. This must happen now. We need safe and unhindered access for all humanitarian aid workers, including medical aid, food, water and fuel, and humanitarian workers. I'm sure many of you are disturbed by the images of civilians in Gaza boiling toilet water to give to their families. The reconnection of electricity, water and telecommunications must happen, and the protection of all civilians must be our priority. At Egypt's border with Gaza, life-saving humanitarian aid is piling up. The United Arab Emirates has opened an air bridge to transport the much-needed supplies, but without firm guarantees from all the parties that the trucks and civilians gathering to receive aid will not be targeted, they remain out of the hands of those who so desperately need them. The UAE's government has announced an additional $70 million in aid for Gaza. These protections must be put into place. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is deteriorating by the hour, and we must be under no illusions. We are staring into the abyss, not only in Gaza, but of what is now a widening regional conflagration. So we call today for a regional and international focus of this Council, of the international community, as well as renewed efforts around securing the de-escalation and cessation of hostilities on the ground. We really appreciate the diplomatic efforts of Egypt in this regard, as well as of the United States. In particular, Egypt's efforts to ensure safe humanitarian access in Gaza through the Rafah crossing and their convening of a summit of world leaders to address the deteriorating situation. We hope that today's announcement by the United States and by President Biden that Israel has agreed to allow humanitarian access via Rafah will result in the rapid and safe delivery of aid. There is no time to waste. Leaders across the region and the international community should focus all possible efforts to secure a cessation of hostilities. And as Tor said, the only way we can end these cycles of conflict is to rededicate all efforts towards a long-term political solution. The past 10 days cannot be undone, but our future remains before us to determine. How we act now to preserve our shared humanity, ensure respect for international humanitarian law, and alleviate the dire suffering of the people of Gaza will determine that course. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Brazil. I thank our dear briefers for their comments and commend them for their extraordinary work in a very difficult situation. I also ask them to please convey our thanks to their people on the ground. Brazil is appalled by the catastrophic strike on the Al-Ahli Arab hospital in Gaza City that killed hundreds of civilians. It is simply abominable. Hospitals and medical personnel are and must be effectively protected under international humanitarian law. Yesterday's attack shows again that the civilians are the ones paying the ultimate price for this conflict. We stand in solidarity with the grieving families of the victims and offer our deepest condolences. Brazil unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks and hostage taken by Hamas in Israel on October 7th. Acts of terrorism are unjustifiable regardless of their motivation, whenever and by whomever they are committed. We all call in the strongest terms for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and demand their safety, well-being, and humane treatment in accordance with international law. Any military response to terrorist acts or acts of aggression must be conducted strictly in accordance with the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law. The presence among the civilian population of individuals who may not qualify as civilians under international humanitarian law does not deprive the broader population of its civilian status. In addition to hospitals, airstrikes and the reckless use of heavy weapons such as missiles and shelling have also hit schools such as the UNRWA facility in Al-Maghazi refugee camp, resulting in tragic loss of life. The targeted UNRWA school had sheltered at least 4,000 people since October the 7th. This is unacceptable. Brazil urges the protection of civilians, humanitarian workers, including UN staff and assets and health facilities. We also condemn actions and decisions that have deprived the civilian population of Gaza of essential means of survival in violation of international humanitarian law. We urge the cessation of actions that result in the forcible transfer of civilians and actions that are inconsistent with international law. The imposition of such measures, particularly in conflict zones, only exacerbates the humanitarian crisis and further endangers lives, and it will fuel the conflict even more. The immediate objective is clear and urgent: to prevent further bloodshed and loss of life, and to try to ensure urgent and unimpeded humanitarian access to the affected areas. A humanitarian pause is urgent. Efforts should aim at a cessation of hostilities that would help to ensure the protection of civilians both in Israel and Palestine. To save succeeding generations from the scourge of war are among the very first words of the United Nations Charter, and these words were the primary motivation for the creation of the United Nations. How the United Nations, and the Security Council in particular, deals with the current humanitarian catastrophe will say a great deal about the future of the United Nations and multilateralism as a whole. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, there is no right to commit massacres in international law. Israel is perpetrating massacres in Gaza every single day. For over 10 days now, you have witnessed it killing entire families, bomb shelters, schools, hospitals, residential buildings, convoys. You have heard it telling people to head south of Gaza and then bomb the south. You have heard and seen it telling people they had a choice between forced displacement and death, and then subject them to both. It is beyond belief that some still speak of a right to self-defense of an occupying power that has made clear it is seeking blind vengeance, forced transfer, and annihilation of our people. You will all say civilian lives should be protected, and yet some of you, until now, continue being unable to call for a stop to the assault, to call for an immediate ceasefire. Those who cannot or will not call for a ceasefire will lose any credibility, any authority, and share some of the responsibility for the devastation that is occurring now. And what will occur next? And no one should want to be seen as complicit in these mass killings or their continuation. Had this council called for a ceasefire 2 days ago and acted accordingly, it would have saved hundreds of lives. Maybe, for some, saving hundreds of Palestinian lives is not such an important objective to pursue. But are you sure that Palestinian lives are the only ones you would be saving if you act? We told this council months ago, act to save lives, all lives. You did not hear us then. Don't make the same mistake now. Mr. President, people are being killed as we speak. A humanitarian catastrophe of unprecedented proportion is unfolding in Gaza, live on TV screens. And we heard what Mr. Griffith said. A political disaster is underway, and yet the Security Council of the United Nations is unable to say the only thing that truly matters. Stop the bloodshed. I repeat, stop the bloodshed. For those who think they can avert a humanitarian catastrophe and a regional spillover while Israel continues bombing and killing Palestinians, think again. The region is united in telling you it is not possible. Listen to them. The only way to prevent both is to stop this criminal aggression against our people. Mr. President, there is no speech, no legal contortion, no political cover that can clear Israel of its responsibility for the Palestinian civilians it is killing. For 75 years now, Israel has explained, brazenly justified, how it had to dispossess us, how it had to occupy our land, how it had to kill our people, all in full impunity. Killing more Palestinians will never make Israel more secure. 75 years of experience should have been proof enough for those who want to learn. There is no logic in this world, no moral in this world, and no law in this world that can justify the killing of a people. Innocent children, women and men, as a pretext to make another one secure. The whole world is watching. They're watching us. The events of the last 10 days may shape the next 10 years in our region and beyond. What happens next is decisive. If anyone thinks this is a situation under control for which you can plan and implement, they are making false and irresponsible assumptions. This is the kind of war where you know how it starts and have no clue how it ends. Until now, it can be stopped. And it should be stopped immediately. Any further delay is a risk no one should take. The Council should have met today to heed the call of the Secretary General, of religious leaders around the world, including the Pope, of the Arab states, of the Muslim countries, of the Global South, of the overwhelming number of states around the world, of billions of people, including the millions who marched in your streets. Stop the bloodshed, stop it now. Stop the bloodshed, stop it now. Listen to them. But it has not heeded these calls. It has not upheld international law unequivocally, equally, and responsibly. And in the next few hours, more Palestinians will be killed. Tensions in the region will rise to new dangerous levels. Anger and resentment will explode. Each one of us will be asked what we did when all of this was happening. All will be asked what they did to prevent what will happen next. The Council's failure to shoulder its responsibilities after 10 days of Israeli massacres against the Palestinian people, and after the killing of hundreds of people gathered in a hospital to find shelter and care, will mark public opinions in our region and the world for a very long time, and affect belief in the protections of the law for all people, as well as their perceptions and reactions. This was not a moment to foster more despair and more impunity. This was not a moment to make the same mistakes that got us here in the first place. Finally, Israel does not deny that it killed entire families, infants, children, their parents, uncles and aunts and cousins, their grandparents, with sometimes up to 45 members of the same family being slaughtered. It has done so repeatedly through the years and is doing it again this time in the Gaza Strip. It has now killed 3,500 Palestinians, almost all civilians, including more than 1,000 children. It admitted it was killing all of them, but urged it could not do otherwise. Their deaths were not its fault, even though it killed them. But the hospital massacre had such an impact on global public opinion that it had to change tactics and change its original story into a new one. So Israel will deny responsibility for the massacre in the Baptist Hospital Al-Ahli, just as it made every effort to deny its responsibility in the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh and Muhammad al-Durra, and in the many massacres it had perpetrated over the decades, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. It will blame the Palestinians for their own death, as it has always done, and it will attempt to present evidence to that effect to this council. Remember, the last time somebody presented evidence in this chamber to justify war. Do you remember that? Somebody came with technological devices and pictures and what have you to convince you of evidence. Remember the last time somebody presented evidence in this chamber to justify war. I am sure the council, the media, and the world will not be fooled by such theater again. These are serious times. They require serious and responsible leadership, one this council has failed to provide. Some members here are losing an opportunity to change our region for the better. Whatever their calculations, they are wrong. May they change course before it is too late. Reality on the ground will overtake any plans you may have. Shaping it or enduring it is a decision that needs to be made now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished council members. What is going on here? I'm truly shocked. I'm horrified. I truly don't understand what is going on here. The most barbaric and wide-scale terror attack in decades, bigger than 9/11, was perpetrated 11 days ago, and it seems like this council has already forgotten. The pictures and footage from the October 7th pogrom are seared into my brain, in every Israeli's brain, forever. But it seems that I must remind some of you of what happened. Thousands of barbaric Hamas Nazis invaded Israel and brutally murdered 1,400 innocent Israelis as they slept, celebrated, hugged their families in fear, and cried for mercy. Some were raped, others beheaded, and some were burned alive while bound and gagged. Many were children, and hundreds were young people at a music festival. There were many paramedics, talking about medical teams, there were many paramedics who were murdered on their way to treat the wounded, mothers who watched as their babies were slaughtered, and elderly Holocaust survivors who endured the Nazis only to be executed in their own living room. This was planned and carried out deliberately by the terrorists that rule Gaza today, as we speak. Not by accident, not by mistake, but deliberately. 200 innocents were violently taken hostage, many of which are nationals of your own countries. I read Hamas's charter aloud to you just 2 days ago. Hamas's words were not empty threats. Hamas's charter is their action plan. Their goal is the annihilation of Israel. And if Hamas has the opportunity to commit these atrocities again, they will, and you know it. Although there are some here that choose not to designate Hamas as a terror organization for political reasons, it still doesn't change the facts. Hamas deliberately targets civilians and massacres children when given the chance. This makes Hamas a terror organization, no different than ISIS. They do not believe in dialogue, they don't want a dialogue, not in political solutions. They only believe in exterminating Jews and annihilating the Jewish state. And nothing can change their genocidal ideology. They don't even recognize the existence of international law. To all those who are talking about two-state solution and international law, there is only one solution to curing a cancer, and it is the evisceration of every cancerous cell, just as was done with ISIS and Al-Qaeda, complete obliteration. This is the only way to ensure such atrocities will never be repeated. Nevertheless, look at what is going on here. 11 days after ISIS-like Hamas terrorists attempted to carry out another Jewish genocide, this council is not even focused on their heinous crimes. Up until today, you have not even done the most basic thing. You have not condemned, as a council, Hamas's brutal terror attack. It is really unfathomable. You cannot unite even on that basic thing. You are not focused on what needs to be done to free Gaza from Hamas and ensure that the oppression of the Gazan people by their tyrants ends. Instead, the Council is fixated only on humanitarian corridors and aid. These are important and noble causes, but they are certainly not a solution to prevent Hamas's next atrocious massacre. How is it possible that you are only dealing with resolutions like the one that was voted upon today? It's tragic to say, but this council is playing the exact role that Hamas was written for it in their script of death and terror. And I will explain. Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza 18 years ago. Hamas was then elected by the people of Gaza. I hear a lot that they do not represent them. Elected. And after murdering the Palestinian Authority officials by throwing them off rooftops, Hamas proceeded to convert every inch of the Gaza Strip to a war machine. Where was the council then? Where was the council when Hamas exploited the billions of dollars in international aid to embed terror infrastructure within and below densely populated residential areas? Where were you? Where was the UN? The UN knew all of this, but it remained silent. Hamas then spent the following 17 years terrorizing Israel by firing tens of thousands of rockets indiscriminately at Israeli towns and cities, while hiding behind their own civilians. Where has the council been? As we speak, right now, sirens are wailing. Millions in Israel are running to find shelters. Hamas does this so that once Israel strikes back, they can parade the bodies of the civilians in Gaza that they hid behind. Their strategy is to exploit their civilian casualties as propaganda, to leverage the international community to tie Israel's hands. Their goal is to increase civilian casualties in Gaza. This is part of their script. They know that they cannot beat Israel on the battlefield. Of course they know it. So they want to terrorize our citizens deliberately, only citizens, and then weaponize the UN to prevent Israel from obliterating them so they can rebuild, rearm, and continue terrorizing Israelis. They have a lot of patience while working towards annihilating Israel, a lot of patience. This is Hamas's script. This is their playbook. And shockingly, even after the recent slaughter, it's still working for them. Do you not understand that just by holding this session with its focus, the Council is showing Hamas that they can fool everyone again and again and again? I reiterate, so far this Council has not even condemned Hamas for the atrocity it perpetrated, let alone held Hamas fully responsible for the situation in Gaza. But here we are, discussing humanitarian corridors. Does nobody else see how ludicrous this is? Calling for calm, restraint, and ceasefires is like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Such steps will not eradicate the cancer that is Hamas. Humanitarian corridors will not prevent the next atrocity. The only thing that will is the utter obliteration of this satanic entity. What are you doing to prevent this evil? Perhaps if for once the Council condemned Hamas, the people of Gaza would begin to comprehend the absolute destruction their leaders have brought upon them. Perhaps they would stand up to these barbaric savages. Yet every time the international community pressures Israel and attempts to tie our hands, it only serves to embolden these genocidal terrorists, increases their popularity, and ensure that this evil lives to see another day. Distinguished Council members, perhaps the most fundamental part of this issue is that some have still not internalized what Hamas truly is. This emergency session and the resolution voted upon were triggered, we all know it, by the propaganda of savage jihadists. Let that sink in. Claims made by baby-killing terrorists were accepted here and repeated today, by the way, at face value, without a second thought. And this is what triggered this session. Every piece of information that comes out of Gaza cannot be trusted. Hamas runs Gaza. Hamas runs all Gazan institutions. So whatever comes out of the Strip is not the truth. It is what Hamas wants you to hear. Sadly, transparency and the truth are not central values for genocidal terrorists. In August 2022, Sarah Mascroft, the former head of office for OCHA in Gaza, tweeted a condemnation of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad for their indiscriminate rocket fire at Israeli civilians. August 2022, you can check. Almost immediately, Ms. Mascroft, the head of OCHA, was removed from her post and deleted her tweet. This made Israel very upset, obviously, so I asked her boss, I hope he's still with us, Under Secretary General Griffith, why the UN would remove an official from their post for condemning acts of terror that deserve UN condemnation. Do you know what he told me? He said that Ms. Mascroft was transferred because, according to UN information and assessments, there was danger to her life. Danger to her life. If a UN official received death threats for telling the truth about the terrorists, try to imagine how any Gazan feels about telling the truth. Not only are official Gazan sources absolutely unreliable as they are terrorists, they would also be immediately murdered if they say something that Hamas doesn't like. So, distinguished council member, I have to ask you a question. What does this say about whoever decides to believe the claims of a terror organization without any fact-checking? the Al-Akhli hospital was hit by, and only by, a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. What happened yesterday, including the tragic loss of life of civilians, was the sole fault of Hamas. Israel has lots of footage and even an audio recording from Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists to prove this beyond a fraction of a doubt. Nevertheless, the Secretary General and numerous UN officials immediately accepted the claims of baby-killing terrorists. What a disgrace. And today, some of you repeated these lies. How can the Secretary General forget that he has the obligation to verify the facts before issuing a condemnation? I guess it's easy when it comes to Israel. Mere months ago, the Secretary General himself signed off on a report detailing how the misfired rockets of Gaza's terrorists killed and maimed dozens of Gazan children and medical personnel. We demand an apology. An apology. The UN and some on this council rush to adopt the lies of ISIS-like terrorists and refuse to accept the hard evidence of a law-abiding democracy. You should apologize. Apologize for never convening the council when Hamas rockets are fired deliberately at Israeli hospitals. Barzilai Hospital in Ashkelon was directly hit by a Hamas rockets just last week. Where was the council? Apologize for years of putting your heads in the ground while Hamas ceaselessly built up its war machine in Gaza. Distinguished council members, stop following Hamas's script. Stop playing by Hamas's rules. The time has come for this council to hold Hamas fully and solely accountable for the war crimes committed. This council should be purely focused on condemning the Hamas terrorists, supporting Israel's right to defend itself, and demanding from Hamas to immediately and unconditionally return our hostages. Israel's rescue mission can end very quickly if Hamas terrorists turn themselves in and release all of the hostages. But this rescue mission will not end until Israel ensures that Hamas atrocities can never be repeated again. And there is no way to ensure this other than the obliteration of Hamas's capabilities. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like to say the following. To ensure that all speakers enjoy the same sizable audience, I strongly recommend that statements do not exceed 5 minutes, if possible. I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make this statement on behalf of the Arab group against the backdrop of the tragic events in Gaza, where we lack the fair voice of the international community and any active and effective international action to protect the Palestinian people in Gaza. The Arab group condemned in the strongest words the heinous massacre by the IDF, the criminal IDF, yesterday against the innocent civilians who were receiving care in Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. The Arab group holds Israel, the occupying power, the sole responsibility for this heinous war crime, that we cannot remain silent about it. We call on the Security Council to take immediate action for immediate ceasefire and the Israeli aggression on Gaza. We call to ensure that humanitarian and medical aid enters the Strip and provide the protection to medical staff and relief staff and medical education and UN facilities, and we also call for preventing the forcible displacement of the people of Gaza. Mr. President, the heinous crimes of the occupation are contravening with rules of international law, in particular Geneva Fourth Convention in relation to the protection of civilians during armed conflicts. That's in addition to the provisions of the UN Charter and international legitimacy. We recall the Security Council Resolution 2286 that provides that those working in the medical field and healthcare should not be targeted, and it condemns all attacks against the medical staff and calls for providing the adequate protection. Mr. President, the Arab group calls for holding Israel accountable, Israel, the occupying power, for the massacres and crimes it continues to commit against the defenseless Palestinian people. The targeting by Israel of the Baptist Ahli Hospital is not coming out of vacuum. As we mentioned before, the pronouncements from the Israeli officials was clear. It indicated that Israel will not protect, it will not respect the humanitarian and moral values which sees that hospitals should be evicted. That triggered response from the WHO and different UN entities. They confirmed that the forced eviction and targeting of medical facilities and staff are severe violations to international humanitarian law. In relation to what was said by Martin Griffith a short while ago, a warning has been issued by Israeli authorities to 20 medical institutions, including the Baptist Hospital. That is shortly before the attack on the hospital. In this connection, we stress that the heinous crimes against the people of Gaza are crimes against the humanity of all of us. Condemn this attack is a humanitarian call, purely humanitarian call, that makes it incumbent upon us to unify, to put an end to this war and to provide the necessary international protection to the Palestinian people immediately. The Arab group warns that this war against the innocent civilians has entered a serious phase that will take the region to a disaster. The international community and the Security Council should assume its responsibility in maintaining international peace and security by putting an end to the bloodshed and the killing of children, women, and elderly. We stress that we will be the advocate defenders of the rights of Palestinians and their just cause, and we stress that the reason behind the conflict is this occupation. If we want peace and security, the Palestinian cause should be resolved with the establishment of the independent Palestinian state along the borders of June 1967 with its Jerusalem as its capital and according to international resolutions and the Arab peace initiatives. In conclusion, we express our heartfelt condolences to the families of the martyrs, and we call God to have mercy on them and to grant recovery to those who are wounded and injured. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Jordan for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وهنئكم على تولي رئاسة المجلس وأشكر مارتن جريفيث.
Thank you, President. I should like to congratulate you upon assuming the presidency of the Security Council. I'd like to thank Martin, I'd like to thank Tor Wensland. Thank you for your briefings. Furthermore, thank you the UAE and the Russian Federation, which asked for this emergency session of the Council to be convened. In light of the Israeli bombing of the Baptist Hospital, Al-Ahli Hospital in the Gaza Strip. This was part and parcel of an attempt to uproot the Palestinian people, forcing it to leave its territory. This crime committed on the 17th of October is a new chapter in a long series of violations, which did not begin on the 8th of October. They began much earlier than that. They began when the occupation began. This requires the international community to put an end to its current policy and begin to hold to account in a legal, political session everyone who commissioned, participated, called for and ordered these crimes, the crimes committed yesterday included. The events underway in Palestine call on us to shoulder our responsibility. And we're all well aware that our friends, Brazil, will be able to shoulder its responsibility and fulfill these duties as part of their presidential duties. And this is necessary because what's going on, it poses unimaginable risks to the region and to international peace and security. These risks cannot be ruled out. Therefore, we warned against and took action to avoid these risks on numerous occasions. The occupation cannot go on. These crimes cannot be overlooked. Unilateral measures taken, specifically the broadening and extending of the illegitimate, illegal settlements, the crimes being committed, the desecration of holy sites, the political deadlock owing to Israel's intransigence, the condescending fashion with which Israel treats international law, all of this is fuel to the fire. We must ensure that no one uses what we've just said as a pretext. They shouldn't recycle narratives accusing us of terrorism. We'd like to, therefore, reiterate, speaking before you, speaking before this august assembly, speaking before the world, our categorical rejection and direct condemnation of all acts which involve taking of civilian hostages. This is a position which we expressed. We did this clearly, and all Arab states have, in fact, expressed their position very clearly at the ministerial meeting of the Council of the League of Arab States earlier this year. Mr. President, we condemned civilians being targeted. We've condemned this, and we also have condemned the double standards we've seen. We condemn civilians being targeted, our brothers in occupied Palestine being targeted. We'd like to reiterate our condemnation and staunch rejection of all crimes being committed by Israel against the Palestinian people. The latest such crime is the targeting of Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital yesterday. We'd like to reaffirm our rejection of Israel's attempts to evade responsibility and attempts taken by certain international parties to cover for Israel by providing false excuses. And this is what resulted in the impossible situation we have on our hands in Palestinian territory in the Gaza Strip. We see civilians being bombarded in their homes, in hospitals, because of the ongoing refusal to adopt initiatives geared towards ensuring calm and political initiatives as well. Unless the international community shoulders its share of responsibility in full, unless this august council shoulders its full share of responsibility vis-à-vis this explosive situation, we won't have a clear vision of the procedure that's required. And we do have a clear vision. We need an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities. And we are surprised. This is the ordinary procedure which applies in all armed conflicts. Nevertheless, we don't see the same level of commitment geared towards achieving this in Gaza, despite the risk of the conflict spilling over. There are some states which have not done their utmost to achieve a ceasefire, but we must say that they will not necessarily be spared these risks. This might fuel the flames of conflict. Second, we need to guarantee the protection of civilians. We need to furnish humanitarian assistance to civilians. We were equally taken aback to see that this principle, which is one of the most fundamental principles of humanity, The fact that we're debating this principle, the fact that it is controversial when the protection of civilians in armed conflicts is one of the pillars of international law. It is, in fact, one of the pillars of humanity. We must therefore immediately cease targeting medical institutions, which is something that's been condemned by various UN Security Council resolutions, such as Resolution 2286, which condemns all violence and acts committed against hospitals and other medical facilities. We also need to immediately abolish the evacuation order. That's what Israel calls it. This is one of the most abominable instances of forced transfer of populations in the modern era. This is a fallacious justification which Israel claims to be a means of protecting civilians. Third, we must put an end to hate speech, to justification of crimes committed against the Palestinian people, to their demonization. Animals. This is a term that was used by an official of a country which claims to be democratic. This description, these words, were not commented on by other states which continuously talk about the principles of humanity. This kind of speech poisons our minds and fuels conflict. Fourth, we need to do our utmost, deploy all efforts to free detainees, hostages, and ensure they're treated in keeping with international law and the principle of humanity. Mr. Chairman, Egypt, ever since the latest conflict began, has been working as part of its historic role to help the Palestinian people and restore peace. We're working with this vision in mind. We want to establish a ceasefire by taking measures to uphold and guarantee humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip and to mobilize sufficient aid. Egypt also called for the convening of an emergency humanitarian summit in Cairo on the 21st of October with the participation of all international parties and regional parties affected by the crisis. Under these very pressing circumstances, given the risk of escalation, in order to overcome this crisis and somehow pave the way for a lasting, comprehensive and fair solution, we stand convinced that simply managing the crisis, circumscribing the aspirations of the Palestinian people, is an approach which should be consigned to history. Mr. President, Egypt, the Egyptian people all over the world have their eyes on you. The eyes of the world are on you, on the Security Council, so that the Security Council shoulders its responsibility, puts an end to this war which was waged by Israel against Palestinian territories and against an innocent, unarmed people. And all this people wants is to enjoy its fundamental rights to freedom and to live in dignity in an independent state like all other peoples of the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Egypt for their statement. I insist that to ensure that all speakers enjoy the same sizable audience, we strongly recommend that statements do not exceed 5 minutes, and also for the sake of a good communication, that speakers speak in a tone of, in a rhythm that will allow a good translation and the good performance of our translators. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Oman.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أدلي بهذا البيان نيابة عن الدول الأعضاء في مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية وهي
I'm making this statement on behalf of the members of the Operational Council, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, the State of Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE, and the Sultanate of Oman, as I already said. Allow me at the outset to align myself with the statement that's just been delivered by the representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. I wish to congratulate you and your friendly country, Brazil, for the presidency of the Security Council this month. I wish you every success in your leadership of the work of this Council in order to maintain international peace and security and to strengthen the status of international law and the credibility of this Council. In parallel with the noble principles and the august aims of the United Nations Charter, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Council held a meeting a few days ago to review the developments in the situation in the Middle East, and particularly in the occupied Palestinian territories and the Gaza Strip, and to undertake measures and tangible, practical steps to maintain peace, security, and to avoid an escalation and the blood flowing. Unfortunately, this Council wasn't able to take a resolution. The result is more murders, more destruction, increasing collective punishment, and innocent souls who have been killed. It is not a new situation, particularly with regard to Israel. For 75 years, this Council, which is mandated by the international community, has been unable to find a solution, a lasting, comprehensive, fair solution to this situation on the basis of legal international law resolutions, on the basis of international law, including the resolutions adopted by this Council itself, including Resolution 2243 and 2334. What we're seeing today is nothing new. It is the outcome of victims on both sides. The result is victims on both sides and a full lack of security. The cause of all of this is two double standards, which has led Israel to rely on this Council and its resolution, to defy this Council and its resolutions. Once, time and again, it has perpetrated massacres against the Palestinian people. This people that have put their confidence, their trust in the international community. They put their trust in this Council to provide necessary protection. The massacre of the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza, which to now counts 500 martyrs, most of whom are women, children and older persons, as well as medical staff, not to mention the hundreds of wounded, is a dangerous escalation. Isn't this a violation of international law? Isn't this a violation of international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions of 1949? Isn't Israel here an occupying state in the Palestinian territory which has a responsibility to protect civilians in the time of war? Haven't they killed this unimaginable number of human beings, torn them to pieces before the eyes of the world? Isn't this a criminal terrorist act, a flagrant violation of international law? Allow me now to refer to what was already mentioned by the Euro-Mediterranean Observatory for Human Rights. They said that the Israeli army launched missiles on the Gaza Strip over the last few days. This is similar in scale to a quarter of a nuclear bomb. Killing many Palestinians every hour. This is a pursued cycle of violence that has destroyed 17,000 residential buildings, more than 87,000 residential units. Added to that, we see the destruction of schools, 18 mosques, 165 other holy sites, and the number continues to increase. If this isn't a violation, if it isn't a massacre perpetrated against the Palestinian people, allow me to ask you then, when will the international community committed them will be brought to justice. We will ask them to be held to account for collective punishment, famine. These are criminal acts that are rejected, that have been practiced, but they were practiced by Nazis during the Second World War, and have no place today in today's world. The international community placed its trust in this August Council to guarantee non-repetition of what happened, to protect future generations from the scourge of war. We ask you, the international community asks you, as does the Palestinian people, to shoulder the responsibility that falls to you. This council must act responsibly to maintain international peace and security, to protect civilians. We must bring an immediate end to any act of violence, to any illegal, random, blind bombing of residential Palestinian neighborhoods. We categorically, as Gulf countries, reject any plan for the forced transfer of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, and we convey to Israel, as the occupying power, the full responsibility. We ask this council to pay heed to that and to pay heed to the potential repercussions to peace and security. The countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council insist on the importance of the immediate cessation of fire and for the enabling of immediate access for relief teams to the Gaza Strip. We need to take a decisive position against famine, water shortages, cutting off water and power, which is used as a weapon of war. We would allow you to stand on the side of would ask you to stand on the side of international law, to ask for the lifting of the siege on the Gaza Strip, open crossing points, allow humanitarian workers and UN workers, particularly UNRWA, to have access. What are we expecting as the international community? What are we expecting to act far from double standards, from selectivity? Are we just waiting for more massacres, more torture? What are we waiting for? The measures that we need to take will be immortalized in this room, in history. And we would like to draw your attention to the fact that overlooking the path of reason and justice will not lend itself to the credibility of this council and will never mean that we are able to ensure stability within the Middle East. Indeed, the contrary will be true. We call on you to apply international law. Prove to us that there are no states that are above the law, even if this state is Israel. We ask you to send a clear message, a loud, clear, direct message, citing the inevitable nature of peace for all parties. By way of conclusion, I would like to refer to the emergency meeting in Muscat, the capital of Oman, the ministerial meeting that was held yesterday to discuss the developments in occupied Palestinian territories, and I would like to refer to the communique calling for the stop of the escalation, respect for international law, protection of civilians, confirming the importance to bring an end to the illegal Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, as well as the establishment of an independent Palestinian within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The communique called on the international community to take immediate, effective steps to ensure that this becomes a reality pursuant to international law, and urge the international community to support the resilience of the Palestinian people on its land, while warning off any attempt to displace this people from its territory, and to guarantee a comprehensive solution under international law and the Arab Peace Initiative and the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. We also asked for collective opposition to any attempt for the displacement of this crisis that has been worsened to neighboring countries. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Oman for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Libya.
السيد الرئيس في البداية ليبيا
President, at the outset, Libya would like to align itself with the statement delivered by the ambassador of Jordan on behalf of the Arab group, as well as the statement delivered on behalf of the GCC by Oman. We should like to express Libya's condemnation of the state and the people, and in the strongest possible terms, our condemnation of the atrocities, the atrocious aggression committed against the Baptist hospital in Gaza City yesterday. This is a murderous machine which is boasting about its power, the support it has garnered. It has taken hundreds of innocent martyrs, women and children, the sick, as well as medical personnel. This is a new chapter in a series of crimes to which the people of Gaza have been subjected. The question today is this a collective punishment, perhaps, which might constitute a crime against humanity? It seems that you're waiting for another Rwanda, in contravention of the principles of humanity and international humanitarian law. Unfortunately, Mr. President,
Western countries about human rights and international law. What message are you sending today to the world? The people of the world are not ignorant. So stop this double standard and stop this hypocrisy. سيد الرئيس لقد تحول.
President, this council is tasked with upholding international peace and security. It is now engaged in a political competition. We regret that the council was unable to adopt any resolution to put an end to this dangerous situation, because some states have been listening to silence, but actually they don't want to continue hearing the cries of women and innocent children in the Gaza Strip. They're being murdered, bombarded, besieged. They're seeing electricity cuts. They're not being furnished with humanitarian assistance, and they're also now being forcibly displaced. There are attempts to do this. These are war crimes, crimes against humanity. There are various attempts which are being taken to punish an entire people. Where is international law? Where is the international law? Libya had comments which it wanted to make on the resolutions tabled by the various members, by Russia, by Brazil. However, if we are to take serious steps within the Council, if we were to do this, had we adopted the Russian resolution 2 days ago, maybe we would have saved lives, the lives of children, the lives of innocent civilians who were put to death yesterday in the Baptist hospital. The unfortunate events unfolding before us are the logical product of a policy of racial discrimination being waged as part of the occupation of the Palestinian people. This policy denies them all of their rights as enshrined in international law and relevant resolutions. The same goes for the attacks on holy sites in Palestinian territory. The bloodbath has been happening for decades. Thousands of civilians have perished. This must end. Killing civilians, killing unarmed persons, this is something that is rejected and condemned under all international laws. The double standards policy, which has been adopted by many countries, especially the Western countries, must stop. You cannot be both judge and jury. You cannot boil the Palestinian issue down to what happened on the 7th of October. You have to see the broader context, the injustice, the colonization policies, the colonial policies which put to death the dream for peace. Over the last 75 years, colonies were planted in the occupied territories, and the international community knew full well about these. The unfair siege on this Gaza Strip? Well, the Gaza Strip became an open-air prison, the biggest prison in all humanity. Fair and lasting peace for the Palestinians is the only way to uphold international peace, security, and stability for the entire region and its people. We'd like to reiterate once again that we support the Palestinian people in their fight for resistance so that they can live in their territory. We abhor all territories, abhor all attempts to take action outside the territory, especially the pressure that is being exerted. We do not want another Nakba. Israel expressed its unwavering unified position vis-à-vis the Palestinian cause. This is an issue which the Libyan people believe to be a cause for the entire nation. We see no solution aside from justice and the enjoyment of their rights by the Palestinian people with a Palestinian state with Jerusalem, East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Libya for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We align ourselves with the statement of Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. I would like to thank Mr. Tor Wensland and Martin Griffiths for their briefings. Also, we express our wholehearted condolences to the fraternal Palestinian people in the aftermath of the brutal aggression perpetrated by the occupying forces, which violated all international instruments. This is a new link in a chain of atrocities and massacres that are perpetrated every single day against the Palestinian people amidst a deafening silence of the international community. The occupation forces perpetrated an atrocious and heinous crime by bombarding the National Baptist Hospital. This is a barbaric carnage that claimed the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians, including women, children, medical and paramedical personnel. We do stress again that this is yet another example of the contempt by the occupying power of all international and humanitarian instruments. Tunisia expresses its condemnation in the strongest terms of this cowardly aggression against Palestinian civilians, and we call for putting an end to impunity in the case of war crimes and genocide, those crimes that are assiduously and presumptuously perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people. We call upon all the countries of the international community to shoulder their moral and legal responsibility to put an end to the policies of aggression and to hold the occupying forces accountable for the forcible displacement and killing of Palestinians and the massive and collective punishment exacted thereby against Palestinians for decades. The failure by the Security Council to adopt a resolution regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza proves yet again that the international community has failed to take a stance regarding the perpetration by the occupying power of all those carnages. We call upon the Security Council to shoulder its responsibilities to put an end to the current Israeli practices and to adopt a ceasefire to put an end to this brutal aggression against the people of Gaza and to prevent the forcible displacement thereof and to guarantee the access of humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza. And we do want to recall and to remind you that every single minute of delay of shouldering this responsibility is equal to hundreds of casualties and destabilization. Tunisia holds fast to its position, namely the right of Palestinian people to establish their independent state on the entire land of Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital. And we do stress that Security in the region should be based on comprehensive and just peace. Meanwhile, the right of the Palestinian people is not subject to the statute of limitations, and it could not lapse by way of killing and displacement on the part of the occupation and cutting off the most basic services, including water, medicine, food, electricity, and targeting innocent men, women, elderly, hospitals, relief, and first aid personnel. And we reiterate that justice should be served to the Palestinian people. This justice that is overdue by putting an end to the occupation and the restoration of the rights of the Palestinian people represented in the sovereign, independent Palestinian state, and put an end to this humanitarian injustice that has lasted for decades. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Tunisia for their statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President, I want to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Security Council for this month. In recent months and years, we have consistently warned against the potential deterioration of the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory. This ongoing cycle of violence results from the absence of a political solution to the Palestinian question and the dire conditions in which generation of Palestinians are forced to leave. We must put an end to this ongoing tragedy in Gaza. During these last 10 days, the civilian population in the Gaza Strip is under airstrikes with no area can be a safe shelter. This is not a war against Hamas, but a war against Palestinian civilians, children, women, and elderly. More than 60% of the casualties are among children and women. Mr. President, first, Algeria strongly condemned the deliberate attack on civilians in the Gaza Strip by the occupying forces, resulting in thousands of casualties. We condemn also, in the strongest word, the airstrike against the Ahli Anglican Hospital that resulted on the death of nearly 500 civilians. There can be no justification for targeting hospitals, clinics, medical personnel, and UN facilities. International law protects this critical infrastructure. We should strongly condemn any violation of these rules. No one is above the law. Attempts to absolve the occupying power of responsibility for such acts are unacceptable. Secondly, it is imperative to adequately address the humanitarian needs of the affected population. We must ensure unimpeded humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip. The occupying power should lift its siege and collaborate with UN humanitarian agencies. It must also rescind its order to evacuate the northern area of Gaza. Third, any attempt to equate the Palestinian people and the occupying power is unacceptable. What we are witnessing today is an assault on the defenseless Palestinian population, a crime against humanity. Mr. President, in conclusion, I want to reiterate the solidarity and support of the Algerian people to the Palestinian people. face to the rapid deterioration of the humanitarian on the ground, the Council should not remain silent. We regret that the Security Council once again and for the 7th consecutive year has failed to shoulder its responsibilities and to adopt a substantive resolution on the Palestinian question. Therefore, we will call upon the international community to take swift action to halt this heinous act, which violate international law and human dignity. Also, let me be uniquely vocal. There can be no lasting peace in the Middle East without a just resolution of the Palestinian question. The time has come to unite our effort toward establishing a sovereign Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to first congratulate Brazil for its very successful and active presidency, and also thank China, Russia, and UAE for convening this meeting, and the Special Coordinator, as well as Under-Secretary General Martin Griffiths for their briefing. Mr. President, today is the 11th day of relentless and catastrophic Israeli attacks on Gaza. All of Gaza is under a military siege, and electricity, water, and all humanitarian aid channels have been cut off. The entire population of Gaza, women, children, and the elderly, are being collectively punished by the indiscriminate Israeli attacks. Pakistan strongly condemns Israeli airstrikes and military incursions into Gaza, the killing of civilians, and the large-scale displacement of an already occupied and battered people. Mr. President, the laws of war and international humanitarian law, especially the Geneva Conventions, must be strictly observed. Pakistan strongly and unequivocally condemns Israel's cowardly and criminal attack on the Al-Ahli hospital yesterday, killing hundreds, mostly sick and wounded Palestinian children, women, and men. This willful atrocity, an attack on a hospital which enjoys explicit protection under international law, is clearly a war crime and a crime against humanity. Those responsible for this crime must be held accountable through a full international inquiry and accountability process, and on this incident and other crimes which are being committed in this conflict. Mr. President, Pakistan supports an immediate ceasefire. We regret that the Security Council was unable to issue a call for a ceasefire due to the opposition and insufficient support for the Russian resolution the day before, and for the Russian amendments for a ceasefire this morning. Although the Brazilian resolution needed considerable improvement in our view, we were surprised at the Council's inability to adopt this resolution due to a veto cast by a permanent member. A heavy responsibility rests on those who have contributed to the prolongation of the consistent bombing of Gazan citizens that is taking place as we speak. Mr. President, consistent with decisions taken last year regarding the use of the veto, we expect that the General Assembly will address this conflict. Despite the paralysis in the Security Council today, we hope that the General Assembly and the UN Secretary General and UN agencies will be able to halt the conflict, secure the opening of humanitarian corridors to ensure food, water and medicines, fuel and other essential supplies to the Palestinians in Gaza, and prevent the displacement of the Palestinian population of Gaza. The OIC Executive Committee of Foreign Ministers met today and has proposed, among other things, the dispatch of an international protection force to protect innocent lives from the ongoing attacks by the occupation forces and extremist colonialist settlers. The UN should give urgent consideration to this proposal. Mr. President, let us not forget that the root cause of this latest violence is the prolonged and illegal occupation of Palestine and the usurpation of the lands and properties of Palestinians and the accompanying oppression and massive violations of human rights committed with impunity by Israel. The illegality of Israel's occupation has been reaffirmed by the advisory opinion of the ICJ. Any attempt to create a false equivalence between Israel, the aggressor, and the Palestinians, the victims, is untenable legally, morally, and politically. Let us also recall that the struggle of peoples under foreign and alien occupation for self-determination and national liberation is legitimate under international law, and they have the right to use all possible means in this struggle to achieve freedom. It is the suppression of this struggle for freedom which is illegal. Under the UN Charter, states have the right of self-defense against attacks on their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yet, a state which is in forcible occupation of a foreign territory cannot invoke the right of self-defense against those whose territory it has illegally occupied. Mr. President, the final solution to the protracted conflict that has claimed so many lives and continues to jeopardize the stability of the entire region lies in the creation of a secure, viable, contiguous, and sovereign state of Palestine on the basis of the pre-June 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Thank you, sir.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, thank you for enabling South Africa and other non-council members to contribute to the debate on this alarming and abhorrent development in an already tragic conflict, which is getting worse by the day. We thank the briefers for the information shared with us. South Africa condemns in the strongest possible terms the killing of civilians in Palestine and Israel. The targeting of civilians in armed conflicts is in violation of international humanitarian law and Geneva Conventions. Mr. President, just as the attack by Hamas on civilians in Israel was abhorrent, there are no words to fully express South Africa's condemnation of Israel's bombing of the Ali Arab Baptist Hospital on the 17th October, killing well over 500 people and injuring over 1,000. The targeting of a hospital considered a safe haven under international humanitarian law is a war crime. Similarly, the killing of the people of Gaza by Israel in 12 days of aerial bombardment of hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, and essential infrastructure are also war crimes. The continual bombardment of civilian targets, the denial of the civilian population of Gaza of water, food, fuel, and electricity is prohibited under international humanitarian law and by Geneva Conventions. The bombing of Ali Arab Baptist Hospital in Gaza is the most blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Doctors are operating without anesthetics
I think that was here.
and do not
We just
have
heard
the medical
explosion.
equipment or supplies to treat
Didn't realize
the
it was on.
victims. The suffering of children and their parents are unspeakable and unfathomable in this day and age, and there must be consequences for these actions. Otherwise, the international structures established to maintain international peace and security have utterly failed. The Al-Akhi Baptist Hospital, which was bombed on Tuesday night, is one of the 22 hospitals in the northern Gaza, which were ordered by the Israeli military to evacuate their patients and staff within 24 hours or be responsible for the consequences. Hundreds of civilians were sheltering in the hospital when it was bombed, as it was supposed to have been a safe place to shelter. Under international humanitarian law and Geneva Conventions, Israel is committing war crimes and needs to be held responsible for its actions by the International Criminal Court and the international community as a whole. Mr. President, South Africa calls on the international community to end its indifference to the gross violation against the Palestinian people in Gaza, and for the UN Security Council to take enforcement action to halt the unfolding genocide. And we regret that the Security Council once again was not able to adopt a basic resolution on the humanitarian resolution in Palestine. South Africa calls for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate opening of a humanitarian corridor to allow in medicine, food, and supplies. South Africa calls on Israel to cease its genocidal campaign against the Palestinians. We call on the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Ahmad Khan, to immediately signal his intent to investigate the Al-Akhi bombing and other war crimes and the crime of genocide in this conflict, and to include in his investigation the liability of those aiding and abetting these crimes. I thank you.
I thank the representative of South Africa for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank the delegations of the Russian Federation, the UAE, and China for requesting to convene this extraordinary session. We align ourselves with a statement made by the permanent representative of Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. Mr. President, yesterday, we witnessed one of the most heinous and bloodiest crimes against humanity, one of the bloodiest crimes that have been witnessed by humanity in the modern age. Within the context of the persistent Israeli aggression against Palestinians, the Syrian Arab Republic strongly condemns the abominable carnage that was perpetrated by the Zionist criminal forces against hundreds of innocent people in the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. This carnage, this massacre, is a brutal act which expresses the venom and feud harbored by Israeli authorities against Palestinians. It only reminds us of the crimes that laid the foundation of this entity, and it blatantly reflects the approach of gangs that established this entity. This crime and this massacre could have been averted if not for the obstruction by certain Western states of the draft resolution that was tabled 2 days ago by Russia. It has become obvious that the persistent silence by the international community and its indifference to this criminal approach by Israel has emboldened Israel, as it in total contempt of the international law and the IHL, and it continues in its ethnic cleansing policy of Palestinians and their expulsion from their land and reinstating Israeli settlers in lieu of the original people. And this also was exacerbated by the forcible displacement, which reminds us of the Nakba of 1948. This entity deliberately damages and destroys infrastructure, and it continues its inhumane blockade and siege by cutting off water, food, medicine, and electricity. Also, it obstructs humanitarian aid and uses internationally prohibited weapons and employs the policy of scorched earth against Palestinians, including women and children. This entity is as barbaric and as savage to threaten the obliteration of Gaza from the face of earth, as they assaulted vulnerable people in the hospital, those people who were compelled by Israeli threats to seek refuge in this hospital because they thought that they are protected by the international humanitarian law. How low has the Israeli contempt of humanity reached? The extremist ideologies of Israel and the scaremongering strategy of Israel is the other side of the terrorist Daesh. Mr. President, the events unfolding in the Palestinian-occupied territories did not start on the 7th of October. Those events started long decades ago due to the persistent Israeli denial of Palestinian people's right to establish their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital, and the accompanying occupation and the deliberate, assiduous, aggressive practices since 1948. And in this regard, we do stress that the region will know no stability as long as the Israeli entity and its Western supporters continue to obliterate this historic and humanitarian truth. We do reiterate and reaffirm our position of supporting the Palestinian cause as the Central Arab cause, and we will spare no effort in supporting the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle to restore their robbed rights for more than 7 decades, including the inalienable and legitimate right to defend themselves and liberate their land. And it is incumbent on all of us to support the resisting Palestinian people. Mr. President, contemporaneously, the Israeli occupation forces continue the recurrent aggression against the sovereignty of Syria and its territorial integrity, as 3 assaults were launched against the airports of Damascus and Aleppo within 48 hours, the most recent of which was on 14th of October. This led to physical damage to both airports and it put them out of service. And this is a frenzy and a frantic pursuit by the Israeli terrorist authorities to rage war in the whole region. And we will not be hapless before those aggressions on the part of Israel, especially against our people in the Syrian-occupied Golan. And we warn Israel against the presumptuous perpetration of those violations, and we will equally repudiate those practices or the the support thereof and the aiding and abetting thereof by certain countries that pay lip service to the protection of the international humanitarian law. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Syrian Arab Republic holds Israel backing Western states' responsibility, especially the United States of America, for the carnage perpetrated by Israel. By the way, holding those states accountable is not any more elusive, as by supporting Israel, those states are accessories to Israel in all the systematic killing perpetrated by Israel against Palestinians. Also, we denounce the approach adopted by those countries as they distort humanitarian values by confusing or by putting the perpetrator and the victim in one basket. How can we how can we hold the Israeli occupier and the Palestinian people who are languishing under the yoke of occupation on equal footing? The Security Council has to stop its silence, and it has to shoulder its responsibility in order to achieve a ceasefire and to work towards the flow of humanitarian aid to Gaza and to prevent the forcible displacement of the people of Gaza. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
Is Iran there?
Thank you, Mr. President, for your efforts convening this meeting. We commend the efforts and positions aiming at putting an end to the serious violations being committed by the Israeli occupation forces. We thank the USG and humanitarian coordinator for their comprehensive briefings.
They're in the UN.
We align ourselves to the statement delivered by Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. Mr. President, in this chamber, over a decade, the Security Council held meetings, tens of meetings, to discuss the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory and to discuss the repeated crimes committed against the Palestinian people. Yet, all these meetings either has not led to binding measures being taken in relation to these crimes in line with the UN Charter, or those crimes are being ignored as Israel turns a deaf ear to the resolutions of the Council. This encouraged and emboldened Israel to continue the commission of these crimes undeterred under baseless pretexts in violation to international law and the UN Charter. The government of Iraq condemns in the strongest words the bombardment and the strike by Israel of Al-Ahli Hospital, the heinous crime that claimed the lives of hundreds of martyrs and wounded innocent Palestinian civilians. These crimes are an extension of the crimes and violations committed by Israel over decades. Iraq calls on the international community and the Security Council in particular to assume its legal and moral responsibility in maintaining international peace and security by putting an end to these violations, the massacres and genocide, as those practices are serious violation to international law, international humanitarian law, UN Charter, and all humanitarian instruments and norms on the protection of civilians. We also call for holding perpetrators accountable. The Security Council, the Iraq also calls on the Security Council to stop applying selectivity and to take immediate measures to lift the blockade and end the forced displacement and to open the crossings to ensure the access of humanitarian assistance and the basic necessities like fuel, medicine, water, and food. We express our heartfelt condolences with the families of the victims. Currently, the government of Iraq is dispatching humanitarian and medical aid to Gaza. In conclusion, Mr. President, Iraq reiterates its firm position in support of the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian people to attain its legitimate inalienable rights in line with international legitimacy resolution, its right to establish its independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Iraq for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first of all, let me thank Brazil for all your efforts to enable the Security Council to address this severe situation unfolding in the Middle East.
Yeah, he is a big deal right there,
and
ain't
appalled by the destruction and the death toll at the Al-Ahli Hospital in Gaza.
Show some respect.
This latest event illustrates how dramatic the situation is. Our thoughts are with all victims since the start of the crisis. We also deplore the deaths of the UNRWA staff in Gaza, and our thoughts go to all the humanitarian staff who tirelessly work in support of people in Gaza at this moment. Let me recall the basic principles of international humanitarian law. The protection of all civilians must be ensured at all times, everywhere. Attacks against civilian infrastructure are illegal. Mr. President, the European Union has been clear. We condemn Hamas and its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks against Israel. We call for the immediate release of all hostages without any preconditions. There is no justification for terrorism. We support Israel's right to defend itself in line with humanitarian and international law in the face of such violent and indiscriminate attacks. Mr. President, the people of Gaza are now facing a disastrous humanitarian situation. It is vitally important to provide urgent humanitarian aid to all those civilians who are in dire need of water, electricity, food and medicine. The EU is taking action. We have stepped up our emergency assistance to the Palestinian people. We have tripled our humanitarian assistance to 75 million euros to support civilians in need in Gaza at this moment. We have launched an EU humanitarian air bridge operation with several flights to Egypt to bring life-saving supplies to humanitarian organizations on the ground in Gaza, including shelter items, medicines and hygiene kits. Additional emergency items from the EU emergency stockpiles are available and ready to be deployed to our humanitarian partners as soon as requested. Unimpeded access must be granted throughout Gaza to deliver humanitarian aid. Mr. President, the EU remains committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution through reinvigorated efforts in the Middle East peace process. We underline the need to engage broadly with the legitimate Palestinian authorities, as well as regional and international partners who could have a positive role to play in preventing further escalation. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Skog for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers.
Iran.
The meeting is adjourned.
Brandon, want to say anything? The kitty came up to me when I was taking the trash bin out, and wanted to come inside again. So I called a couple places. I tried calling my vet. I sent them some messages on it and left the voicemail to see what they say about it. And I also called the Long Beach Animal Care Services and asked them a bunch of questions. What's on his mouth? And then there's this guy here. I got it. Oh. You're thinking about it, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes. You're like, hit me. Get out of your face, huh? Hey, Bill. Meow.
Kom. Suyung. Tuba akse. Stop.
Oh my god, look what it looks like in DC right now. Wait, this is it up here, but this is an up close look of it. Down there. Dude, it sounds like a church service, like get together. See how that works out for them. Church service / Native American get together. Native American, save Palestine. Rain dance for us. Native Americans. They're the only ones that can save us now. They can get their eagle feathers. Get the smoke just right. Smudge it all, baby. Just needs a little smudging, man. I know what I'm talking about. I've seen this before. Max Simon wants some more food. Eat my balls. I'm sorry.
Только не с этой молодежью.
Ja, aber nur so. Der ist nur am Lügen.
Why is everybody leaving? Fucking losers. Fuck you too then. I don't blame you. Fuckers chanting's pissing me off too. Fuck, can you do something else besides that? The other day we were at one, they were doing ones that were actually making me dance and shit. These people in Germany are retarded. What happened? They used to be smart. World War II happened, they all went full fucking retard. All they care about is car sales.
Alex.
I bet they're overwhelmed with immigrants, dude. I bet their laws, I bet something happened after World War II where they had to just start accepting everybody into their country. You know what I mean? And I bet they're full of fucking idiots, actually. Literally, with super low IQ from third world countries. I bet they're everywhere there, just like they're trying to come here. Here, here! I agree. They have been in there longer, I bet. Because they had to be super, like, dude, after World War II, you're not allowed to be racist in Germany. It's illegal to be a racist in Germany. Like, you think it's illegal here with our hate crimes or whatever? They've had hate crimes since World War II. So they're, like, super welcoming of the minority. They have to be. It's their punishment. That's hilarious. It's like a petri dish. They're all watching Germany to see how it turns out with all their immigrants. Of course, they had a flood of immigrants trying to leave at the same time. It just got replaced with people that didn't like Jews, apparently. I'll go figure. it's a trip. They swapped places. The Jews left Germany and a bunch of Muslims moved in. I wonder what their Muslim population looked like back before 40s. In comparison.
Почти добили своего, кстати. Почти добили своего, почти всех раскидали.
Hey, what the Germany riot police? Or like SWAT? They're scary. They're a little scary. Even this woman right here, I wouldn't want to hit me with anything. Somebody's hurt.
Get the shot! God dang it!
Oh, these motherfuckers with their phones out recording for Instagram and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna show my mom when I get home.
Why? There's too fucking many people filming nowadays, dude. It's a fucking paparazzi for riots. I miss the old days. Where most of the people that were filming were actually in it too, you know what I mean? The protesters were like, the Antifa were up in it, like, free Palestine! I had to mute them. Fuck, yelling in the phone, asshole. Now they're all looky-loos.
I'm gonna report it.
It's worse than a Kanye West concert over there. Fucking Kanye West, stupid ass Kanye West hype beast fans. Y'all are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet.
I like these Yeezys, man. They're just comfortable.
These are ugly as shit. All his shoes are ugly. The only thing good Kanye West has was Through the Wire. This song, Through the Wire, where he was rapping with his jaw wired shut after he got in that wreck. That was pretty cool. That's all he's got for me, though. Tried to rip off Daft Punk. That pissed me off. Right after Through the Wire, he tried to rip off Daft Punk, but they're taking their beat and using it as his own. Harder, faster, stronger, wasn't it? It's whack. People start thinking that was his shit. 33? I got done at 33 for talking shit about Kanye West? Fuck all you pussies. Easy wearing idiots. It's making me so angry watching this. There's Jeezy wearing motherfuckers in here right now. If you have Weezy in your closet, fuck out. We ain't friends anymore. Hey, something else. If you wear Supreme clothing, fuck off. Who else fills me on that one? Hype beast idiots. Ye called World War III. Oh, he's a prophet now. Dude, don't spread that. Dude. Oh, man. God, that's the kind of shit he gets off on. Yeah, I did that. How did he do that? Huh? Everybody expects World War III to pop off eventually. It has to. How long can this last? Basically, somebody is gonna test our flex. Man, what the fuck, dude? I just realized I'm gonna lose a bunch of streams because Twitch did this to me. I usually highlight streams as they're about to expire. Now a bunch of streams for the next month are just gonna be deleted off Twitch forever. All of them for the next month. And damn, they really fucked me over on that one, dude. I can't believe you can't sign into your account when they... Whatever, it never happened anyway, who cares? There's gaming streams. That's really whack though. Fucking pretty whack, dude. They're gonna just delete them now. When you get a strike on Twitch, you can't sign into your account at all to do anything. Dude, I always had a fear that I would like get locked up and go to jail or be in a hospital or something and not be able to save those streams. And then Twitch just fucking does it to me. Ah, fuck it. I wasn't multi-streaming anywhere else either. That means they're going to be totally gone. Should have known better than give them so much power. Put all my eggs in one basket. That's a lesson learned. Don't ever just stream to one platform. Hey, aren't those actually made for snow? Those wood shoes? Japanese wood shoes? I saw something about something like that. Or is it igloo? Or is it the Eskimos have something really close to it? I remember there being shoes that looked like that people were using for snow. That weren't, they weren't the regular snowshoes. It didn't have the webbing, they were just wood like that. Oh shit. Yahoo! Fuck you, Twitch. Man, dude. I really didn't think they would do me like that. A whole month without even getting a slap on the wrist is a little insane, dude. I never even got a warning strike for Twitch. Straight to 30-day, locked out of your account, can't even go chill with streams with my name. Oh god, I'm so glad I didn't buy tickets to TwitchCon. Dude, TwitchCon is next month. Oh man, dude, if I had tickets to TwitchCon in Vegas for next month right now and like a hotel booked and everything, woo, that would be next level pissed off about it. As a bullet. Yeah, I could challenge it, but I don't think it's worth the time. I was down there showing some gory stuff from the hospital. Dude, people that will just step on other people's cars, they definitely deserve a slap or two. Oh my god, get this fucking guy already. He's about to tear up the person's car. Oh no, he's gonna get a windshield wiper. They got the camera guy with the spray. Fuck! the cops have multiple cameras.
Мне монитор сломали. Тебе прилетело что-то? Я не знаю, что прилетело.
They must have got a lot of people trying to sue them last time. That's the most cameras I've ever seen police have. They got at least 2, maybe 3. I think I see 3. Maybe 4 actually. It's like each group of like 8 people has a camera with them.
Сломали или нет, но что-то прилетело. Я не видел с стороны или что. Блин, открылось сейчас отсюда все.
I wonder if they're going to go back and look for terrorists.
Ну вот если у меня была поддержка.
Analyze all the footage. It's a lot of work though. Damn. Probably just in case something happens. Maybe they could run it through some sort of facial recognition software though. Possibly. I bet high government has stuff like that. I mean, like they got that real face recognition technology. All the government databases. It probably just spits out the list of people, names. If we're not there yet, we're going to be there in a few years, man. Hopefully people don't start covering their faces up like crazy. They want people. It's like a lot of people actually want the face coverings. They look forward to it. They want other people to have to be muzzled with them. It was so weird, wasn't it? How some people were like, they really just wanted you to wear yours too. Put your mask on. Why isn't your mask on? Like, what the fuck? They just want to see that we're having to be controlled by something. Yeah, he's having to do it too. Yeah. It's such a strange anomaly, isn't it? Weird. It got weird, man. See people walk down the sidewalk with masks on. Driving with masks on without having anybody else in the car. Some people like them, dude. Comforts them. And they want you to like it too. Hey, this is sweet. Look at this, dude. If you aren't already, you better. Oh, you missed it. Too late. Told you. That was quite impressive for a little sideshow. Are those illegal there? Probably. They're illegal in every major city. Dude, what's the deal with them burning this? Are they burning a Jewish flag? I don't get it. A second I thought they were burning the surrender flag. They're not going to surrender. Probably true. I gotta take this screen off. I'm looking at this over here in the corner of my eye, dude. It's starting to piss me off. It's still over here. Alright, go. Get out of here. Stop it. this one in? I see your mail? No.
Verletzen Sie niemanden, da wird niemand verletzt. Wir stehen einfach, das ist unser gutes Recht.
I don't see anything. I don't see anything. So no, I did not. That's just in junk. Where did you send it?
شفتك هون عند الإشارة
Oh my goodness, I totally missed this email. Y'all listen. Greetings. Mine is Miss Josie Wilson, a 59-year-old widow to late Dr. Nanu Wilson from Ivory Coast. I am now a new Christian convert suffering from long-time cancer. From all indications, my condition is really deteriorating, and it is quite obvious that I might not live up to 3 months, according to my doctors. This is because the cancer stage has gotten to a very bad stage. My late husband died last year, and during the period of our marriage, we couldn't produce any child. My late husband was very wealthy, and after his death, I inherited all his business and wealth. Based on my doctor's reports that I might not live up to 3 months, but my late husband's family intentions allow me to die in this condition because I do not have a child. That what pushed me to source for a godly person abroad who will make this claim of $1.5 million US dollars, which are deposited in a security firm here in the bank. I will give also your assurance that you will not betray this confidence that I am reposing in you. I am doping. That's a DOP, doping this because my family are unbelievers, and I will not allow them inherit this money for their own selfishness. I have come to find out that wealth acquisition without Jesus Christ is a vanity. Your sister in Christ, remain blessed. Your sick sister, Miss Josie Wilson. Now what do I do?
How's that?
Oh, I guess I was supposed to email her back. There's other undisclosed recipients. I'm a BCC on it. That makes it even more obvious, man. Why would you send that to multiple people if you're like, anyway? That's funny. That's just Josie Wilson. Do you guys know Josie? Oh, here's another one. Hello, sir. I was analyzing your YouTube channel, The Doe Show, and noticed that you are struggling for subscribers and video views. These are my junk folder. I don't even read my regular mail hardly, but these are more interesting. Your YouTube channel videos are good, but not reaching the target audience, and your videos are not properly SEO optimized. If you want to see I can SEO and optimize your YouTube videos properly so that YouTube channel views will be more, your videos will reach a desired audience. Oh, this is you. I thought it did go to my spam folder, dude. This is the guy that just asked if I got his email. That's hilarious. Full-time professional YouTube expert. I'll have to check it out, man. How'd you find this channel? He's gonna bot me on the side. He's gonna be like, give me some money, and he's gonna bot me and be like, look, you got viewers now. None of them are talking in chat. Oh, what's happening? You were right next to the African scammer. What am I to think? What? Okay, there's one in between them. Day of prayer, gifts and go, whatever that is. They want me to give to their pray day. Yeah, dude, I don't think you could SEO this channel to make it likable by YouTube. I had TubeBuddy for like 2 years doing different things. I get recommended, dude. It's just like, it has supposed to do with me. I'm an asshole. Is that guy even still here? I have a channel report. What is this? What the hell? Yeah, it's like pretty much TubeBuddy. I would use TubeBuddy for a while. I do appreciate you looking at my stuff though and trying to help me out. That is very nice of you. Dude, you guys, this little report here is kind of cool. I can't believe I'm not getting rank tags. I used to look at all that with TubeBuddy. Probably turn TubeBuddy back on now that I'm on YouTube again, actually. Huh. This is a really smart idea what he's doing though. Stream to stream and use the best service actually. Like there's even tips here that I could probably do to make it better already. Slow clock? What do you mean? Which one? Mine? I don't know why it's a Windows clock. It's a little slow on the seconds, it seems. They're in the future in the Middle East, man. Manawar Hosen Luna. I appreciate you, dude. Gonna work Super Bowl. Ezra the ruler. What do you mean? Why is it hard to measure snow depth? Is it not exciting enough? Look, I have excitement. I have excitement for you. Look, guys. It's just exciting, isn't it? Go back to Berlin, man. No, isn't that exciting? I'm all here for the chanting. How does Ligner have 13,000 people watching? Hold on.
And I would like to leave. I'm going to leave that up for a little bit, along with the. If Gaza, if things start really heating up in the Gaza video, we can make that bigger. But I do want to see.
Do you
what happens
see
with
what
the
his
Capitol.
dude? Y'all, hold up. We gotta flash this for a second. All right. What is going on right now? Okay. All right. It looks horrible, doesn't it? I don't know.
So I don't know who the exact group is. There's a bunch of I'm checking some reporting on it.
Maybe it's just the audio.
Ford
that's
Fisher
pissing me
reports
off.
police begin one-by-one arrests of pro-Palestine protesters in Cannon Capitol
Because
building
you can hear
atrium.
just two dudes whispering.
So,
in the
are they
back.
taking somebody away? Yes, you can see them on the right. They're walking somebody out. They just took somebody out right
So
there.
what's got me is that he's got the
from
audio
what Ford Fisher
for the
says
one
was
that
there,
he's
they're
not
taking people
talking
out
about.
one
He's
by
talking
one.
about this one, but this weird fucking. It's distracting. It doesn't make any sense. You know, you hear these people talking in the background. As a new person, if you showed up here, you'd be like, "Why are we talking about
Ford
this? Who are
Fisher
the people?"
also had a video posted saying it's
Who are the
U.S.
people
Jews
talking,
say
man?
ceasefire in Gaza rally. Now, who is that? Is that a congressperson?
He doesn't even
is that
have
a
anything
congressman holding
putting
up a
like
flag or something?
where
Guys,
the
what are we
audio
looking
is
at here?
coming from.
It looks like a
This
congressman
is in
holding
red
up an
for some
Israeli
reason,
flag.
and this is in yellow.
See that on the right?
It's talking about this while the audio for this is coming out. Oh, now we just turned on the other one. It's the Adderall.
There's some audio there. So a member of, I'm guessing it's a member of Congress, I don't know, but it might be a member of Congress who came out to hold a flag. And again, people are they are taking those protesters away one by one.
Oh, now it comes back. Dude, this stream is pissing me off. Turkey.
These are both live videos. We have the audio from Gaza going. We're seeing Gaza on the left, and on the right, current pro-ceasefire protest on the right. I don't know exactly what group is protesting at the U.S. Capitol, and they are being currently taken away one by one. See, it says ceasefire there.
You see it? It says ceasefire. That's how I know for sure. It's on their sign.
Marjorie Taylor Greene says there's an insurrection happening now on Capitol Hill. I guess she's trying to equate this with January 6th. I haven't watched her video, though. She did a stream.
Everything's like January 6th and 9/11. Oh my god. Everything is like those. Or the Holocaust. Get back to looking in a second. We got action. You were here? Thanks for coming back, man. Even though that stream was scuffed as shit, wasn't it? It started out horrible and then, man, it was crazy, though. Thanks for being here with me and experiencing it. I didn't have to be alone.
They know the camera's there, so if they want to talk, they want to talk. Thank you, Robin Ridge. Thank you also, Ben Cruz. And AC Mommy, 26. And our new member, The Apparition. And Bill Bofnick. Also, thank you to 3D Printer Packs for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Blonde Scott, for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Dirtbox UK on Twitch. Odd and Transparent on Twitch. Balin Underhill, thank you on Twitch. So on the left, we have live video from Gaza. On the right, we have live video from a I don't know exactly who's protesting. I've seen different reports, but it looks to be a, it says one of the signs says Jews say ceasefire. Another sign says ceasefire. So it's a pro-ceasefire, anti-war protest in the U.S. Capitol. One of the signs does say Jews say ceasefire. And another one says Philly Jews say never again is now. So if you take the signs at face value, at least some of the demonstrators are Jewish.
These are on sale at Costco. I don't recommend having them for lunch. I think the nuts are a little off though. That's why they're on sale. I do that type of shit, man.
And that again looks that looks to be a congressman just standing over them holding an Israeli flag. I don't know for sure if it is. That would be my guess. Hold on. What is the audio here?
How do you have 15,000 fucking people in your chat? Nobody knows who that is, and you're not like, hey guys, who is that? And you take a poll or something, and they're like, oh, that's this person. That's when you, dude, you. Like, why not take advantage of the fact that you have that many people, and that's... You should rather be ignorant.
All right, so you get the idea. You get the idea. Hey, thanks, Noah M.
Who is he? Might know what it is though. Here?
Noah M says, as a Vietnam-era veteran, hey, thank you for your service, Noah M. Noah M says, as a Vietnam-era veteran with an honorable discharge, I join in with these apparently draft-age young people in their call for peace. Thank you, Noah M, for your support and for your service.
Who is this guy? Don't know?
Again, live video on both sides. Gaza on the left, U.S. Capitol on the right.
Been blocked.
Thanks also to Toyota Corolla. Toyota Corolla thinks the person holding the Israel flag is making the situation worse. The Arab media is going to be all over him.
Dang it, I hope it was going to be someone saying who it actually is instead of, hey, you know what I think?
How did they get inside the Capitol, Matthew Morrison said. So I don't know that. I don't know that. That's a good, I honestly don't know. It's a good question. Maybe they're allowed, maybe they're not allowed. I don't know. I mean, it would seem like a lot of people to get inside if they weren't allowed, but I don't know the whole background on this. I'm going to see if I can find any more news reporting on this protest.
Because I don't recognize them. I've been watching a lot of Congress stuff.
Fox News says Jewish demonstrators. No, that's a video. I'm trying to find an article. I'm seeing videos, but no article. Fox 5 DC, pro-Palestinian protest underway as demonstrators occupy Cannon Rotunda. Crowds grow at U.S. Capitol complex. So again,
who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work? Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all this bullshit.
Pro-Palestinian protest is underway on Capitol Hill, says Fox 5 DC, as demonstrators are occupying the Cannon Rotunda and large clouds are growing around the Capitol complex. I don't know if I have video of outside. No, I only have video of the inside. U.S. Capitol Police say say demonstrations are not allowed inside congressional buildings and are working to clear the crowd, okay? U.S. Capitol Police say demonstrations are not allowed inside congressional buildings and are working to clear the crowd. Police have already detained some individuals. USCSP also said more protesters are walking in the roadway around the House side of the Capitol complex. They have begun temporarily rolling road closures for safety. Wednesday's protest appears to be associated with the group Jewish Voice for Peace. That's according to Fox 5 DC. The protest appears to be associated with the group Jewish Voice for Peace.
Stays with them. Flag. I really wish you'd turn the Gaza stream off because it's not
so
really.
So maybe they're. I don't know about that
really
area of the Capitol whether people can just. I've been there, but I can't remember if you can. Just,
the sound for it for the Gaza stream is so distracting and unneeded because there's nothing happening in Gaza. It can be different if they were getting hit with something every now and then, but they're not getting hit with anything hardly at all. It's like, bro, wait till you see some flashers. He's paid for those streams now, though, I think. So he's like, y'all gonna watch it. Gonna watch the stream, boy. Sit your ass down and eat your mashed potatoes. Your mama whipped them up for you. How much you making me? That's what Lookner's dad sounded like, actually. He went the complete other direction. He got super timid and dorky. His dad, though, he's like an alcoholic wife beater. Okay, Daddy, I'll steam my taters. His accent and everything changed once he got to college. Wait, it could
Check
happen.
this out, guys.
You should have heard
Check
me
out.
back
We're getting
in
a
the
little
day,
fancy
dude.
here.
I was super southern sounding.
There we go.
It's a triple S.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look what I did. Look what I did.
Oh my God! You got to see what he's so excited about. What did he do?
Oops.
He put the
So we got Gaza
title
and the
over
U.S.
it.
Capitol. That looks better. That looks better, what I just did.
Oh my God, he's really proud of himself over putting the title over it. It does look great. What you just did is amazing. Oh, that what you just did. You did that. You did it. You did it. Little guy. You fucking did it. Look at him. Good for you. I just want to go pet him. He's so cute. You fucking did it, little guy. I'm gonna get in trouble if I keep this up. Knock it off. He's got a fucking spy in here. He has to. He really doesn't like people laughing at him. That's why I think he was made fun of when he was younger. Laugh at Lookner, people fucking come after your family. He can't stop you in his chat, you know what I mean? Like somebody like me, he'll come after me. He can shut y'all down by banning you.
Maybe we can hear a little volume from the Capitol. Let's see.
We're gonna tie?
Hang on a moment.
Dude, no. That's silly.
They've been taking people away one by one from that demonstration.
What would a tie do? Maybe seem like I care more.
Hey, let me say a quick thanks to our moderators. The moderators are awesome.
Yeah, they say something about the people that
Thank
chat.
you too.
Y'all are awesome.
Hang on a moment. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Serrero, David Green, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, Surly Devin Sully, all moderating, thank you. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, modding as well. Thank you so much. And Lexa Fulmer is moderating. Thank you, Lexa.
And then hearing those two dudes talking in the background is really tripping me out, man. Those are people in Gaza, okay? They're having dinner. Tapped in, man.
They're taking somebody else away right now on the right.
He's like my AI that's inside there, like let me know what's happening on the smaller screen. I'm not looking over there. Thank you, Al.
There's a lot of people outside too. Outside the Capitol, there's a bunch. It's even more than this.
This thing's good. I don't even have to search anymore. Why does he have that stream one to listen to the two dudes having dinner? It's a black screen, pretty much, of Gaza. It looks like this one. Actually, I think it might actually... It's that exact stream, actually.
Thanks to our new member, Rachel E. Nebraska. Hang on, I gotta put an eye drop in.
It's a hospital, dude. You know what I mean? It's like one of the most boring streams you can have it on. This thing's not gonna get hit. It's because he's turning full restreamer.
Margaret
man.
Riley is moderating. Did I say that?
He would normally
Thanks
be,
to our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth, Robert Real,
a protest in DC.
Melissa Terry,
you know what I mean?
Diane Allworth. I think I said that. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Facebook subscribers. Thank you, and thanks so much to Scott Helmer. Thank you, Scott Helmer.
Yo, that looked like it was
you are
getting
watching a
crazy
large
right now,
protest
too.
at the U.S. Capitol on the right from a group of people against war in Gaza. Fox 5 DC says they are called Jewish Voice for Peace.
He's not going to be able to keep up with all this shit. All these happens a couple school shootings. He's not going to start short-circuiting. Which is more important? Bing, 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 bing. I need two of me. Maybe he's given up on the school shootings. Maybe it got to him. He's like, he can't do it anymore. Too many shootings. How does he pick now?
Why are some being taken away? Jessica Blueheart says because the police say that you're not allowed to demonstrate inside the Capitol building. There's somebody else being taken away right now.
Why are they being taken away? See, this is the kind of people he has in his shed. Why are they being taken away? Why can't
They're
they
not
just
really rushing. Like, I think they're trying to do this in a non-confrontational
Why
way.
can't they
They're
just
very
sit there all
deliberate about
day?
taking people away. They're not like trying to get 50 people out of there at once.
How rude to make them leave
But
like
hold on a
that.
second. I gotta hold on. That's weird audio. What is that audio from? Now they have audio on from like a TV or something. Shut that off.
He finally did it. Wait, did he? Oh, he didn't. Dude, this is like a new thing for him. It must be the reason why he's got these two people in the background on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, look now. Holy shit. He's like, oh my god, we're eavesdropping. Which is kind of cool every now and then, but this is the time for that. Wait, what was...
The shirts say
No!
not in our name. Not in our name.
Fuckers.
Which I guess is the idea is that
You know what?
they are
These
Jewish,
streams
but
are
they
starting to
don't
piss
want
me
a
off a
war
little
in
bit.
their name as Jews. So it says not in our name.
Girls, just bring the same two screens, look their eyes up.
Then on the back it says, trying to read the back of the shirt. News something 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 something. Jews say ceasefire now. The back of the shirt say Jews say ceasefire now, and the front of the shirt say not in our name. So again, it's like a Jewish group. They say they're a Jewish group, but they don't want fighting. Again, the name of the group, according to Fox 5 DC, is Jews for Peace. Yeah, I'm so glad we can bring you the footage. This is another example of, as I mentioned, I took the plunge, and it was not cheap at all, but I decided, hold on a second. I hear a plane. They're too
It's
zoomed
not
in on the
cheap
left.
at
They're gonna
all.
miss stuff.
I
think,
sold
on the
my
left.
house, guys. For you.
They got to zoom out on the Gaza shot. They're very zoomed in.
I had to pawn my cat, guys. I just needed one more. Guys, here's the thing, though.
I got an update for you.
I don't have
News
enough for
update.
another one, and I don't have another cat. I think we need...
News update. Mark
Just
Warner,
one
U.S.
more.
Senator Mark Warner, as somebody gets taken away from the Capitol by police. Oh, they're taking more people away, guys.
No, I'm just
They're
playing,
taking a lot more
dude.
people away.
Like,
They have stepped up their taking of people away. You can see on the right there. So Mark Warner, U.S. Senator, just posted on his social media a half hour ago. He said the Senate Intelligence Committee reviewed intelligence related to the attack on Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza. Based on this information, we feel confident the explosion was the result of a failed rocket launch by militant terrorists and not the result of an Israeli airstrike. So, as I've mentioned to you, the evidence that's out there strongly suggests that that the explosion yesterday at the hospital was caused by a failed rocket launch from Gaza, not an Israeli strike. Also, there has been a number of analysis of like photos of the damage. There's a very small crater there, for example, not a large crater.
I guess
a lot of the buildings
me.
surrounding the site are still intact, not heavily damaged. So a number of experts have looked at that and said, no, it's not an Israeli missile strike. But Mark Warner, U.S. Senator, just posted that on his a half an hour ago and said he said the Senate Intelligence Committee feels confident the explosion was a result of a failed rocket launch by militant terrorists after they reviewed intelligence the U.S. has. Coffee says no one will believe it, sadly. Yeah, I don't know if the people who think it's Israel, any of them will change their mind. So, but I just wanted to pass that along to you. Our viewer, Saku Stars, says people have made up their mind. Thanks to our new member, Ichion M14, and Ichion gifted some memberships. Hey, thanks Ichion. Thanks Eternal Dog. Have you looked at my lineup? No, I didn't see it last night. Maybe send it again to my Twitter. There's so many messages I got last night that I haven't gone through them all. There's just so many. So maybe just send it again, Eternal Dog, today. I'm sorry, it's just been so much to go through. I haven't even gone through like stuff from people I follow and stuff and read what they've said. It's been so busy. But just send it again. Thank you, Eternal Dog. I appreciate that. If you're in YouTube, you have to enable, if you want to receive a gift membership when somebody gives them, you have to enable that. I believe the mods can tell you how to enable on YouTube receive gift membership. Mixed Bag Reaction says, can this war be stopped? At this point, I think Israel is going to do a ground operation. I don't see how they're not. Doc V says, Israel needs to allow humanitarian aid in. Thanks, Doc V. Supposedly, there was an agreement between Netanyahu and Biden today to allow some aid in, but the aid has not come in yet through Egypt, through the border crossing there, so we'll see if it does.
My vet just told me that she'll see her
hey guys,
and
we have a shot of outside. Look, we have a shot of outside in the Capitol. Look, 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 look. Hey, I'll make it big for a second, then I'll make it small again. So we have new shot from the Capitol. There's outside of the Capitol right there.
America, damn it.
See that? That's the Capitol outside. We've been looking at inside. That's outside.
Steve Sophia. Are you any connection to Steve Blutner?
So if you look on the right, we have people outside on the Capitol grounds. It's this anti-war protest. I guess it's all, again, associated with Jews for Peace. It could be, it's certainly hundreds. I wouldn't be surprised if that's over 1,000 people. We also maybe going to have some video from a Chicago protest. Put the video on. Let me put the audio on for a second here. So you can hear they're singing there and chanting. Thanks to Crystal Oliver, our new member, and Sammy G, who gifted a membership. Thanks, Sammy G. Yeah, so what I was saying before is, so we have the Gaza live video on the left, and we have the U.S. Capitol live video on the right. What I said before is a couple days ago, I took the plunge. It was not cheap. It was quite expensive, but I thought it was worth it for the channel, so I did the subscription to the to get live news videos to be able to show you on the air as we're live. So that's why we can show the Gaza video and the U.S. Capitol video. But I think it's great. I think it's so good to be able to show you these videos and be able to show you the breaking news as it's live. So I'm very much looking forward to showing you more live news during our streams, live news videos.
That sounds great.
Thanks to our new member, Lester Bowman. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. Let me shout out some of our YouTube members. Our D's, N's, Giuseppe, Kiwi MacArthur, Repurposed Art, Michelle Lee,
Should I even
Man
tell
B,
the person
Peppy
that
the
put
Frog,
the tag?
Chris B, Vivian Yurton, Retro AI,
Should I even tell the person that has the tag on it that I'm taking to the vet? They already voiced that they wanted to get it spayed, and I can also ask that if it has just had kittens, like is it true that it looks like it's just had kittens? Should probably be able to tell that. Breathing problem. And then I can even think about it. Man, I don't know, man. I don't really want the obligation, honestly, because that's a super long-term obligation. I can get it healthier. Going that? Going what? Oh, right. Well, I'll tell her that she might have, but I'm not sure. It's just such a tiny cat. It'd be surprising that if it's had kittens already. Make plans to go. Yeah, right. Yeah. For sure. That's why I was gonna ask, just in case. They might not even want to spay her now. I don't know how old it is. I really just want to get the lungs looked at more than anything, man. Get a clean bill of health on the lungs. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll pay to have it vaccinated. Since it's going to be outdoors like that, it needs vaccines, dude. How much will all that be? Probably 100, 200? I should ask them to help out with it. Let's keep eating the seaweed. Oh, really? As early as 4 months? Dang, man. That's wild. Might have things. It's about that, probably. About 6 months old. Like it. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I can get a bit. My cat checked. Simon, his visits are 50, but maybe that's because it's a return visit. Anything else is extra, of course, but Like if she does an x-ray of his lungs to make sure he doesn't have any water in his lungs, I don't have to pay more for the x-rays now. Like the first time was the only time I had to pay for the x-rays. That's pretty sweet. I have a vet that I think cares more about cats than she does about money, possibly. I think that's possible. Got lucky. We have vouchers? I don't know if there's a low-cost program. There are vouchers, but there's a month wait on them. Which I might wait a month anyway for the spade. I don't know. Oh. I don't know. Hopefully it isn't. It hasn't been pregnant yet, and it can go ahead and have its spade done now because I don't want to get raped out here anymore. Hard out here for a female cat. And alright, so what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What time does the clinic open? I can have the cat in a box probably. I think it's gonna be like 5 something in the morning. It'll have to be in the box for a while. And then the trip all the way to the vet. Hopefully whatever it has isn't contagious. But doesn't pee or poop in the cat carrier. I might have to keep Simon separate from it all morning tomorrow. Cooped up in here with the litter box in here. And I should change it today probably sometime. Completely change it out. I have to keep it in that thing for so long though. She's probably not. She'll probably wonder where it's at if she usually feeds it in the morning too. Did I tell the person? Send her a message, I guess, tomorrow morning, let her know that I have it, and now I'm going to take her into the vet, have it looked at, make sure.
not the result of an Israeli airstrike. They said they got
really
intelligence.
Are
they reviewed intelligence related to the attack.
Information. Information. Let's hurry up and get arrested. Taking so long.
Update from Jennifer Griffin on Fox News. Jennifer Griffin posted, a U.S. Embassy spokesperson in Lebanon says, we are aware of protests in Aukar in the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon. Unfortunately, violent protesters damaged private property
I don't like the way he
in the
reads
surrounding
things.
neighborhood of the embassy.
Am I the only
but
one?
embassy personnel and facilities at the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon remain
You know what I
secure
am?
and
An
undamaged.
accelerated
So no damage
reader.
at this point
I'm
to
trying to
U.S.
toot my own
embassy
horn, but I got the
facilities
shirt to prove it.
in
8th
Lebanon,
grade.
in Beirut.
Most points. The entire, all the classes. Read my ass off. Actually didn't. I just read one really hard book, got a shit ton of points, and then kept reading and taking tests, even though I didn't have to. All I got was a shirt though. Remember that program, Accelerated Reader? Well, he's a shitty reader. See, my mom got me things like the bootleg version of Hooked on Phonics. Because
Yes,
I was
Gaza
a moron.
is on the left side. Cannon
more of a
Rotunda
moron.
at U.S. Capitol Complex on the right side. The Gaza
Now I
Stream
can
is
talk
there.
right.
You're watching the Gaza Stream. That you're listening to the Gaza Stream too.
Like that, like how he says that. I don't like it. Am I the only one that can't stand the way Luckner talks, the way he says things, the way he walks? That was pretty good.
Watch what I do here. Watch what I do here.
I've never seen him walk. You know I have. I've seen him do an IRL stream. That's because I'm a diehard Luckner fan. I lost 2 Luckner fans just now over that.
Is that better?
How the Capitol Police roll. That
There
dude's
is
on his
sound from
phone
Gaza, I
playing
can
the
hear.
game. Why can't they just drag them out of there by their arm? Why is everything gonna take so long? Excuse me, sir, would you please turn around now? There you go, you're the Cubs. Are those too tight? Let me loosen that up for
Thanks
you.
to Aaron Dooley for the gift memberships. Thank you, Aaron, for the gift memberships. That's nice of you. Thanks to Jensen Sarpy, our new member. Thanks to 3D Printer Decks for the gift sub on Twitch. Thanks Sorsby for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Jason Park 85 for the bits. Thanks Coho Warren for the bits. Spicy Curry 69, thanks for the gift sub. Flaps 15, thanks for the bits. Buddha, thanks for the bits.
Say all the names that
Thanks
gave.
Beyond Scott, Odd and
Shut
Transparent,
the
and Dirtbox UK.
fuck up, you idiot! Say all the names that gave bits. Thanks for the bits. You know what I mean? Save us the pain of hearing thanks for the bits fucking 100 times like you're an NPCer, dude. You get me?
Stars.
Yum yum.
As we
yum,
continue
yum.
to bring you
Yum,
live
yum, yum.
coverage,
It's like he's a
live
fucking
updates.
robot. He doesn't ever change shit up
We are
ever.
looking
It's
at the
always going to
Gaza
be the same
skyline on the
exact.
left.
It's like big ups. Not necessary, very much
Capitol,
appreciated.
Cannon Rotunda
You know what I
at
mean?
the
That's
U.S.
the thing he
Capitol
does.
Complex on the right.
Like, dude, you're doing it again. You're doing the same thing again.
Oops. Sorry,
Switch it up.
forever and a day.
Because synonyms,
Forever and a day, I
antonyms up in there,
accidentally
like-
deleted your message.
Oh.
I apologize forever and a day for deleting your message. I did not mean to do that.
Get the thesaurus out every now and then, Lookner. Expand your vocabulary, my man. You do nothing but read news stories. How does his vocabulary not grow? That part of his brain is broken. Could be. It happens, man. Different parts of your brain do different things, man. And word retention is a total separate thing of area. Verbal memory, it's separate even than regular memory. Subcategory of memory. It's in a different area of the brain. Interesting. This is real shit, man. Okay? I'm schooling motherfuckers around here. Don't make me throw something. Ah! Okay, I didn't. Dude, you almost pushed me over the edge. That shit. You know what you did. Sherry! What do the letters stand for? I see it's an acronym.
Just checking some different news here.
Shit, man. Oh, Gino Fast took down Shit, man? No way. Well, just to know with the help of some others, though. Shit, man, it's nothing easy to take down. None of them are. I should make Shit Man Steve Lookner. Should I? You guys want to battle Steve Lookner on that one? Every now and then? Hold on. Shit Man.
I'm not seeing updates at the moment. Hey, thanks to our viewer from Brazil who's watching. Danny from Brazil is watching.
Oh, now every now and then y'all get Steve Lookner. It'll be a special little treat. Who else should we put in there? I could take Joe Mama and Fuckboy out too. Could be, who could Joe Mama be? Kamala Harris.
Thanks
Joe
also
Mama,
to
that's
Pickled
perfect.
Witch for your support. Pickled Witch and Gobbery. Thanks, Gobbery. All right, we are live. We're bringing you live coverage here.
No, we can't do that.
I may put my food in a few minutes. I may put my food in the air fryer. I might go do that while we have this video on.
I can put it on
And
all
we're
this.
watching live video. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I kind of got a little bit of a later start today, and I haven't eaten at all, and I'm feeling very hungry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disappear for 5 minutes, and I'm going to leave the video on. This is all live video. It's all live video. So what I'll do is I'll just do this. And I'll say, oops. Back in 5 minutes, okay? I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave you with the video. Appreciate our mods. Give me 5 minutes. I'm just putting my food in the air fryer. I'm coming right back. We're going to do a bunch more coverage today and tonight. So I have my headphones on. If I hear explosions or whatever, I'll run back in here. So just give me a minute and I'll be right back.
I just heard an explosion right as he was talking. Breaking news, y'all! Look near me. Somebody look near me. Dude, they're not gonna pick my trash up today because there's road construction on my shit. They're like doing something, man. I don't think. What's going on? So blocked off or not, but I need to take the recycling bin out anyway. I'll be back, man.
that the cellular network is also down. May God have mercy on our soul.
Hey, thanks everybody for your patience. I saw that President Biden just made an announcement about aid to Gaza. So I don't know if I have that for you. No, not just about aid to Gaza. Pretty quiet on the Gaza stream. We haven't really been seeing airstrikes there. Hey, thanks also Toyota Corolla. I'm going to check out that report, Toyota Corolla. Thanks for your support. And Pickled Witch. Yeah, so what the report I saw, I don't have the footage of it, but first of all, Biden said, John Gambrell with AP says, Biden says Egypt's president has agreed to open Gaza border crossing to allow in 20 trucks with humanitarian aid. Now it's not, oops, hold on a second here.
Easy peasy. Yep, buddy.
Now it's not a huge amount of aid for 2 million people. But again, Biden says Egypt's president has agreed to open Gaza border crossing to allow in 20 trucks with humanitarian aid. Oops, John Gambrell with AP posted that. Are we going to lose that stream? You know, sometimes we lose the Gaza stream. We might be losing it. I hate to say it, but sometimes around this time, I feel like sometimes we lose it. Then maybe it comes back. Maybe battery issue. We might have temporarily lost the Gaza stream. We'll see what it says, but we've had that. We've had issues with it before. So, and sometimes it comes back and sometimes it doesn't. Yesterday we didn't have that stream at all. For getting it back in the next 5 minutes, though.
I got it. I got the Gaza stream.
That's interesting.
I got the Gaza stream.
Thanks for tuning in. All right, that stream ended on Reuters. That stream ended. So hang on a moment.
I got it.
Give me a moment here.
I got it.
So let me see what else they have.
I got it, baby.
Give me a moment. Yeah, I don't have
No homo.
access to any other stream right now.
Who's counting?
From Reuters. That's the only one. Oh, it says further live. Hold on. It says further live coverage is expected. Wait 1 moment. 1 moment here. 1 moment here. 1 moment here. Further live coverage is expected.
I lost at least one sub just then. He was like, what the fuck, man? Yo,
so
this ain't what I signed
we'll get a
up
stream
for.
back. I don't know. We'll have to see. Then on the right is a protest from a group called Jews for Peace, reportedly, who are calling for a ceasefire.
Bing, 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 bing.
In the Capitol complex at the Cannon Building
now.
Rotunda. Yeah, somebody getting taken away there. The nighttime streams from Gaza are iffy. They are just iffy. Yeah, Reuters only has one feed up. They have, for some reason, Reuters has 2 live streams, but they're both the same feed. Oh, I was gonna check this story that.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
One moment here. Oh, you know what? Give me. I need about 20 seconds. I need 20 seconds. Hang on a moment. Sorry, I just gotta figure everything out. Gaza Strip to shrink after war, says Israeli foreign minister. Interesting story. Wow, that seems like a big story. That's from the Telegraph. Thanks for the heads up. Our viewer, Toyota Corolla. It was unclear if Mr. Cohen meant that a buffer zone would be formed from parts of Gaza or that Israel intends to absorb parts of the land completely into its territory. Interesting. I'll read you the article in a second. It's from the Telegraph. Now what's going on?
This is gonna be crazy, dude. I'm talking to my vet right now about getting this cat looked at in the morning.
Okay, so the Telegraph is reporting. Let me mention that again.
I'm a cat helper. So I have to decide whether or not I'm going to tell the person about it. And
so the Telegraph says, Israel's foreign minister said it will shrink the Gaza Strip, raising fears that parts of the territory will be annexed or reoccupied at the end of the war. Speaking to Israel's Army radio on Wednesday, Eli Cohen vowed to eliminate Hamas from Gaza and then predicted a decrease in Gazan territory. At the end of this war, not only will Hamas no longer be in Gaza, but the territory of Gaza will also decrease, he said. It was unclear if he meant that a buffer zone would be formed from parts of Gaza or that Israel intends to absorb part of the land and completely into its territory. Some analysts have suggested Israel will need to create a large buffer zone within the Gaza Strip to defend Israelis living in the settlements near the border.
what is this, dude?
How about that? How about that? That's from the Telegraph.
Yo, that dude can walk. I had buddies lying face in the muck and nom. He can walk. I'll prove it.
That would be a big deal.
I forget that. I was
oops,
super
my camera's
paraphrased.
on. Sorry.
Don Goodman.
My camera wasn't on.
Big Lebowski.
Quick thank you to, hey, thanks Toyota Corolla for the heads up about that story. Thanks Christy Taggart for the gift memberships. Thanks Gordon Gott. Yeah, that video is terrible, Gordon Gott. The videos of the attack on October 7th are just awful. Thank you, Gordon Gott. I appreciate your support. Eternal Dog, thank you. I'll have to look at the update from the Prime Minister. Thanks, Eternal Dog. I appreciate that. Thanks also to Barb for the gift memberships.
Hold on, guys. I'm about to
Barb.
figure out how much he's paying for this service. I'm saying, I think I figured out what he's using.
There's not a new Netanyahu update. He posted a couple hours ago on X. Here's what Yeah, there's a him speaking in Hebrew on his X account from 2 hours ago. I don't see one after that. Unless he spoke in both Hebrew and English.
בהיקף חסר תקדים.
No.
Do that.
We're waiting to see if we can get that. It says further live coverage is expected, so hopefully we can get the shot from Gaza back.
I know I'm not the only one curious what he's paying.
Again, the Telegraph says that Israel's foreign minister says Gaza Strip will shrink after the war. It's not clear if he means that Israel will take over some of their territory or whether there will be a buffer zone created in Gaza between Gaza and the Israeli settlements, or the Israeli in Israel around it, where places where people live in Israel around that. All right, here's what I'm going to do. So what I need to do is should I leave the audio on? You know, I can't leave the audio on. It's this weird thing. They're singing songs, and they could sing a copyrighted song, and then there's this whole issue with copyrighted music. So I don't want to deal with that. So guys, I need to eat. My food is ready. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to leave the video up on the screen.
They could sing a copyrighted song.
If the Gaza video comes back, obviously you'll see it. If it doesn't come back and it ends, I'll make the other video bigger. And also, I'll look for other video as well that I have a right to, that I'm allowed to show you, like these two. But as of right now, that's all I have. And the Gaza skyline video is, they say further live coverage is expected. So again, I'm leaving this stuff up. I'm going to say, let me fix my graphics here. On meal break, back in a few minutes. Okay, I'll put that up. Okay, turn that on. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Okay, we'll do that. On meal break, back in a few minutes. All right, so I'm coming back. I'll leave the video up. Guys, I am going to look, while I'm eating, I will be looking for updates. If there's some huge update, I'll come back in immediately. Hopefully the coverage from Gaza will come back at some point. Yeah, I have to be careful with the protest sound because they could sing copyrighted music, and that's a whole huge issue. So let me
Dude, I have
let
to have
me
a
go
business
do that. I'm gonna go
email.
eat.
What is
And
that?
after I eat, we'll be good to go for a while, and we're gonna do much more streaming. I appreciate our moderators. I appreciate all you guys watching.
It says, please use a business email address.
I'm
Won't
gonna
let me
keep
sign up without it.
keep doing more coverage.
Business email address?
All right, so give me a few minutes. Let me go eat. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Why is Steve talking? What are you talking about? What you talking about? Hey. Was there a Steve in here? Oh, we haven't had a Steve all day. Crossed. Your streams are getting crossed, it sounds like, dude. Oh no. Watch you. Am I smoking something? Probably. Oh. So, taking the cat to the vet tomorrow, I guess. Early morning. And it's going to be in the carrier for hours back there, so I'm going to have to figure all that out. Probably going to be pretty vocal by the time I'm in the car. I'm going to have to go out the back door with it, I think, too. Oh, this is, yeah, I'm going to have to, like, no, I'm going to leave out the house, sorry. I have to bring the Simon's litter box in here and keep him in this room literally all morning. Till we leave. I know he's not gonna know what's going on. My gosh. What should I pour him? Eligner doesn't have the Gaza stream though. What the heck is a business email? And how do I get one? I want to be official. Eligner. One minute ago, the White House, Biden and CISA agreed on the need to maintain stability in the Middle East. Man, dude, can you give us some actual news? The White House gave us that? Oh, well, that's good. Sissy, or whoever the hell that is, wasn't, like, trying to chop his head off. I guess that's awesome. He could have wanted to do that. After registration and free preview, a subscription to Reuters.com will cost $35 a month. Okay, but I need to know how much is he really only paying less than $100 for all these streams? Reuters Connect is a website designed by journalists for journalists, built to streamline your editorial team's workflow. Dude, if it's only like $40 a month and he's acting like he's spinning a grip on this, hold on. Okay, this might be something else. I can find something that costs more. This other guy says it starts out at $1,000 a month. It goes upward. Why can't you just find out what the prices are somewhere? Oh no, that's just to look at their news. They're charging $35 now to have a Reuters news subscription. Totally different. I knew they didn't have what it took. Take it to the limit. Take it to the limit. Push it to the razor's edge. Some shit like that. Remember? The limit. Get it! Boom. Whoa. Right when I did the boom, 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 it boomed. Y'all, I'm connected. I told y'all I was connected, didn't I? Aliens. They're with me. Always together. no. You know what it takes? Pretty sure Looker has went over his time allotted for this break. $18,000 people watching. Hey guys, do you know what they're watching? Do you want to see what they're watching? It's not that. There's no audio. It's just this. In the middle of the day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll do this sometimes in the middle of the night or something because I'm knocked the fuck out. What am I supposed to do? But this dude told me. He said he was going to be listening in for the bombs. He's not even listening to it. 18,000. How many people? Dude, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Okay, no, he's down to 7,700 a day. They're not digging it. Lots of refreshing. Lugner, you can't just do that, okay? Weirdo. What's that? He's ruining his brand a little bit. Like, this is what I do. Like, that's what I do. Like, he's normally known for, like, you be able to click on and get information about something right then, right there, instant, and it's up to date if he's not in the middle of thinking people. But now, you show up thinking, hey, what's going on? Look there. And it's that. It's just fucking, you live event has ended and further live coverage is expected. No sound at all, just tickers. Is he really on drugs though? A little bit. He's checking this stuff a little bit, but not like, I don't know, man. I appreciated him for what he was before, and that was the guy that was constantly figuring out what was going on. I was the guy that watched things with people, man. Now we got, he's like the, what is he, the biggest restreamer on YouTube now? Let us get bigger. Snowball effect out. He's gonna get a ton of the people, dude, especially when protest season comes around. This is, I can't fucking believe he's doing this now, man. Hugs, dude. It'll be comedy hearing his commentary during protests, so I can see that. But not because he's a funny person. That's the problem. Has he ever said anything funny? I'm trying to remember. one funny incident on the show.
Hey everybody, I'm still eating, but I see that the Capitol event has ended. So, hang on one moment here. So I'm going to get rid of that.
My stream is blurry because you're not setting your resolution correctly, Bo.
And I'll be back shortly after I finish eating, but we'll get rid of that.
Buddy,
we'll get rid of
fix
this.
Your resolution, man.
Supposedly, further live coverage is expected from Gaza.
This is as good as it can get, man. It's 7:20. What do you expect, man? They're in Gaza.
All right.
What's new about Israel? Nothing.
All right, so give me a few minutes, guys. I'll be right back. We'll give you more updates when we come back. I'm going to finish up eating, and hopefully we can get the Gaza stream back.
Do you guys want to see what he did? Here, quick little peek. Why does he just eat on stream, dude? He really wants to be this. He wants to. It's about this lifestyle. There's like people watching him eat or what? Does he eat funny? I can't remember. Some people eat funny, man. Like, you wouldn't want to go on a date with them. Because of how they eat. Maybe. Oh, maybe. I wouldn't care if you eat how you want. I want to look at it, though. I want to watch you eat it. I was a viewer before I was a streamer, dude. So I want to see what he's eating. I want to see how he eats it. See with his mouth open. Does he chew like little bitty chews? Did he swallow his shit almost whole? Does he drink in between bites? Does he mix his food? Does he eat one thing at a time? Go on to the next. First I will have my crumpet, and then I will have my piece of meat, and then I will have my green beans, then I will have my tea. How does he do it? It's like, literally right now, he's at the desk right now, camera off, playing with his food. Mashed potatoes everywhere. And then he has to clean up everything real quick, get his composure together, and get back on stream. What protest? Where? Where's it at, man? It's not a protest. Is there a protest? Israel consulate in Houston? I mean, I'll put it over here, I guess. Got an aerial shot of it. This what you're talking about? Not really. Yo, is it? At the Capitol? No, that one's over with. Now you get us Houston. I think it's over. All the cameras ended there. There were two. They're gone. Oh wait, there's one left. A different source has it. A Kumbaya and still. Kumbaya. Is this what you crave?
the Gaza stream back.
His camera's still not even on, dude. He just burped on the air.
No, Reuters is not back on live. Oh. On the air. To get the Gaza stream back. Excuse me, I just burped on the air. No, Reuters is not back on live. On the air. All right. This still says further live coverage is expected. I thought it said it ended. Okay, so we're hoping to get the Gaza stream back. Excuse me, I just burped on the air.
Why does this burp sound disgusting to me, dude? It sounded like juicy, but like mine sounds juicy in a good way. You know what I mean? When mine are juicy, it's like I'm thirsty. I mean, people like an oasis. When I dive in, all up in my throat. I've said too much. I don't want to turn y'all on. Kitten's gonna ban me next. I have prophesized. Why is this the only protest, dude? This is supposed to be the day of craziness, the Wednesday of craziness. Oh, then we got Jill Biden out here. Are you seeing this?
Compartir un escenario con Kamala.
Joe Biden's having a Hispanic day, apparently. What is this?
El teleprompter.
What's the deal? What is this? Why is she?
Me voy con el texto. En 1914, en el periódico El Progreso de Laredo, Elvira Idar estaba viendo un grupo de los Texas Rangers que habían venido a destruir el edificio del periódico y todo su contenido. Jovita era una periodista mexicana estadounidense, una sufragista y una defensora de los derechos civiles. Su labor cuestionaba la injusticia y había llamado la atención del gobernador, quien envió a los Rangers para silenciar sus imprentas. Pero ella se interpuso. A comienzos de año fue reconocida con una moneda que honra su notable contribución a nuestra sociedad. Pero la historia, la gente a la que ayudó, el derecho que estaba defendiendo, la escuela que abrió y su legado, no se puede contar solamente en una moneda. Y las muchas historias de los...
It's for migrants, dude. It's to get more migrants to come here.
We need the National Museum of the American Latino on the National Mall.
What?
And as we celebrate and lift up these stories of power, of perseverance, of pride, as we recognize the Latino voices that helped build our country, those who led movements to change, who wrote our laws, and who penned our poetry, we also recognize that our American history is incomplete without the stories that will never make it into the history books.
Yeah, and they don't give a shit about our history, really. All they care about is their making Mexico again.
The teachers who helped educate our students, the doctors and nurses who helped heal our families, the faith leaders who comfort us, the farm workers who put food on our tables. It must be over here. The mothers and fathers and grandparents, the mentors and friends, the communities who lift each other up, who help each other find their way. So thank you for joining us here tonight. This is the People's House, and centuries of history run through the walls. But that history is a living, beating one, molded every 4 years by the people who walk through its halls. Each of you, your backgrounds, your experiences, your perspectives, breathes life and color and texture into this house. Thank you for elevating the stories of this community. Thank you for shaping this house and our country in a significant and meaningful way. And thank you for weaving our American story together into this tapestry of exquisite beauty and richness. And now I'd like to introduce someone weaving joy into that tapestry, Leo Gonzalez. Leo?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's nice here. It is nice, huh? It's nice.
Compared to what?
Thank you, Dr. Biden. Disregard that part. Thank you, Dr. Biden.
The vice president
it is really such a big honor to be here. I've been feeling a lot of full circle moments lately.
She's nobody.
I've seen how you can go from living in Hanford, California, and just imagining yourself taking a picture on the other side of that fence over there with the iconic White House in the background. I can see how you can go from that to one day being invited inside and talking on a microphone. That's the power of America.
What? Wait, what did he just say?
That's the power of dreaming. Something my Mexican parents taught me.
Why can't I rewind
Something that growing up I would often hear my friend Alejandra Salvadoran mom talk to her about.
Because they remember just recently, the reason why I'm saying this is just recently they had a movie in the White House, and they made a big deal out of it, and it was the movie about the guy who invented flaming hot Cheetos. Okay? It's like they put that dude on a pedestal in the White House, right? But at the same time, there's a movie about the first Hispanic astronaut. Why didn't they put that one up there? That's like, shouldn't they be aspiring to be astronauts rather than I don't know, chip entrepreneur? I don't know what the fuck that's even called. I'm a chip mate. I made a chip flavor.
I see it every day from all of my fellow kids of our Latino parents.
They want idiots to come here, man.
Which way we can insert ourselves
That's why.
to tell our stories and bring joy and effortless laughter with the goal of more togetherness. I thank President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the administration for having us here today to represent our communities and to further confirm that if we dare to dream, we can make it so far in this land of opportunity, the beautiful United States of America.
What's going on? Hey, Gaza's doing something.
I've seen how you could go from being in Fresno, California just a few days ago at the Feria de Educación, the education fair, to, yeah, that part. Yeah. To 5 days later introducing the Vice President of the United States.
They really rushed this thing, didn't they?
I kind of got more claps. I'm not.
They're trying to get this out while we're all fucking distracted by war, dude.
To
That's
introduce someone who is a champion for Latino communities across the country, who understands our dreams and aspirations, and has worked side by side with us.
This is probably being played all over the fucking place in South America, dude.
To United States Senator, and now here at the White House.
Because that's how I found it originally, was this right here.
De la manera en que ella vislumbra el futuro de nuestro país.
Okay, in case you didn't see that part. It's already there, dude. They're like, oh, they're inviting us.
Hanford, I used to go to, used to have our church retreats in Hanford. So we probably ran into each other back in the day.
Most of America doesn't know this is happening right now,
Thank
dude.
you so very much.
I'm talking about 99% of people here don't know this is happening.
Really extraordinary. I know many of the leaders here have worked with her in this current capacity and over the years, but she is such a fighter for all people, and in particular for the Latino community in the way that she thinks about the future of our country. And as we all know, she is an educator. She is always focused on an investment in the future of our country through education. And so in front of all of our friends, Dr. Jill Biden, I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing us together this afternoon. So before I address why we are here today, I do want to say a word about the conflict that has ensued as a result of the brutal Hamas terrorist attacks in Israel. What we are witnessing in the region today is devastating. It has also deeply affected so many in our country, in Israel, in Gaza, and around the world. As you know, President Joe Biden was in Israel today and is now on his way home. Today, he continued the critical work to stand with the people of Israel, to ensure Israel has what it needs to defend itself, to prevent escalation throughout the region, to get American hostages out so they can return to their families, and urgently address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza to aid innocent civilians who are suffering. The Biden-Harris administration is doing everything we can to get food and water and medicine to civilians in need. Just today, President Biden announced $100 million in assistance to the Palestinian people.
Yeah, if you didn't hear about that.
And an agreement to get humanitarian supplies in Gaza. In this moment of heartbreak and tragedy, I, like so many of you, am deeply grateful for the leadership of President Joe Biden. Throughout, he has, as he always does, demonstrated strength, compassion, and moral clarity. And that is exactly what our country and our world needs in this moment.
She's slurring a little bit.
As we have constantly made clear, our support for Israel's security is unwavering, and Israel has a right to defend itself from Hamas terrorists. And let us be clear, terrorism is never justified. And as I said yesterday, Israelis and Palestinians must have equal measures of security and prosperity. And I support the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. Hamas does not represent these aspirations. And I will emphasize the Biden-Harris administration stands with the Jewish, Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities in our country, all of whom deserve safety and security, and we will continue to work forcefully to protect our fellow countrymen and women and people, and do exactly what we know is important at this moment in terms of standing with people and fighting for unity and dignity for all people. With that, I will now address the topic at hand. It is my honor to be here today with so many extraordinary leaders. And again, I want to thank our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. I want to thank the members of our cabinet who are here, including Administrator Isabel Guzman, members of the Hispanic Congressional Caucus, including Chairwoman Nanette Barragan. I want to thank you, Democratic Caucus Chairman Pete Aguilar, Senator Alex Padilla, Senator Ben Ray Lujan, and Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, our nation's first Latina senator.
All right,
And to all of you,
overly
everyone
happy
here,
over
I say
everything.
thank you for all you do.
We did not
including,
get back
of course, the members
Eddie
of our
Murphy smile.
administration who work every day to make sure the voices and the experience of millions of Latinos are reflected in all that we do. So we are
did not
here
get
today
back the
to
Gaza
celebrate
stream yet.
Hispanic
It still says
Heritage
for-
Month. But let us be clear, we celebrate Hispanic heritage and Hispanic history all year round.
What do you mean? Dude, take it out of hand.
And we celebrate the heroes on whose shoulders we stand. The generations
Black
of
people aren't
Hispanic
gonna like
leaders
this.
who believed, like Leo said, in the promise of our nation. Some of the most patriotic among us who believe in who we are as a nation and our founding principles.
No, they don't.
And all that
Who?
we can achieve.
What Latinos
And who, through their courage
are all
and
about
creativity and
patriotism?
dedication and determination and resilience and resistance helped make
They care about the
promise
Dodgers.
of America real for
Or how the-
millions of people. We
the
also
Raiders are
celebrate
doing.
the incredible vibrancy of the Hispanic community, the creativity
Fuck
and the
outta here.
ingenuity and the
I
optimism.
live in LA, man.
And in
They're not the
particular
most
of our
patriotic
young
people.
Hispanic leaders. So as some of you know,
patriotic
this
towards
fall I
Mexico.
have been on a national college tour, including at many of our great Hispanic serving institutions. And I have to tell you, doing this, I am just infused with greater optimism about the future of our country. In this process, I've been able to convene our best and brightest on the importance of course, defending our hard-fought, hard-won
What
freedom.
do we say, Chili Bean?
Just yesterday,
Your
in
opinion
fact,
doesn't
I
matter.
visited Northern Arizona University with Secretary Miguel Cardona.
Drinking Budweiser doesn't
And
make
let
a
me
patriotic.
tell you, their energy and
talking about?
enthusiasm, their ambition and their aspiration, their ability to see what can be unburdened by what has
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
been,
about. Wouldn't have a party at
and
their house doesn't
determination
make them
to
patriotic.
build a brighter future, it truly gives me so much hope for the future of our nation. And I will tell you also what we all know. These young leaders are also very clear-eyed. They know what we here all see, that in the midst of our hopes and our optimism about the future, that we are currently
Explain,
also
Chili Bean. Your
faced
opinion matters.
with those who attempt to distract and divide us as a nation. The extremists who are launching a full-on attack on some of our most hard-fought, hard-won freedoms, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to love who you love, the freedom to live safe from violence and hate,
Yo, we don't even
the
have
freedom
that.
of a woman to make
Talking about-
decisions about her own body,
America's dangerous.
and the freedom, as I like to say, to just be. To just be. In this moment,
That's a tranny thing, ain't it?
extremists attempt to demonize and target immigrants with some of the most vile and hateful language. But we here know that in America, our diversity is our strength.
Just let me be. I'm a Zork. I'm always gonna
And
be
in
a Zork.
unity, there is power. And the story of America, the story of
Honey,
our
I don't know
nation,
why I do that. I'm a
has
Zork.
always included the story of immigrants.
What
So
Zorks
let
do.
us today celebrate
judge me.
America's diversity and our collective
Kamala said I can be a
commitment
Zork.
to inclusion and the importance of equity. Yes, I just did do DEI. And let us recognize
longer is
that
she
that
gonna
is
be up
part
here?
of
I'm
the
ready to go back to
spirit
Lookner.
of who we have always been as a nation. And I am proud to say that is the spirit that guides the work of President Biden and me. We are proud that since we took office, we have seen record Latino small business growth, led led in large part by Latinas, who are creating jobs and opportunity across our nation.
But who's buying from them? All the
clear-eyed
immigrants that are coming here?
That despite Latino businesses
What kind of business
making up
talking about?
25% of new business owners,
Talking about taco
Latino
restaurants?
entrepreneurs receive less than 2% of venture capital
Tortilla
investment
manufacturer? What are we talking about?
and are rejected at higher rates when applying for loans. So to address
Who's
these
buying the
disparities,
product?
President Biden and I have
migrants that are
invested more
flooding
than
our country?
$12 billion in community banks so entrepreneurs can start and expand their businesses, including, of course, many in the Latino community. We are also proud that we have capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month.
What does that have to do with
For
this?
far too long, so many
Hispanic
of our
History Month.
seniors had to choose between either putting food on their table or filling their prescription.
Why
And I'm
are
going to
you-
do an informal poll right now.
They're
Who
always
here has a
trying
family
to
member
say
who
what
has
they
been
did
diagnosed with
so
diabetes?
they get voted. Remember what we
And we
did,
know
guys?
Latinos and lots
Just
of
do your
folks, but
fucking
Latinos I'm going
job,
to speak
you
of
know?
right now, are 70% more likely to have diabetes. So think about the correlation in terms of what this means, in terms of improving the quality of life and the right to just be for so many people who have been fighting for this for so long.
You did it.
The President and I are also proud to have invested $15 billion in our Hispanic-serving institutions, which, of course,
What is
are
that?
institutions of extraordinary academic excellence and are educating the future leaders of our nation. So these are but a few examples, thank you, of the accomplishments that we are so very proud of, that
I
we
think
have
she was on
achieved with
benzos,
the support
dude.
and help of the leaders who
High-dose
are here.
benzos.
And with all of that then, I'm going to end by again
How much she
speaking, as
slurs.
I often do, with our young leaders.
And her
And
eye
by offering
movement.
just a quick piece of advice.
And how giddy she
So, and I'm
is.
looking at you, I see you.
Pretty sure she's
So
on
I'm going
benzos,
to say this.
dude. I'm a
There are
drug
going to be many
expert.
times in your life
Dude,
where
I'm,
you are the only one
I'm sorry. I
looks
wish I was
like
playing
you.
about that.
when you enter that boardroom, that meeting room, that
How
briefing
stressful
room,
you think it is
that
to be
courtroom.
vice president? That's benzo time. Am
And
I
what
wrong?
I want you to remember is to never walk in those rooms and feel alone.
I have a little Valium,
You
huh?
always
For the speech?
walk in those rooms with your chin up and your shoulders back, knowing that we here are all applauding you being in that room, and we are imposing on
slowness
you
to
the
her.
responsibility then to walk in those rooms with pride, understanding the voices that you carry. The voices we honor when we honor this month, every day of the year, the voices of your family and the community. That is your duty that we impose on you at the same time that we impose on you all of the pride we have in you for all that you are and will continue to be in the best interest of the strength and the growth of our nation.
I'm an expert at everything.
And with that, it is my
You know.
pleasure to welcome Gabby Moreno.
Who? Oh shit! Copyright music. Gotta go. Alright, I'm trying to deal with that. Yeah, I'm trying to find the stream that Lugner has up. These secret streams. Where's he getting these things from?
Just to be here in front of you, and to be sharing my music with everyone is an absolute dream come true. So thank you so much. Gracias.
distance. Where did that just gonna close it? Well, dang it. I didn't close it. What was that? Timing? Huh? Aliens? What do you say? Those don't happen. Those have not been happening hardly at all. We're working together on this one. It was quite the explosion. It wasn't that far away. Gaza. Back in Gaza. Not gonna do this, lady. Nah. Gaza's where it's at. I spent too long here to give up on it now. Gaza. It's where I was born. Now to see if I can find what the heck he's watching. God. Not him that I might have to try to find it on Facebook. Lately, no one streams on Facebook like they used to. Remember all the protests? Oh, dude, this folks right there. There's so many Antifa streamers on Facebook back in the day. Trash bin is fine. What the fuck is my trash bin? Dude, I'll be back. I gotta go see what the heck is going on. think I might have messed up and I didn't put my recycling out early enough, because the reason the trash can was moved was because the trash guy was nice enough to because of the construction, they're not going to be driving down this way, I guess. So he had to come and get it and put it on that side of the street and then take it. I could see him driving off when he was backing out. I think I might have done that this morning. That's why I never noticed it. My recycling bin is the fullest too. It's all the way to the max. I could leave it out there overnight though, and it'd probably be half full. By morning, the garbage scavengers would go through it. Ow! It's wild how it'll. It's wild, dude, living in the city. They got all the bottles, all the plastic bottles. That's what it mostly is. What do they do? She done singing. Oh, but now there's this. Yippa yippa. Yippa 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 yippa. This makes me want a taco. What are they doing? Can they just make this National Taco Month? That has a better ring to it. This is where your tax dollars are going. For the little.
Now for my brown brothers. I didn't know tortilla.
Goes to Latin parties. To show Latin people that they matter too. Oh, that seems kind of racist. Of course they matter. Of course they're like, what do you mean? Like, aren't they treated the same nowadays? No, they're not. They need their own months. Because there's more white people here in America in general, that's why they get their own months. As long as they are a minority, we get to celebrate their existence. Yo, man, but white people are a minority worldwide. 8%. Pretty low, man. Black people are the majority. What are Mexicans? Well, Mexico, Spanish-speaking people are probably pretty high up there too. They like to have kids, man. Indians, Chinese people way up there compared to white people. International White Person's Day. Why can't they do that? Why didn't that one dude that lives like in the town, or even like Memphis? Look at Memphis, dude. It's like 20-30% white at this point, but they would definitely not do it there. White month in Memphis? Can you imagine? They have to still whip themselves for what they've done. Now only the black people can beat each other up out there. You saw what they did to Tyree Nichols. That was all black dudes. Oh man. Why would a white person want family? For me it's family. But I don't know anybody else. We'll see what he's doing. See what he's doing.
Void says, I'm sure it will start soon. I was wondering, like, the fact that Biden is giving an address tomorrow night at 8. Does that suggest anything about the timing of it? I don't know, because I could see him speaking after it starts, or I could see him speaking before it starts. So I don't know that Biden giving a speech tomorrow night really says anything about the timing.
What starts?
I don't know that he's going to announce anything. He'll just talk about his views about the things. All right, so Biden is speaking for the Oval Office tomorrow night. Honestly, I would be kind of surprised if in the next I would be surprised if the Israeli military operation doesn't ramp up in the next couple of days. I would be surprised.
Starting shit with people. You think I would take your advice?
All right, so I mentioned that. Speaking of which, though, I haven't even seen. I want to watch it. I have not seen it because I was sleeping at the time. I want to see what President Biden said in Israel. Because I haven't seen it.
Oh, dude. Yeah, well, never mind.
Yeah, God.
He's behind on the news, man. FFA it though. You're able to FFA it still though, buddy. Looks excited.
باش تنجموا تاكلوا الماكله واخوانكم واخواتكم
Waka waka.
فلسطين صاير فيهم هكا.
And
the forces of barbarism. You describe what Hamas did.
All right, we've cut across to visuals coming in. These are live visuals of Joe Biden meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, these are live. You fucking hear me right now?
They burnt people alive. They raped and murdered women. They beheaded soldiers. They searched for the secret hiding places where parents hid their children. And just imagine, Mr. President, the fear and the panic of those little children in their last moments as the monsters found out their hiding places. Hamas kidnapped women, children, elderly, Holocaust survivors. I know you share our outrage on this, and I know you share our determination to bring these people back. On October 7th, Hamas murdered 1,400 Israelis, maybe more. This is in a country of fewer than 10 million people. This would be equivalent to over 50,000 Americans murdered in a single day. That's 29 9/11s. That is why October 7th is another day that will live in infamy. Mr. President, you rightly said.
Wait, it's not live, is it? Are they really talking at 1 a.m.?
The German Chancellor, who visited here yesterday, said that Hamas were the new Nazis. You're both right. And just as the civilized world united to defeat the Nazis and united to defeat ISIS, the civilized world must unite to defeat Hamas. I can assure you, Mr. President, Israel is united to defeat Hamas. And we will defeat Hamas and remove this terrible threat from our lives.
Trump would stay up pretty late, though, I remember.
For our sake, for your sake, for peace and security in our region and in the world. Mr. President, for the people of Israel, there's only one thing better than having a true friend like you standing with Israel, and that is having you standing in Israel. Your visit here is the first visit of an American president in Israel at a time of war. It is deeply, deeply moving. It speaks to the depth of your personal commitment to Israel. It speaks to the depth of your personal commitment to the future of the Jewish people and the one and only Jewish state. So I know I speak for all the people of Israel when I say, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for standing with Israel today, tomorrow, and always.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Look, folks, I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands. I've got my great Secretary of State here. He's been here for a lot.
Is he live right now?
Terrorist group Hamas has slaughtered, as has been pointed out, over 1,300 people. And it's not hyperbole, it's just slaughter.
Hey guys, this is not hyperbole.
And including 31 Americans.
Never mind.
And they've taken scores of people hostage, including children. She said, imagine what those children hiding from Hamas are thinking. It's beyond my comprehension to be able to imagine what they're thinking. Beyond my comprehension. They committed evils that, atrocities that make ISIS look somewhat more rational. You know, Americans are grieving with you. They really are. And Americans are worried. Americans are worried because we know this is not an easy field to navigate, what you have to do. But the fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, it seems to me that have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs, as you know. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people. And it has brought them only suffering. You know, years ago, I asked the Secretary of State when he and I were working in the Senate to write something for him, and he said, he wrote a line that I think is appropriate. He said, it's not, we lead, not just, well, I won't go into it, I'll wait later. I'm taking too much time, but the point is this, that I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there not sure. So we got to overcome a lot of things. And it also means encouraging life-saving capacity to help the Palestinians who are innocent, caught in the middle of this. And well, at any rate, that's who we are. Not just me, but I mean that's who the United States is. And it's just not the example of our power; it's the power of our example. It's almost as important. The world's looking. Israel has a value set like the United States does, and other democracies, and they're looking to see what we're going to do. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm very happy to be back in Israel with you. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to having a thorough discussion about where everybody goes from here. But thank you, and I want to say to the people of Israel, their courage, their commitment, their bravery is stunning. It's really stunning. I'm proud to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the Israeli Prime Minister. The US President interacting with Israeli Prime Minister, and a lot of statements which have come in from both sides. Biden said that the attack was carried out by the other side. He said US is deeply saddened and outraged by Gaza hospital explosion, and as it seems it was done by the other team. Biden says it was done by the other team. Israel was not behind the attack, but there are a lot of people out there, so not sure. He also said that Hamas makes ISIS look more rational. To discuss what both the leaders had to say with each other, I'm just cutting back to our correspondent Siddhant, who's there in Tel Aviv. Siddhant, we were speaking earlier, and now we have some statements which have come in, which makes the stance of the two nations, of at least the US, a little...
Moving in a little bit, just don't cross the banners. Let's get people to start moving in, please. Perfect, thank you, thank you.
Are you freaking ready?
Free Palestine!
Oh, come on, man. Fuck. Come on, guys, move in. Free.
Long live Palestine! Long live!
All these people have like 3 brain cells combined. Gather closer, people. Closer. Let's chant together. They're still doing it?
We charge you with genocide!
There. Let me make sure that these nuts are bad here. I see you over there, Gino. There's a chat there too.
Lies and the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine.
Oh, you said it in the chat too.
And the bias and the lies. And the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine.
Follow the money, says Red Bet. How you gonna do Gino Fast and Red Bet over on
Within our lifetime. Within our lifetime.
Is these guys your favorite song or?
Free Gaza. Free Gaza. Long live Gaza. Long live Gaza. Long live Gaza. Long live Gaza.
Costco's making me fat with all these sales on stuff.
We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. 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 Intifada, Intifada. Intifada, Intifada. Long live Intifada. Long live Intifada. Intifada, Intifada. Intifada, Intifada. Long live Intifada. Long live Intifada. End the siege on Gaza now. End the siege on Gaza now. We want justice, you say how. We want justice, you say how. End the siege on Gaza now. 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 Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
They just did that one.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
I don't need Adderall, I have chocolate.
Palestine will be free.
Dude, Costco's chocolate's too cheap.
Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. Occupation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Israel is a racist state. Israel is a racist state.
Well,
Israel is an apartheid state.
They're both racist.
Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is an apartheid state.
No, I'll prize one.
Free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Long live 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 Gaza. Long live Gaza. Long live Gaza. Long live Gaza. Gaza, 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 Gaza. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا غزة 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 انتفاضة 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 Long live the intifada Long live the intifada Long live the intifada Long live the intifada Free free Palestine 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 Free free Gaza Free free Gaza Free free Gaza Free free Gaza Long live 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 Gaza End the siege on Gaza now End the siege on Gaza now End the siege on Gaza
I see you over there, FF.
End the siege on Gaza now End the siege on Gaza now End the siege on Gaza now 1, 2, 3, 4 1, 2, 3, 4 Occupation no more Occupation no more 5, 6, 7, 8 5, 6, 7, 8 Israel is a racist state Israel is a racist state 1, 2, 3, 4 1, 2, 3, 4 Occupation no more Occupation no more 5, 6, 7, 8 5, 6, 7, 8 Israel is an apartheid state From the river to the sea From the river to the sea Palestine will be free Palestine will be free From the river to
They
the
just did this
sea
one.
From the river to the sea Palestine will be free Palestine will be free Gaza 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 Gaza
Whoa, dude. Look at this guy. I love it. They should all come dressed up like that. I respect it more. I want them to look like they're in Gaza.
Long live Gaza! Long live Gaza! Long live Gaza!
These people just look like terrorists, dude.
Long
With this shit wrapped around their head like that. What is that?
live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Resistance is justified!
They look like ISIS, dude.
When people are occupied! When people are occupied! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! When people are occupied! When people are occupied! Netanyahu,
And why is the girl running the show? This would never go down like this in Gaza. The girl in charge of the microphone?
we charge you with
no?
genocide! We charge you with genocide! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Another woman with a mic? No, probably not. Probably wouldn't happen. Did they even get to go to school?
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
You have baby and like it.
Settler, settler, go back home! Settler, settler, go back home! Palestine is ours alone! Palestine is ours alone! Settler, settler, go back home! Settler, settler, go back home! Palestine is ours alone! Palestine is ours alone! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! حرة حرة فلسطين! حرة حرة فلسطين! حرة حرة
to Palestine. From DC to Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. From DC to Palestine. From DC to Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. From Puerto Rico to Palestine. From Puerto Rico to Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. From Puerto Rico to Palestine. Puerto Rico to Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. From Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. Stop the U.S. war machine. From Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. Stop the U.S. war machine. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, we're going to meet up over here.
Occupation no more. Occupation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Israel is a terrorist state. Israel is a terrorist state. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Or only the women are wearing the head wraps.
No
That's weird.
Occupation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6,
Is that it?
7, 8. Israel is a racist state.
I think all of them should have looked like terrorists.
1, 2,
Not just the
3,
women.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. Occupation no more.
Like the dudes have white ass shoes on, the girls are all in black.
5, 6, 7, 8. Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is an apartheid state.
They're trying to look fresh out there.
Apartheid state. Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is a terrorist state. Israel is a terrorist state.
Super white shoes, not just a little white.
Free the prisoners, free them all. Break the chains and let them fall. Break the chains and let
Girls are on black shoes, boots and stuff, combat style, and looking like terrorists with their head wraps. The dudes look like they're ready to go to college.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. من الميال الميال. من الميال الميال. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. من الميال الميال. من الميال الميال. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. 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 بالروح بالدم نفديك يا غزة. 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 Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. Hey, hey,
Just had to do it.
the occupation's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation's got to go. Hey, hey.
This is news to share, by the way. If you haven't heard of news to share, it's on YouTube.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Pretty in the middle kind of guy.
Palestine. Free, free, free
Let's let all fly in the shot.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Gaza's rising, hear the call. Gaza's rising, hear the call. Tear down Israel's border wall. Tear down Israel's border wall. Gaza's rising, hear the call. Gaza's rising, hear the call. Tear down Israel's border wall. Tear down Israel's border wall. We will free Palestine. We will free Palestine. Within our lifetime. Within our lifetime. We will free Palestine! We will free Palestine! Within our lifetime! Within our lifetime! We will free Palestine! We will free Palestine! Within our lifetime! Within our lifetime! We will free Palestine!
That's all you get though. That's 4 times.
Within our lifetime! Within our lifetime! Free, free Palestine!
Come on, bitch. Come on, man. We just did that one.
You guys aren't loud enough. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza!
Shit's ridiculous.
Long live Palestine!
As if the fucking embassy gives a shit about them out there screaming.
Netanyahu, you can't hide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide!
And it's not going to make the news because they look like morons.
Netanyahu, you can't hide!
It won't make any news that anybody gives a shit about at least. Because they're nobody. They're just some kids with a banner. They're like,
Free, free Palestine!
I mean, this isn't news, actually. It's happening, but it's only happening for 66 people on his stream and 47 on this stream. Maybe he's got a little more somewhere else. Small amount of people witnessing. They really think they're doing something though. I think they do it so that they can go home and pat themselves on the back thinking they did something. And how hard is it really just to get in a trench coat and wrap your head up and repeat some simple ass lyrics?
من المية للمية فلسطين عربية من المية للمية
I gotta put them on a list.
فلسطين عربية
All of them.
بالراح بالدم نفديك يا غزة بالراح بالدم نفديك يا غزة بالراح بالدم
I mean, I guess that they need to figure out some way to where they don't have a wall around these people, and it's a weird situation, dude. They do live in a cave, kind of.
غزة 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 How is everybody feeling?
I get that it needs to get figured out, but them covering their heads and looking like terrorists is not selling me on it.
Are you guys ready to be loud to let all the anger that you have out in front of the Zionist embassy? The Zionist embassy responsible and complicit in the genocide of Gaza. Shame! Shame! So today, I want you all to be as loud as possible. I want everybody here to lose their voices. Gaza! 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 Gaza!
This is a cult-like thing to do to people too, because if they do actually lose their voices, they'll have like this, like, "Hey man, we are fucking getting it. I can't even talk right. Me neither, man." It gives them like this connection of fucking being an idiot. Yeah, lose your voices together.
Before we begin today, I'd just like to make a few announcements. If you look around you, you will see people in neon yellow vests. Neon yellow vests, everyone please raise your hand. Look all around you. There's some behind me. There's some to the right. There's some closer to the Chinese embassy. These people are here to help us. They're here to provide us directions for anything you need. If you have an emergency, if you have any questions, just come to them and they will help you out. Follow their directions. They're here to make sure that we're going to be safe. We're having a safe protest and we're here to let our energy out. Next.
What does that mean? A safe protest? What could happen?
Next up, and I would say this is the most important announcement, do not speak to any cops. Do not speak to any police.
Dude, that sounds
if they come up and ask you any questions, direct them to someone in the yellow vest or direct them to someone wearing an orange vest. If you're wearing an orange vest, raise your hand, please. Someone in the back there. I think someone down there. Do not speak to any cops. What are we going to do? Not speak to cops. What are we going to do? Not speak to cops. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
This is gonna last.
Thank you
Dude,
for
what
being
if this
here with
lasts
us today in front of the Zionist embassy in DC in the belly of the beast. I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement. Let them know. Let them know. We don't like them. You gotta let them know.
You know what I mean? That'll be a lot more dangerous than the BLM shit. Having a bunch of weirdo Antifa, and then they got a bunch of Palestinians in the midst of them.
Movement. We're an independent grassroots organization of
Other
Palestinian
Muslims
and
start
Arab
jumping
youth
in
struggling for the liberation of our people and our land.
because we won't think nothing of it.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Kind of crazy.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! As I was saying. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
You got some mess. Your lookers got something in Chicago.
Now to begin, we're an independent grassroots organization of Palestinian and Arab youth struggling for the liberation of our people and land. We are here today out of our own independent conviction that our people will be free. Yesterday, we witnessed yet another massacre on the people of Gaza at the hands of the Zionist regime. This massacre happened at Al Ahli Hospital, a Christian Baptist hospital in Gaza. The Zionist entity does not care who it massacres so long as they are Palestinian. Today, a UN school in Gaza was bombed, and sites of worship were attacked. The brutality and violence at the hands of the occupation did not start yesterday. It did not start last week, last month, last year. It started 75 years ago, and it has not stopped yet. It started 75 years ago when the Zionist entity illegally occupied Palestinian land and began the ethnic cleansing of our people. Gaza has been under siege and it has been an open-air prison for almost 2 decades now. Almost 20 years under siege at the hands of the Zionist occupation. We are witnessing the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. We are witnessing an ongoing Nakba, a Nakba that never ended. We echo the demands of our people in Gaza to end the siege, to demand aid and basic human resources such as water, such as food, such as medical supplies, and such as electricity. These are all things that have been denied to Gazans, to citizens of Gaza at the hands of the Zionist occupation. We echo for their demands, and we will continue to amplify the voices of our people back home
even know what that
and
means.
honor our martyrs
Zionist.
with every breath.
I'm an idiot. I'm a little stupid sometimes, baby.
Next up, I'd like to introduce a student organizer with Students for Justice in Palestine in the DMV. Just kidding. First, we're going to start off with the martyrs' honor. This will be the reading of Al-Fatiha, and we're going to honor the martyrs with some words. If everyone could take a moment to read Al-Fatiha or whatever prayer you believe in or identify with.
Some chocolate. Lunchtime. So, late 1900s to late 1897 and 1948, that's when they were like, yo, let's go live in Palestine instead. And then all of a sudden Hitler was like, yeah, why aren't you moving quicker? That's dirty. They were already trying to leave Germany, weren't they? That's wild, man. They already knew. Like, bro. Oh, not safe there. I'm starting to look at this funny. That's a long ass. What is this silence for? It's long, man. A little overkill. I don't know, man. They used to give George Floyd some long ass commodity silence too, though. So is that it? They just wanted to move to Palestine. They wanted to make it. That's what everybody always says. Zionists, like it's such a bad thing to do. What's bad about it? What? They're refusing to speak until they're free? Oh, this is awesome. Really? They're just going to stand there? Dude, this would be the most awesome thing I've ever witnessed a stupid chanting protest ever do. Shut up. I love it. This is excellent.
Thank you. Today we honor all of our martyrs.
You got me.
Who were murdered and massacred at the hands of the violent Zionist entity. Today we mourn over 4,000 and counting martyrs in less than 3 weeks. Yesterday, over 1,000 and still counting Gazans were massacred at the hands of the violent, vile, and inhumane Zionist regime. We will honor all of our martyrs with every breath that we take. We will honor all of our martyrs from Gaza to the West Bank. We will honor all our fathers, all our mothers, all our sons, all our daughters, all our grandmothers, and all of our grandfathers. We can take another moment.
So they had a group of people that started getting the world. They started moving to the area, the first Ottoman area, later the Mandatory Palestine. Those are areas, geographical entities. But then I guess they like rallied to get the world to acknowledge it. The Zionists.
Next up, I'd like to introduce a student organizer with Students for Justice in Palestine in the DMV, and they will be speaking about the student movement and being at the forefront of it for Palestinian liberation.
Zion is a hill in Jerusalem. Jerusalemists.
Today, we stand in front of the foremost Zionist outpost to demand an end to the siege on Gaza. We honor the martyrs whose lives have been robbed by the Zionist entity due to their Palestinian identity, and we support the cause of Palestinian liberation. In the past week, thousands upon thousands have lost their lives at the hands of the murderous and oppressive Zionist regime. Over 6,000 bombs have been dropped in 1 week on Gaza. From airstriking UN-protected refugee schools and hospitals, to bombing safe evacuation routes, to decimating entire neighborhoods, the endless siege on Gaza has cost us 4,000 lives in the past week.
You believe whatever you want, Floyd.
With each step that we take, we carry their spirit within us, ensuring that their presence endures. We ensure that their image endures the endless cycle of bombardment and murder at the hands of the Zionist occupation. Along the walls of our villages and cities in Palestine, in our refugee camps in Lebanon and Jordan, we plaster images of our martyrs. They hold our utmost gratitude and respect, and they live on forever in our hearts through the social fabric of our communities. We have countless works of art honoring our beloved martyrs, songs and poems honoring loved ones who have passed away. Ring loud for Palestinians who know that their sacrifice has brought us closer to the greater liberation of Palestine. It is the knowledge that our liberation would not be possible without their ultimate sacrifice. Each and every martyr waters the path to our people's liberation. May our martyrs, the people of Gaza, rest in all the peace that they were not spared in this life. Our movement is forged by their names. We remember and honor them. We sing their names with every step to liberation. Glory to the martyrs!
Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs!
What does that mean?
Glory
The versions?
to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs! Glory to our martyrs!
Okay.
Next up, I'd like to introduce someone from the People's Power Assembly to be speaking.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for having us. My name is Andrew. I'm with the People's Power Assembly and also the Socialist Unity Party. I'm with the Baltimore branch.
Andrew from
the
marketing?
PPA is also a member organization of the International League of People's Struggle, or ILPS. Shout out if you heard of it. Sweet. Alongside Anakbai NDC, PYM, DMV, and Friends of Latin America, we are actually building an ILPS regional formation to unite our movements against imperialism. Thank you. Today I want to make something very clear, and I'm speaking mostly to non-Palestinian allies of the Palestinian struggle. We have a responsibility to the Palestinian resistance.
Bitcoin. You got to give them Bitcoin, right?
We live in the country at the heart and brain of the imperialist system. We have the important duty of exposing the role of the U.S. in occupied Palestine, in funding and arming Israel, and in undermining the rights of working and oppressed people the world over.
They got like 100 billion in Bitcoin or something crazy.
Let's say it plainly.
Hamas.
Israel is the world's biggest United States military base.
Yes, yes.
The dog wags the tail, not the other way around. The U.S. is not simply complicit in Israel's war crimes. The U.S. is directly responsible.
Yeah, because we're paying both sides. We need to
And
knock
let's
it
say it
off.
plainly again. Bombing hospitals, bombing schools, cutting off electricity, cutting off water, these are all war crimes. And we all hope, but we're not hoping, or we're hoping, but we're not expecting the U.S. to be held accountable for these. But they should be.
The baddest Jewish dude, Israeli. And they just
It's
go at
in
it.
the hands of the ruling class right here in the United States, and with United States tax dollars, no less.
To the death.
Our responsibility is to build a movement powerful enough to stop the flow of funds and arms to Israel. Our responsibility is to unite our many movements, the workers' movement, the anti-war movement, the many national liberation movements present here in the U.S. today, the trans and the queer and the women's movements.
I'll throw them in there so that they come to your next gathering.
We have a responsibility to all unite for Palestine. We look to the examples of the many dock workers union in the U.S. who refused to load weapons intended for Israel and back then in apartheid South Africa.
Trans for Palestine. That's so fucking crazy, dude.
And we should look hopefully on the massive resurgence of organized labor, who have a tremendous opportunity not just to condemn imperialism, but to stop it in its tracks.
Gaza. If they had one of them in there.
Our responsibility to the Palestinian resistance is our unwavering, unapologetic solidarity. That means we do not condemn the resistance, we do not clutch pearls or sit on fences, we make no apology. We make no apology for how oppressed peoples choose to fight. And that's because the Palestinian struggle is a national liberation struggle, and its victory would be a victory for the working and oppressed all over the world. If any of you are itching to hit the streets on Saturday, Baltimore is taking to the streets again, like we did last week, 2 p.m. in Baltimore at Penn Station. Join us there if you can. Thank you so much for having me. From Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. Stop the U.S. war machine. From Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. Stop the U.S. war machine. Thank you very much.
Dude, even after... What? Is CE the new AD or something? Must be. So even after Jesus is dead, A bunch of Jews died during the Great Jewish Revolt of 66 to 73 CE. The Romans destroyed Jerusalem and burned the Second Temple. Of the 600 Tacitus or 1 million Josephus Jews in Jerusalem, all of them either died of starvation, were killed, or were sold into slavery. Whoa. I'm reading about Zionism. Dude, so like they got away from the Egyptians and then that happened after Jesus? Dang. Can't catch a break, can they? I didn't know they went back into slavery after that. Did you guys? Shut the fuck up. I'm listening to Gaza. You're an idiot, kid. The drones are up. The sun's about to come up too, ain't it? A couple hours. Got tired of hearing that shit. Gaza. You guys are really doing something out there in DC, you know? Really making a difference. Free, free Palestine. Bet they can't even hear them inside the building. Probably down there like a bomb shelter. Do you think they're taking chances? The Israel embassy in DC, you think they're taking chances of it not being a bomb shelter? That's probably one of the thickest buildings in DC. Got that thickness. It's none of our business. I mean, yeah. No, I mean, we keep Israel out there so we can keep tabs on what the terrorists are doing. Without them out there, we have nothing now that we've lost Afghanistan. Somebody's got to watch these people. Are you gonna go watch them? They're like in the one place that, I mean, besides something like Mecca, which they're not gonna be able to get that. They're in the one place that they can get that like a lot of these people want to come to. Right? And they're right in the middle of all these Muslim countries. They're smack dab in the middle of it. Crazy. Actually need them there. Hey Robert, how you been, dude? Thanks, man. Israel's badass. Why do you say that? They still preach. What sound? What we got now?
He doesn't know about Denmark VC. He don't know about the Stono Rebellion. Or the more than 300 rebellions that took place as people stood up against a vicious system called slavery. You know, John F. Kennedy said that when people who rebel non-violently are resisted, it makes violent rebellion inevitable. Now, I don't always agree with him, but to paraphrase that quote, I know what he's talking about. Yeah. Because when people do not hear, and people do not want to hear, when people deliberately close their eyes and pretend not to see, then they've closed down every cause of redress, and people respond because people refuse to die and give up just like that. If you don't... People keep coming back, and they got a right to come back. Until people all over the world respects justice and demand it in all circumstances. We got to stand up now against this administration. That is doing all of this fanning of the flames of war and genocide. Yes. And with all of their political moralizing, we have to say to all of the weak-kneed Democrats who claim to be lovers of justice, and all of the redneck Republicans, we got a demand of them that they speak truth. Stop lying. Stop playing games. Stop pretending. And as Malcolm X said, America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. And Israel is an outpost of white supremacy.
What? Are Jews white?
For what it is.
They're not even white.
Just like apartheid in South Africa.
Middle East?
There's apartheid in Israel. Just like apartheid in the U.S. There's apartheid in Israel-Palestine. And we got to call it for what it is. And sisters and brothers, we who believe in justice cannot rest until it comes. God bless.
Free, free Palestine!
white? Like what? Are Jews now are white supremacists? It's getting weird. I thought it was the other way around before. Like white supremacists are against Jews normally, right? So this is all getting flipped up and backwards, and I don't really get what the fuck's happening. Jews are not white. Okay. He said it's an outpost for white supremacy. So.
From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Because
occupation no more.
if people don't like you, they're racist. If you're a different skin color or something.
5, 6, 7, 8.
It's all about racism now. I'm not. Fucking cunt! Damn it. They fucking lured me into that shit. I didn't realize it was happening. That's what happens, dude. I'll just be like, talking about something, and I'll realize they're chanting. White when they need to be. That makes sense. In 1933, Hitler came to power in Germany, and in 1935, Nuremberg laws made German Jews and later Austrian and Czech Jews stateless refugees. What? Okay, I don't know anything about this shit. The Nuremberg laws. Here we go. The Nuremberg laws were anti-Semitic and racist laws that were enacted in Nazi Germany on 15th of September 1935 at a special meeting of the Reichstag convened during the annual Nuremberg rally of the Nazi Party. So the Nazi Party was already in 1920 to 1945. Okay, so the Nazi Party came into power in 1920, so they've been in for 15 years by this point. They're pretty powerful. They only had about 2 more years left, I guess. Was that what it said? Wait. How was it over to 45? Was World War II over to 45? Anyway. That didn't sound right. The 2 laws were the law for the protection of German blood and German honor, which forbade marriages and extramarital intercourse between Jews and Germans, and the what about black people though, or like anybody else? Is it just Jews? And the employment of German females under 45 in Jewish households. What? German females under 45 can no longer work in Jewish households? Is that what that means? Was that a very common thing? And that means Jews really had a lot of money, huh? They were hiring young women to work for them in the house. Jews. And the Reich citizenship law, which declared that only those of German or related blood were eligible to be Reich citizens. Damn, man. What is that? It doesn't say what a Reich citizen is. Socialist. Oh, the Nazi Party? Officially the National Socialist German Workers' Party was a far-right political party in Germany active The created sport, ideology, Nazism. Oh wait, they do say something about black people down here. Hold on. The remainder were classed as state subjects without any citizenship rights. Oh wow, man. You had to be German to have any rights. Imagine they did that here. How could they can't even do that here? Well, you know what I mean? Like, too diverse. A supplementary decree outlining the definition of who was Jewish was passed on the 14th of November, and the Reich citizenship law officially came into force on that date. The laws were expanded on the 26th of November 1935 to include Romani, or Indo-Aryan ethnic group, nomadic itinerant lifestyle. Is that a Romanian person or not? I don't think difference. Oh, gypsies. Trippy, man. They got their whole another history out here. And black people were included at that point too. This supplementary decree defined Romanis as enemies of the race-based state, same category as Jews. And that's crazy they were able to do that, and it was law, like you weren't allowed to not be German. Out of foreign policy concerns, prosecutions under the two laws did not commence until after the 1936 Summer Olympic Games held in Berlin. After Hitler rose to power in 1933, the Nazis began to implement anti-Semitic policies, which included the formation of the People's Community based on race. Chancellor and Führer, leader of the Nazi power, Adolf Hitler, declared a national boycott of Jewish businesses on the 1st of April 1933. The law for restoration of the professional civil service, April 7th, excluded the so-called non-Aryans from the legal profession, the civil service, and from teaching in secondary schools and universities. Books considered un-German, including those by Jewish authors, were destroyed in a nationwide book burning. Jewish citizens were harassed and subjected to violent attacks. They were actively suppressed, stripped of their citizenship and civil rights, and eventually completely removed from German society. That's wild, man. That really is fucking gaudy as shit. That they were just living one day, and then the next, all of a sudden the government just starts making laws to where you have no rights at all. Pretty scary. And they had already been like slaves multiple times, man. God dang. Oh, like they were slaves after Egypt let them go, and they were slaves before Egypt. Like the Israelites were slaves, right? Or was that Egypt? Dude, I don't know. Canaanites were probably slaves before them. These people know how to get down with some slaving. More than any other culture, I think. Everything. The Nuremberg laws had a crippling economic and social impact on the Jewish community. Persons convicted of violating the marriage laws were imprisoned and, upon completing their sentences, were re-arrested by the Gestapo and sent to Nazi concentration camps. Non-Jews gradually stopped socializing with Jews or shopping in Jewish-owned stores, many of which closed due to lack of customers. As Jews are no longer permitted to work in the civil service or government-regulated professions such as medicine and education, many middle-class business owners and professionals were forced to take menial employment. What's immigration spelled with an E? Is that a different thing? Am I tripping? The act of leaving one's own country to settle permanently in another. Immigration. Did it always start with an E? Play. Lost it. Immigration was problematic as Jews were required to remit up to 90% of their wealth as a tax upon leaving the country. What? The Reich flight tax was a German capital control law implemented in 1931 to stem capital flight from the German Reich. After seizing power, the Nazis used the law. I lost it where I was reading from because I had to click on it. There it is. To prevent immigrants from moving money out of the country. The tax rate was initially 25%. In Nazi Germany, the use of the Reich flight tax shifted away from dissuading wealthy citizens from moving overseas and was instead used as a form of legalized theft to confiscate Jewish assets. The departure of Jewish citizens was desired and permitted by the Nazi government even after the invasion of Poland, until a decree from Heinrich Himmler forbade Jewish immigration on 23rd October 1941. Wow. Wow. Damn, man. The tax was steadily increased and used as a partial expropriation to seize the assets of Jewish refugees who were persecuted and driven to flee their homeland. Damn, that Himmler motherfucker, bro. What was his problem? Wanted them dead. That was the SS guy in charge of the SS, I think, right? He was the leading member of the Nazi party, so he was probably the second-hand man. Yeah, it's true, they did do that. Canada. Pretty wild. What's he saying?
It's violence in and of itself.
Cool, as long as they aren't chanting.
And speaking of the question of violence, to me, it's a dishonest narrative, to say the very least. Because no matter what the Palestinians do, no matter what form their resistance takes, they're attacked as being
I've never read
terrorists
about any
and
of this stuff, dude. This is shit that racist people read about.
Look at
but I'm just
BDS.
like curious because we're covering it, you know?
Divestment,
I get that
sanctions.
it's a weird topic.
What could be more nonviolent than this? And yet it's attacked. as terroristic and anti-Semitic. Just in 2018, we had the Great March of Return, the nonviolent demonstrations, and people were slaughtered indiscriminately and called terrorists. And of course, now that the resistance is playing out as it is now, they're calling it terrorism. That's like someone trying to lynch you. They're draping the noose around your neck, getting ready to hang you and strangle the life out of you. And when you try to fight back against their attempt to take your life, they accuse you of violence. This is what the U.S. and Israel expect from Palestinians. They want Palestine to die peacefully, but they are refusing, they are fighting back, and they are carrying out a heroic resistance right at this moment. And we know that Palestine is but one example of the crimes of Israeli apartheid. We know that Israel is an outpost for U.S. imperial interests in the Middle East. Israel has been responsible for supporting and arming and training reactionary governments all over this earth, from Myanmar to Rwanda to South Sudan to Haiti, and of course to apartheid South Africa. And there's something that you and I have to be very clear on. You know that great chant that we do that says there is only one solution, intifada,
Sweet, the recycling
revolution.
got picked up.
It's about time that you and I start thinking about how is it that we organize to not only free Palestine, but to free those of us in this country and around the world from this vicious system of capitalism and imperialism that is destroying humanity all over this earth. Because we understand that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. And Israel can only exist with the direct support of imperialism. First it was Britain, then it was the U.S. And so if we want to free Palestine, if we want to bring down apartheid Israel, not only will we have to defeat imperialism, we will have to overturn the capitalist system out of which imperialism grows. We need a socialist reconstruction of the United States of America. And so, my friends, although I know we are still reeling from this atrocity, the bombing of this hospital, the images are harrowing. We've seen the press conference of the Gaza Health Ministry literally cradling the bodies of dead babies. We see these images. We see these images with the devastation fresh on our hearts, the pain ringing in our heads, the sorrow filling our souls, and even still, we know that as long as we resist, we are not defeated. So I say and I say again, we cannot give up the fight. Every day we come out here, and every time I got this microphone in my hand, I'ma tell you that we have to show the same resolve as the Palestinians are showing right now and have shown for 75 years. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Hurrah, hurrah, Palestine! with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
U.S. Congress, you can't hide.
U.S. Congress, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
We've got to stay in the streets, stay in the struggle. I've been Sean Blackman, the party for socialism and liberation. Peace if you're willing to fight for it, and let your motto be resistance. Thank you.
Free, free Palestine. 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 Long live 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 Palestine. End the siege on Gaza now. 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 From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. من المياه للمياه. من المياه للمياه. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. من المياه للمياه. من المياه للمياه. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. من المياه للمياه. من المياه للمياه. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. من المياه للمياه. من المياه للمياه. فلسطين عربية. فلسطين عربية. Free, free Gaza. 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 Long live 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 Gaza. End the siege on Gaza now. 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 will free Palestine. Within our lifetime. Within our lifetime. We will free Palestine. We will free Palestine. Within our lifetime. Within our lifetime. Yabba 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 yeah. Yabba 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 yeah. Ehna Palestinian. Ehna Palestinian. Yabba 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 yeah. Yabba 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 yeah. Ehna Palestinian. Ehna Palestinian. Yabba 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 yeah. Yabba 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 yeah. Ehna Palestinian. Ehna Palestinian. Yabba 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 yeah. Yabba 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 yeah. Ehna Palestinian.
Oh, I got here just in time. Did it just start?
Washington Post, you can't hide. Washington Post, you can't hide. You encourage genocide. You encourage genocide. Washington Post, you can't hide. Washington Post, you can't hide. You encourage genocide. You encourage genocide. Washington Post, you can't hide. Washington Post, you can't hide. You encourage genocide. You encourage genocide. Washington Post, you can't hide. Washington Post, you can't hide. You encourage genocide. You encourage genocide. You refuse to tell the truth. You refuse to tell the truth. We won't give up. We will not lose. We won't give up. We will not lose. You refuse to tell the truth. You refuse to tell the truth. We won't give up. We will not lose. We won't give up. We will not lose. You refuse to tell the truth. You refuse to tell the truth. We won't give up. We will not lose. We won't give up. We will not lose. You refuse to tell the truth. You refuse to tell the truth. We won't give up. We will not lose. We won't give up. We will not lose. And the bias and the lies. And the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine. Rise up for Palestine. And the bias and the lies. And the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine. Rise up for Palestine. And the bias and the lies. And the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine. Rise up for Palestine. And the bias and the lies. And the bias and the lies. Rise up for Palestine. Rise up for Palestine. Double standards we defy. Double standards we defy. For Palestine we unify. For Palestine we unify. Double standards we defy. Double standards we defy. For Palestine we unify. For Palestine we unify. Double standards we defy. Double standards we defy. For Palestine we unify. For Palestine we unify. Double standards we defy. Double standards we defy. For Palestine we unify. For Palestine we unify. Free, free, heads up. 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 If you all see what we have projected, it says guilty. Guilty! So we're gonna chant. We're gonna chant. Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Thanks. Kitten.
We're gonna do something really quickly. Can you hold this? Gaza! Gaza! Gaza!
coffee. The Totally Two, thank you. Ultra salt.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but there are over 1,000 people here tonight. Over 1,000 people came out on a Wednesday evening in the middle of the week to tell the Zionist embassy that we do not stand with them and we stand for Palestine. Now, with that being said, seeing as we're taking up all this space here, we need some people to move into the intersection. We're not moving from here, just take up as much space as you can. We have this entire street for us. We have the entire intersection. Do not be afraid to move that way. We can take up the intersection, take up this whole street, and let the Zionist embassy know that we are taking up their street. Just like they took our land, we're taking our street. Whose street? Whose street? Our street! 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 Whose land? Our land! Whose land? Our land! Who the fuck pays for this, Dad? Talk to the police department? How does this work? Talk to George Soros. He's the one that's starting all of this bullshit. George Soros. Tell him whose land? Next up, I'd like to announce someone from Maryland to Palestine to be speaking. Palestine will never die! 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 Gaza's rising, hear their cry! Gaza's rising, hear their cry! Palestine will never die! Palestine will never die! Gaza's rising, hear their cry! Gaza's rising, hear their cry! Palestine will never die! Palestine will never die! Woo!
Dude, do we still have the lease? We must. On the Caribbean and Newfoundland.
Constant and intense fear-mongering. Despite their desperate attempts to silence us, to put us on every blacklist, to arrest us, to shadow ban us. Despite their constant bombardment, we still stand here, united in front of the Zionist embassy. We still stand here in the face of our oppressors, because nothing is more horrifying than the inhumane genocide that the illegitimate state of Israel is committing against us. Nothing. Nothing is more horrifying than how they laugh at our suffering. So I refuse to be scared to speak out one bit. Someone that I know reached out to me and praised me for speaking out and told me to keep fighting for us. And I texted him back and I said, thanks, bro, but where are your posts? And you know what he told me? I'm sure many of you guys can guess. He told me, I don't get involved in politics. What do you mean? You don't get involved in politics? You're a coward. Your people are dying. I'm sure if the children in Gaza had a choice to whether or not they were involved in politics or not, they would not decide to be in the middle of it.
Oh shit, how long have we been live today? It's about that time,
But
maybe.
they don't have that choice, so neither do we. Our voices forever. Yesterday, we protested the horrific bombing of one of the last hospitals in Gaza. We protested this massacre, the obliteration of children. Shame! And today, Biden blamed Palestinians for that same massacre. I said this yesterday.
Fuck Joe Biden!
Now they don't like Biden. They liked him last year, didn't they?
Listen up! Listen up! Listen up! I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again today. Whether or not we speak out or we shut up, we are villainized. Whether or not we live or we die or we are massacred, we are villainized.
No way!
Yes! So why cushion our speech at the cost of the people in Gaza? You cannot stand with the oppressor and the oppressed. You cannot stand in the middle of history. I swear, if one of the cops standing behind us comes out in 10 years and says, "Free Palestine."
Fuck you, cops!
Wait. I need you guys to understand how complicit they are. The same cops that train with Israeli soldiers are right behind us. If I hear a peep about Palestine, I will tell them that it is too late. The children in Gaza are gone. They're gone. You're too late. I don't want to hear it. And I saw a post that said, if you were ever curious what you would have done during slavery, if you were ever curious what you would have done during the Holocaust, during any other tragic event in history, look at what you're doing right now, and that's exactly what you would have done. But I can say with confidence that we would have been out in the streets just like we are today. And I'm glad that we're standing in front of this embassy, because I got a lot of pent-up rage, and I feel like this is the perfect time to tell them how much of a failure they are. You have the weaponry. You have the U.S., one of the largest imperial powers in the world, behind you. You have the $4 billion a year. You have the $8 billion in emergency funds from Biden. You have the money that Biden will continue to send you. That's our money. You have the media. You have the representation. You have the narrative. You have it all. Except that we have God watching over us. Yes, except that you don't have the commitment. You don't have the commitment. You don't have the dedication, the passion and burning love that we have for our homeland. You don't have the indigenous connection that we have to the land, because it was ours in the first place. Palestinians are getting bombed and telling you that they're staying put. Palestinians' houses are being demolished. Whole
neighborhoods and families wiped off the map. And they're telling you that they will not die anywhere other than their land. Our resistance groups that have a fraction of the weaponry that our colonizers have are standing their ground. This is a time of courage. This is a time to embody the steadfastness of our resistance fighters, of all Palestinians. Thora, Thora, hatta nas! Thora, Thora, hatta nas! Thora, Thora, hatta nas! Thora, Thora, hatta nas! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Long live Gaza! Long live Gaza! End the siege on Gaza now! 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 End the occupation now! End the occupation now! End the occupation now! End the occupation now! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Now for the next portion, I'd like to invite two speakers from the Palestinian Youth Movement to read some tweets that were sent out from the past week since October 7th by residents of Gaza. These are tweets that were sent out as their last words or messages to anyone who can see them.
Thank you. Thank you. Free, free Palestine! 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 Now everyone please give them the time to hear what they have to say, because these are messages directly from Gaza.
I wanted to start with this tweet about how they're charging their phones to stay in contact with the rest of the world and with their family, which they had to separate from in different parts of the strip so that they don't all get bumped in one place. One of the neighbors arranged a solar pump and the other brought an electric generator. They turned it on and connected it to the old water pump in the well. We poured some water into the pots, and from the generator we pulled an electrical connection to charge cell phones. This was someone's wife briefly explaining how she was able to message me for 5 minutes on WhatsApp after 5 days of complete blackout on here. I can't talk, cry, or do anything. I don't know if it's coldness, it's despair. I don't know what it is, but the oppression and pain is so much. We live in a struggle to survive every day. Every day we wake up and see the water, the chargers, the bread, and how many people have died. We're not scared for ourselves. We're sad for the children. When they hear the sound of the bombs, they become very scared. The world does not care about them. When they scream in terror, their voices are louder than the sound of the bombs. Of a tele. The room is dark. I hear only the sound of aircraft and bombing, and there's nothing but Twitter in which I can share all of this misery. Surely they are in a better place than here. My facial features have changed. My weight has dropped a lot and my face is flushed from anger and oppression, not from lack of food, thank God. My heart, body, and mind and thinking are so exhausted that I'm a living body with a soul that fulfills its need to survive only. I miss the energy that I had and the smiles that I had. I was shocked the day before yesterday by how I looked in the mirror. I am not exaggerating. Oh God, how? At every strike, every bombing, every photo or video, every sound of an ambulance, shells or news of someone is missing, I feel something burning inside my stomach like a lichen, with the feeling that I am writhing from helplessness and oppression. I do not know what to say and what's left. I'm tired of the words massacres and martyrs and every sound of an ambulance or shells. One starts to get used to it, but being a routine, but for how long? Until he sleeps, he doesn't wake up. It is shameful to the conscience of the world that any day on which the Zionists do not attack a hospital will be viewed as a normal day. It is as if they were rewarded attacking the hospital by remaining silent about attacking anything else. People are still dying and crimes are still going on. I am in a state of astonishment at their murderous, bloodthirsty criminal minds. What is this slander? Seriously, they slaughtered her in front of her father. How he endured. How he endured and continued. Remain engraved in our minds, refusing to obey our will. This is the reality of Gaza and not just a nightmare, unfortunately.
Are you afraid that someone from your family is sitting far away from you? Something very bad will happen to him and you cannot even go and say goodbye to him? Because if you leave your house, you are exposed to bombing at any moment. God, you are our only hope. Everyone has abandoned us and no one cares about us. End this war and protect us, God. How will you tell your grandchildren about the killing of 1,000 Muslims in 1 second? In 1 second! And the most you could do was write on the internet. What a scandalous conversation about our resounding and hideous downfall. I run away from the videos of the children's massacre. I swear to God, I am too cowardly to open the video and watch it. At these moments, we hear very violent raids in the city of Gaza. And if my pieces are scattered, oh God, in your cause, I do not care. Oh God, there is no life except the life of the hereafter. Home, not safe. Streets, not safe. Schools, not safe. Hospitals, not safe. North, not safe. South, not safe. Where should we go? The children, the small children. Words aren't enough. I swear nothing I say is enough after what's been done to us. We've never seen anything like this. We've never seen something of this gravity. Those are young children who are dead. The children are dead. We are unable to get to everyone. We are unable to get to everyone. Look at us. Our blood is not cheaper than the others. This is cruel. This is cruel. This is cruel. We don't know where to put the kids. We don't know where to put the adults. The women were exposed.
The men died, the elderly died. How cruel. A world, a world. These are the words of our people in Gaza. These are the people of our people. These are the words of our people in Gaza, many of which we don't know if they're still alive or not.
You guys are strong.
Gaza! 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 Gaza!
Thank you for taking the time to read all those, and thank you everyone for listening with us. Now for our last speaker, I'd like to introduce someone from the Palestinian youth movement.
Thank you all for being here today, for showing up for Palestine, for the people of Gaza, for those Palestine, for the people of Gaza, for those children of Gaza. I can speak for most of us here. I can speak for most of us here about the trembling, helpless feeling as we witness women, men, and children in pieces, as we witness children being carried in bags because there's no places for them. Seeing children writing their names on their hands so they can be identified when they're pulled out from the rubble. Schools, hospitals where they seek refuge. Bodies are being put in ice cream trucks because there is no room for them in hospitals. Seeing those atrocities and horrific videos made me think about PTSD, and how the same people that try to cure it and fight and support the soldiers that come back from war, they are the same perpetrators of it to the children of Gaza. Will the children of Gaza ever feel whole again after seeing their families blown to pieces? Will the mothers who lost their newborns be the same again? Let's look at the US media and the Western media as a whole and how they're coining this. They're coining it as a religious conflict. And we're seeing already the outcome of the spread of Islamophobia. So they're making it sound as a religious conflict. And we're already seeing the outcome of this, the spread of Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian attacks in this country. Wadi, the 6-year-old boy, may he rest in peace, rahmatullah alayh, had nothing to do with this. Rest in peace! 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 The punishment of the Muslim Americans, the same since the Gulf War, since 9/11, and so on, etc., etc. And that's all connected to the struggles against police brutality and anti-black racism, because guess who the NYPD and Ferguson Police and so many other police departments go train with? The Israeli occupation forces. And family separation, which if you didn't know is a war crime, and murder of black people in this country is directly connected to the genocide of Palestinians that is happening right now, right this minute. And the hypocrisy is killing me right now. Again, let me iterate, this is not a religious conflict. This is not an ideological conflict. This is not a conflict between Jews and Muslims. It is an apartheid, it is genocide, it is a colonial power protecting an interest in the region by any means necessary. If this isn't enough to show the genocidal intent of the Zionists towards our people, I don't know what is. It is more explicit today than it's ever been. We saw in Sabra and Shatila what happened. One act of genocide among many, and the media is already coining it as a hospital blast yesterday. Meanwhile, there's video evidence of bomb coming down and ending more than 500 lives in a second. Israel doesn't act alone. Zionism is a depraved, genocidal ideology and movement that is green-lighted, empowered, and armed by the United States and the West. Just yesterday, the US, UK, and France blocked the UN Security Council resolution calling for a ceasefire. They all have a blood on their hands. We'll never forget their media outlets for rendering Palestinians as savage and killable. And we'll never forgive them for their active participation in our people's genocide. This is the moment for action. This is the moment where every word counts, where everyone must raise their voices and demand justice. This is the moment when we must unite for liberation. We demand that the siege on Gaza be lifted immediately. We demand that a relief order is provided to allow food and medicine into Gaza immediately. We demand that all U.S. funding to Israel end immediately. These massacres are collective punishment for Gaza's effort to resist colonization and refuse compromise and capitulation. Time and time again, in the face of daily Zionist and imperialist aggression, in spite of a devastating land, air, and sea blockade, and each of the 6 wars in Gaza has endured since 2008, we've witnessed the brave and uncompromising resistance of Gazans. Gaza is the beating heart of our people. Gaza is the cradle of our struggle. Gaza is our beacon of our resistance. It is our responsibility here in the heart of the empire to stand firmly with Gaza, with an uncompromising commitment to justice and liberation. We'll never abandon our people. We'll never forget our struggle. And we'll never capitulate to those who would prefer to stay silent. Our mourning should not be mistaken for defeat. Gaza will continue to resist. Palestine will continue to resist. We will continue to resist every day. We will continue to fight until our homeland is liberated, until our people are free. Our mourning is mingled with rage and determination. We'll never despair. Today we embody the spirit of Sumud, our steadfastness in the face of the enemy and commitment to the project of resistance. The Palestinian people are undefeated. We are undefeated, and long live the resistance. Glory to our martyrs. Our martyrs are in paradise. Our victory is promised. I want you all to believe that in your hearts. I want you to believe that we will be liberated within our lifetime. From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine free Gaza!
Free, free, free Gaza!
No justice!
No peace!
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 If we don't get it,
Shut it down!
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 from the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
من المياه للمياه،
من المياه للمياه،
فلسطين عربية.
فلسطين عربية.
من المياه للمياه،
من المياه للمياه،
فلسطين عربية.
فلسطين عربية.
Settlers, settlers, go back home.
Settlers, settlers, go back home.
Palestine is ours alone.
Palestine is ours alone.
Settlers, settlers, go back home.
Settlers, settlers, go back home.
Palestine is ours alone.
Palestine is ours alone.
Free, free Gaza.
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 Long live 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 Gaza.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now.
End the siege on Gaza now.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now.
End the siege on Gaza now.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now.
End the siege on Gaza now.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now.
End the siege on Gaza now.
Gaza's rising, hear the call.
Gaza's rising, hear the call.
Tear down Israel's border wall.
Tear down Israel's border wall.
Gaza's rising, hear the call.
Gaza's rising, hear the call.
Tear down Israel's border wall.
Tear down Israel's border wall.
We will free Palestine.
We will free Palestine.
Within our lifetime.
Within our lifetime.
We will free Palestine.
We will free Palestine.
Within our lifetime.
Within our lifetime.
We will free Palestine.
We will free Palestine.
Within our lifetime.
Within our lifetime.
We will free Palestine.
We will free Palestine.
Within our lifetime.
Within our lifetime.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Yabba, 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 yeah.
Ahmed Palestinian.
Ahmed Palestinian.
We will honor all our martyrs.
We will honor all our martyrs.
All our children, sons and daughters.
All our children, sons and daughters.
We will honor all our martyrs.
We will honor all our martyrs.
All our children, sons and daughters.
All our children, sons and daughters.
We will sons and daughters.
All our children's sons and daughters.
We will honor all our martyrs.
We will honor all our martyrs.
All our children's sons and daughters.
All our children's sons and daughters.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Israel out of Palestine.
Israel out of Palestine.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Israel out of Palestine.
Israel out of Palestine.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Israel out of Palestine.
Israel out of Palestine.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Stop the killing, stop the crime.
Israel out of Palestine.
Israel out of Palestine.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
Long live Gaza.
بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين.
بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين.
بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين.
بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين. بالروح بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين.
Resistance is justified
Resistance is justified
when people are occupied.
when people are occupied. Resistance is justified. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. When people are occupied.
Gaza, Gaza,
Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza,
Okay, that's enough. Are you convinced yet? Why do they always say that wrong? We'll never be divided. BLM used to just do that shit and piss me off. Divided. I don't like these people.
I want to thank everyone for coming out today in the middle of the week on a Wednesday night. One last thing before we leave, we're going to play Moltani, and we want to let the Zionist Embassy know that we're here and we're proud of being Palestinian. We're proud to stand with Palestine. We're not afraid to sing our songs. We're not afraid to chant our chants. We're not afraid to say the names of our martyrs.
Sing it.
This is very highly copyrighted. I'm gonna have to live stream it, but I'll still be on here.
That song sucked anyway. Roosters are crowing. Yeah. Dude. I gotta get some of his food in his medicine now. A new CEO of Costco, January 1st. I wonder what that'll mean. Yo, our newest fresh feed. I'm having fish too right now. Look, fish sticks. It was meant to be. Perfect timing. So the western wall is pretty empty right now. I mean, it's pretty late though, huh? Something to do with it. What time is it? 3:33. Hey, it's almost 3:33.
In the U.S., authorities tell NBC News the war has opened the door to extremists looking to incite violence, with one official warning of a heightened threat environment. Let's get more now from Maggie Vespa.
Tonight, authorities in the U.S. ramping up security amid warnings about potential violence mounting nationwide over the Israel-Hamas war. In New York, the NYPD ordering officers indefinitely to be uniformed and ready to deploy. American officials and private analysts telling NBC News extremists are flooding social media with calls for attacks on Jewish communities and other targets in the U.S. and Europe, with groups linked to al-Qaeda and American neo-Nazis seeking to exploit the war, according to intelligence memos obtained by NBC News. A Homeland Security official telling NBC News DHS is monitoring a heightened threat environment in the U.S. The FBI also on high alert.
We stay laser focused on mitigating those threats.
Tonight, the NYPD's hate crimes unit asking for the public's help finding this man who they say punched a woman in a subway station Saturday, telling her he did it, quote, because you are Jewish. This as protests continue across the country. In Washington, D.C., dozens were arrested at the Capitol during a rally of Jewish Americans calling for a ceasefire. And in suburban Chicago last night, more than 1,500 people packed a vigil for a Palestinian American boy.
He was a child filled with love and not any hate.
Prosecutors say 6-year-old Wadia Al-Fayumi was stabbed dozens of times by his family's landlord, who they say was angry about the Hamas attacks. Joseph Zuba faces murder and hate crime charges in Illinois and has not yet entered a plea. A child taken and a country on edge as war wages on a world away. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
Like Gargamel.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
What the hell was Gargamel? Why do I remember that? Gargamel. Witch looking dude. Where's that from, man? Cars? Yeah, was it? Who? Or no. Or were they all circus? Because I don't watch the Smurfs anymore. it comes. Whoa. That's pretty big. Jeez. Dude. It's just out of frame. They need to wake up. Apparently there's some vigil going on right now for China Long granny that was killed, I guess. I don't know which city this is. Milwaukee. China Long charges filed in homicide of black transgender woman. How did this happen? Fine killed Sunday. Oh, that's 2022. Was it a date? He sprung it on the guy after he kissed her? If so, I can't feel sorry for her. I mean, it sucks, but you can't be doing that shit. I wouldn't have killed somebody for it, because I've actually done that on accident before, and I'm pissed off about it, but I wasn't murderous sick about it. I can see how someone could be that's like already crazy. They gotta like not be doing that shit. There should be a law against them doing that, actually. Protect them. More into the full story though. War is back on. Yep. Came on. We'll hear the story though. If that's the case, it'll come out. It's too bad they hit the Reuters people, because more of them would probably be there. That wasn't the case. Kind of long dong. I'm sorry, I was too soon. Too soon. Her old name. For the transition. Did you know that the guy from The Office at one time played Gargamel? Rainn Wilson. Maybe this has been a recent movie, The Lost Village, Smurfs, The Lost Village. Baba. Sure.
Long time it's been the case. There was somewhat of a blip under the Obama administration because he didn't have good relations with Netanyahu. But it seems that it doesn't matter who's in the White House, the policy stays the same.
The policy has been consistent for many, many decades. The so-called special relationship between the U.S. and Israel that began around the time of the 1967 war began as a military relationship and morphed into the broad-based political, diplomatic, economic, and political as well as military relationship we see now. The United States taxpayers are paying 20% of the entire Israeli military budget. I think there is one thing we have to keep in mind about this question of a ceasefire. What is most desperately needed right now, what we are hearing from all Palestinians across Palestine, across the diaspora, everywhere, is an immediate ceasefire. We have to recognize the U.S. has a history of rejecting ceasefires when there are international calls for a ceasefire when Israel is involved. This goes back to 2006 in the Lebanon War, in cast lead against Gaza in 2008 and 9, in 2014, again in 2021. In each of these instances, when Israel was at war, as they defined it, meaning they were attacking Palestinians, there was a call for a ceasefire, and the U.S. answer again and again, we don't need a ceasefire yet, meaning not enough people have been killed yet. We're facing that same problem now, and the challenge of facing people who are protesting today in Washington, who are out in the streets on Monday, will be again on Friday, is to demand an immediate ceasefire to break that refusal to call for a ceasefire on all sides, an immediate ceasefire right now.
Khalid, your thoughts, and what's happened, Khalid, to the voices of progressive Democrats in Congress who want the U.S. to take a harder line with Israel over its military assault on Gaza? What's happened to them?
Well, I think those voices have almost entirely been silenced, in large part because of the initial attack in Israel by Hamas. The horror of it and the scale of it has really silenced people who might have otherwise been more critical of how Israel has conducted itself. We're starting to see some pushback now. There are more calls from Democrats for a ceasefire, which seems reasonable. But part of the problem here, I mean, this goes beyond the United States. Most Western nations have also failed to call for a ceasefire. That's different than in the past, where, as Phyllis mentioned, it was usually the United States kind of blocking or dragging their feet on a ceasefire, but they were usually alone. Now there is a kind of chorus of Western powers showing unrestrained solidarity and support and unconditional endorsement, really, of what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza. And to me, that's even more shocking because essentially everyone is being ruled by emotions, and there are no, quote unquote, grown-ups anywhere who are able to see the horrible human costs of what's happening, but even the medium and long-term repercussions of serious erosion, if not destruction, of Western credibility as a whole with regard to anything resembling a rules-based order. I think it will be impossible for not only Palestinians, but Arabs, Africans, Latin Americans, Asians, ever to take the US or European nations seriously when they talk about human rights or international law or any of those things that have been completely thrown out the window in this case.
Dalal, your thoughts about this? Yes, go ahead, Phyllis. Go ahead, Phyllis, before I bring in Dalal.
Just one point on what Khalid was just saying, which I think is so important. Just coming back to the U.S. side, it is important to recognize there has been now an official resolution introduced into the Congress calling directly for a ceasefire, very carefully framed to not try and win over views of what started it, whose fault, just calling for an immediate ceasefire that now has, I think, 13 co-signers. And it reflects the fact that there has been a movement focused on changing the narrative, changing the discourse in this country, which has led to a situation where, as of about 2 weeks ago, the most recent polls were indicating that 25% of American Jews, 38% of young Jews believe that Israel is an apartheid state. That's because there's been a movement mobilizing with the press, with Congress, with the public for 25 years now. And we're seeing that. There's a threat to that accomplishment. But right now, I think it still exists. And we're seeing public levels of support for Palestinians even now, despite the incredible levels of terrible press.
Yeah, it is true that it would appear that more Americans are warming to the Palestinian cause, according to the latest Gallup poll. Dalal, let me come to you now. As Khalid said, things go far beyond the U.S., of course, away from the U.S. today. Is there a single country that could be a fair broker here, call for a ceasefire that would be respected, agreed to by Israel, and be a fair and honest broker in this conflict?
Let's remind the American public that this is an accumulative reflection of their $3.8 billion annual aid of military aid to Israel, the war crimes that are being committed against 2.2 million Palestinian civilians living in a big prison of 365 kilometers, mostly children. I want to also remember and ask the Jewish American organizations for their voices. I want to call upon all academics, universities, the Harvard School of Negotiations, scholars. Where are the people who work for peace studies and conflict resolution? I am a professor of diplomacy. We have failed our students. I have looked into the UN Charter, the international law, the international humanitarian law, the 4 Geneva Conventions, the Rome Statute. I couldn't find one article that supports waiting for a permission from the occupier to let in humanitarian aid. What is the international community waiting for? Why don't they send drones, send the humanitarian assistance and protection for the Palestinian civilians? 2 million Palestinian civilians are being massacred on the screens, and the whole world is watching. Diplomacy had failed humanity. Diplomacy had failed the Palestinian cause. It is time we speak the truth. Please do not adopt the Israeli narrative anymore. They are misleading the audience. It's about time in 2023 to speak the truth, to tell the stories of the injustices and the endurance of injustices that the Palestinian people have been enduring for 75 years, let alone the 16 years of total deadly blockade on Gaza. It's about time we recognize the Gaza Gazans as human beings. Gaza is Palestine. This is not a war between Israel and Hamas. This is not against Gaza, not against Hamas. This is against the Palestinian right to self-determination. This is a translation of the deal of the century at the expense of the Palestinian blood. This is, again, also part of the electoral process, campaigns of Biden and Netanyahu coming in the next year.
All right, Khalid, what are your thoughts about what Dalal just said there? She says diplomacy has failed. Has it? Is there still room, you think, to get a ceasefire here? And is there a country, as I asked Dalal, that could step in today and take that role of a fair and honest broker in this conflict, which the U.S. has been criticized of not being?
Unfortunately, no. I don't see any power that could play that role. I mean, but yes, there is hope for a ceasefire. There has to be. I mean, obviously, this death and destruction can't continue indefinitely, although it can continue for quite a long time. And that's why I was saying how alarming it is that there don't seem to be any reasonable, rational people in the diplomatic world who can see that, who can see the dangers, not just of, certainly at a humanitarian level of just given the scale of the attack in all forms, and it's very clearly directed at civilians in Gaza. But what really alarms me is the total inability to see how this will impact any future process. I don't see any political process happening anytime soon. But let me make one other point, because I think it's important to mention the role of Palestinian leadership. One of the things that history tells us, the Palestinian people know this better than anyone else, because of their history, is when they don't have a credible leadership, very bad things happen to Palestinians. Think of 1948, think of 1967. And I'm sorry to say, right now, part of the problem that we have, in addition to the abdication of responsibility by the Western world, is the absence of a credible Palestinian leadership that can advocate for Palestinians on the world stage and that can seek diplomatic opportunities. Right now, we have a failed leadership, both in Gaza and, I'm afraid to say, in the West Bank.
Okay, let me ask Dalal about that before I bring in Phyllis. Dalal, Khalid says the absence of a Palestinian leadership has also contributed to the predicament that Palestinians find themselves in today.
Well, it's about time we go for our unity. It's about time we go for reconciliation and to end our division. My call to the Palestinian leadership of all different political factions is to unite now, because this had been a pretext. This has been the fig leaf that has been used against us from the international community. Again, they are looking at us and saying they're not worthy of a Palestinian state. They're not worthy of independence and recognition. And this is a setback on the internal level that I recognize. However, we need to look at 12 days of massacres and war crimes of genocide and forced displacement as war crimes which are being treated with total impunity by the international community. 2.2 million Palestinian civilians are suffering under the Israeli fire, and Boeing, it's an American company, the military aid of money for the US that is pouring into Israel. This is again an international legal coverage for the war crimes that are documented on the screens being perpetrated against the Palestinian people and civilians, and this should not be accepted. This should not be tolerated. And this is not only in Gaza. In the past week, we had more than 60 martyrs in the West Bank. This means that every Palestinian is target. No matter what you believe, no matter your ideology, no matter your color, Israel is targeting every single Palestinian. Israel is waging a war against truth. Whoever tries to tell the truth about Israel and its war crimes is being targeted.
Phyllis, your thoughts about what happens next year? And has President Biden given the green light to Israel now to do whatever it wants in Gaza?
I think that whatever President Biden says, the image of his bear hug diplomacy is seen as a green light for Israel to do what it wants, to continue these incredible violations of international law, crimes against humanity that are being committed. I think that we have to be looking for where there might be calls for ceasefire that can come from elsewhere, not from, as Khalid said,
Biden bear hugs people from behind.
Right
From
now,
where?
Brazil is chairing. Brazil is the president of the Security Council.
Dalal, are you hopeful that a ceasefire could be reached in the next few days?
I hope so. However, it is really sad that while we are waiting for a ceasefire and that we are waiting for action, a diplomatic action, millions of Palestinians are perishing, and women and children are deprived from water, from milk, from medicine. The hospitals, the doctors are operating in the hallways without electricity and without anesthesia. We are witnessing a human historic catastrophe, which is documented on the screen. And let us be clear, yesterday's hospital is an Anglican hospital, and King Charles is the head of the Anglican Church. What did he do? We need to hear it from the UK. We need to hear it from the US. We need to hear it from every leader. It is not okay that hospitals are being targeted, that people are being evicted, and war crimes are being documented while everybody is watching. Humanity is at risk, and we have all failed humanity. It's about time we see Palestinians as human beings.
Thank you all. Thank you to all three of you for a great discussion. Dalal Irikat, Khaled El Gindi, and Phyllis Bennis. Thank you for joining us on Inside Story.
Now.
And thank you too for watching. You can always watch this program again anytime by visiting our website at aljazeera.com. For further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And of course, you can join the conversation on X. Our handle is at AJ Inside Story. From me, Fully Batiboy, and the whole team here in Doha. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Waited for the big show. Okay, I gotta transfer streams over now, guys. Take it to the limit, Papa. Push it to the races. I don't know the lyrics to that song. Alright, Ted. I got another at least 5 minutes I need to let run out. Because this is about morning time right now. The later I can push this, the later I can push it in the morning. We don't have to get up at 4 in the morning. It worked out pretty good this morning though. The protest was happening like right as I got up. They busted through the like it was the mayhem was happening. I didn't even know that was going on either. I saw it as I was getting everything, as I was already live. I was like, oh my god, we gotta go. That's why I went right into it. $100 million, I mean, we're giving them. It's wild, man. Blow it up and give them money to fix it. Okay. God, that was a zero. Get out of here. Then got one more smoke in me before I gotta switch it. Oh, you want it? One more dab. I had to look at the timer. Or is it? Might be slow. Yep. Right there. I'll be right back. This thing should push you right over to it. If I didn't put anything in here, I already smoked all of it. Weird. It's too low, maybe. Well, alright. I'm gonna go ahead on and switch it to the next one. Maybe I'm gonna turn it as the end screen. I want to thank you all for joining us for this stream. If you didn't see the beginning, it was crazy. Check that out. The very beginning of the stream, it was chaos with the protest. Alright. Y'all for hanging out with your words, your wisdom, shenanigans. Everywhere else for staying. Rumble, D-Live, Kick will still be live. Twitter, X, I mean, will still be there. Thank you all the new subs. I don't know if all those are real or not. We'll see, I guess. We got botted today. I hope not. Hope those are people we get to meet now. Thanks, mods. Yeah, good job, Ted. You're a great mod. I agree, Jim. Do a great job helping out. Always helping. Ted.